back. Look, I see you right there. I'm about to come out. I'm right here. It's me and the goal. I'm right here. I see you. Yeah, I'm about to get the people in here right now. I'm about to start my live up. Join this party. I'm about to invite you to. I'm about to invite you to another party, bro. Bro, it's red, bro. Look how many red games I got played. Join this party. Yo, y'all join up. Join up. Pull up on me and S dot, y'all. Invite like 3 more people. Hey, y'all, join up. We got open event center. And that microwave. We got this open thing, man. What's up with y'all Twitch? She said you was slumped this last stream. Man, bro, that was a dub stream, gang. That was a dub stream, bro. I was lit that game, bro. That stream was lit, gang. I was up all day, bro. I was up all day, bro. That stream was lit, I ain't gonna lie. All right. Bro. You came in, I was gone, bro. Y'all must have joined a little late, bro. By the time y'all came in, it probably was already the end of the day. It was like, what time was it? It was the middle. Yeah, they came in late, gang. That that was when I had fell asleep. Cause remember I had got off of work that night, and then I was live. Yeah, yeah, cause I went to work. Yep, I went to work. I got off at 5:30 in the morning, and I was live all the way until the next. Think that was it nighttime yet, or was it morning? It was morning. Yeah, it was like 4 morning. Yeah, it was all the way back to the next day though. It was all the way back to the next day though. Yeah, and then I bro, toasted gang. Yeah, you need me to put your new one on? Okay, I got you right now. It is. We're gonna do this threes. We're gonna take this three. It's another open threes over there. It's two open threes in here. It's two of them we can take. Ooh. Come here, Dada. I appreciate you showing love, though. You know it, bro. All good. I appreciate y'all all showing up to the live game. I got to start conversating with like 100 people on my Twitch, bro. I need to get that quest done. That's the last quest I need done. Average 75 viewers over 3 days, bro. I know I could pull that. I ain't gonna lie, be lit. Come here, Dada. That's the last quest I need done, gang. And I'm almost at 1,000 on here, gang. I just got to keep getting my followers up, keep engaging with y'all, keep giving y'all this good content so y'all can keep showing up. Give y'all something to look forward to, you feel me? And I'm gonna have all three back. So we live on Twitch and YouTube, and then like about 4 hours from now, and about 4 or 5 hours from now, I'm about to get my TikTok live back. We're gonna be live on all three again. Yeah. Yep. T3. Yeah. It's his videos, bro. It's his videos, bro. I know. People been telling me too, like they like my editing, bro. Like, and I learned that shit from T3, bro. T3 taught me how to do that shit with them videos and shit. And he showed me how to do all that shit. That's why I'm big as I am right now. He made my logo. He made everything for me. I ain't gonna lie. T3 put me on. I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, look, speaking of that, they gonna live a long time, boy. I swear to God. Still gonna live a long time. That's crazy, bro. That's how you know he gonna live a long time, bro. That's crazy. That nigga gonna live a long time. Yep. He showed me how to do all that shit. And that nigga don't even show his face. That nigga blow up. Oh God. Bro. Bro, ain't gonna lie, these are bums on the court. Like once I get my solid three, we whooping these dudes, bro. Ain't gonna lie, bro. I know we need one more though. Probably T3. Damn, bro. This dude right here keep begging me to play with him right here. This veteran forward, top rep in the park. Hey, he keep begging me to play with him, bro. Ever since I joined, bro, the past 20 minutes, this dude been begging me to play. He been sending me squad invite after squad invite, bro. This veteran three, he's top rep in the park. Come here, Dada. Didn't I put it on you already?
Watch the screen.
Yeah, veteran four.
Don't get hit. 6-2. 2-6. 6-2. 5 seconds.
People just want to see him. I swear to God, not lying. He was not lying. What's up, Twitch? What's up with y'all, Twitch? Hey, we gonna have to go to a different one, man. They took all of this, brother. Come on, we gone.
Come get it. Come get it.
I'm about to go to a different thing, man. They took all of these courts, man. They took all the courts. All right, I swear it was just two of them open. Y'all took a second too late. We could have took us one. It's good. Yo, what's up, Cap? Yeah. I'm gonna take us to the No, we finna go to the regular park, brother. Chill. We finna go to the regular park. Hey, brother, I was just reacting to me and you last night, brother. That's crazy. I was just talking about you last night too. As that on my stream, I was showing all my niggas, everybody in my stream, right? All our videos from 23, brother. I showed them this one game. Me and you came back from 19-0, nigga. Yeah, it was like some ghost actions or some shit. Yeah. Yeah, it was. We was getting our ass kicked. That steal, bro. I got that steal. I was not going out, bro. On God, I wasn't going. You didn't know. Nope, you were green. I swear I'm like I was screaming. You know, sorry, crazy. Nah, join this. Damn, they took all of them. Damn. Who? I've been seeing them all too. Hey, y'all enjoy me. Hey, y'all join me. Come over here to the tube. Oh yeah. Damn, these damn bums just took the court. Piece of shits. Yeah. I don't know if I get on the court, they gonna get off. Yeah. It just cause I got back to my regular self. I started playing rec. I started playing rec every day, and then I got back to being a sweat again. It's what that rec do for you. I got I played like 500 rec games this season. I had like 200 rec games played last season. I'm at 800. I played like 800 rec games this season, boy. And I played like 500 rec games this season, bro. Both 500 rec games. It's all threes 2023 was that legend grind was annoying. That was a burnt. That was an annoying legend grind. Yeah. Oh, I need to switch my player. I need to go on a different build right quick. Hold on. Invite me back. Invite me back. On a different player. Invite me back right quick. That shooting guard. Oh, I don't. Oh yeah, 6'7", 92 rebound. Oh, you got yeah. You can run on my team. I got you. I got you. Where you at, Scott? No, I was low-key thinking that you probably should run big for me, and then I can go get on my other lockdown, my ISO. But we probably could. Wait. Let me check. Let me check his rebound. Let me check his rebound. Oh yeah. They don't matter. They don't matter. They don't matter. Come on. Come on. Come on. Yeah, they see me getting us.
Hey, yo, my man, I got next.
So you see that? What happened? Hey, who the top rep in the park on y'all screen? Yeah, it said this other dude on my screen too. It say that L2 guard, huh? The L2 guard. Yeah, the L2 guard. How tall is he? The clothes I got on under this stuff is way better on the gold. I got another video I was supposed to post today, T3. As I beat this legend named what's his dude's name? Shut the fuck up, get a job. This dude's name. Shit. What's his name? His name. His name was Black Messiah ISO, Legend 1. He's heated, bro. I'm gonna post this video tomorrow. Too late now. There you go. Alright, you back? Yeah. Let me see you, bro. Hey, where you at, little bro? Where you at, Stop? Where you at? You go.
Watch the screen. I got your help.
They just took a game? Oh. They took the game. they took the they just took our game. But
Come to me.
hey, yeah, let's play twos. Hey, LeBron, ISO, and Alligator. Y'all two play together real quick. Hey, S-Dot, come on, brother. I'm finna get on my stretch right quick. Hey, invite me back to that park. We finna play right there on them twos right there. No, in that same park is open twos right there right quick. They finna hurry up. Yeah, it's open, yeah. Alright, let me hop on my power forward. Hop on my power forward. Let me get on the power forward, chat. Alright, look, y'all. Come run right here, up here to the twos right here. Hey, y'all, come right here. Come right here. Esda, where you at? It's hella better. It's hella better in threes in this park right now. Where you at? I'm right here at the twos. Where you at? Alright, LeBron and Alligator. Y'all go down there.
516.
Come on. Hurry up. Right there. LeBron, where you at? Come on, join up, LeBron. Afro, hop on, Afro. Oh, a line. Bet. Hop on, gang, hop on. Where you at, LeBron? What's up, XF Sosa? What's up, yo? Just got on, gang. What's the word? The twos, hurry up, I need one. So random finna take it, bro. Hurry up. Hurry up, man. Oh yeah, you better not not let it get sweet for me down there. You better not let it get sweet for me down there. Tell you that. Yeah. That boy on a stretch sniper? The hell is that? 6'10", 96 midi, 86 3 ball. Okay. Let's do it. Man, kicking me. Finna watch you get a few buckets. You know it. You already know it. Oh my God. Come on, Jack. Come here, Doc. Come here, Doc. Oh, you funny, you funny, you funny. You gonna sit in the bank? You good, brother, you good. Get that, get him. Get more from me. Ooh. Ooh. Greens. Greens. Stop foul. Oh, you lucky if I fouled you because I got you stopped too. No, we good, we good. I tried it. I messed up. I forgot you can't throw alley-oops from that angle. I tried to throw alley-oops from the wrong angle. Hey, y'all better get out there, man. Better get out there on him. Go. Hey, Bckdoejoe. Oh God. No. Bro, I have a 92, bro, this game, bro. Oh yeah, that's all. Give me that. Begging, brother. Oh yeah, he got you, gang. Got you gone. Got you. Give me that. Watch out, y'all babies. Oh yeah. You done, Dada. Ooh, Bckdoejoe, dude. Run that in, little cuz. Run that in, little cuz. You hear me? One of them. He said you be playing, hold on, gang, you be playing the season. Hold on, let me read that, gang. I got you so. Come into. Go up with that ball. Don't go up with that ball. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, he green or something. Got you. You said you be playing the season, how you get all your build raw so high. You had hella builds. I didn't even know for 2K26. I only be running quick games on 25 because I got late. It's too late for my player now. Yeah, it is low-key too late to try to get your build all the way up. I mean, I could give you a method. You could probably have that shit done in like 3 days straight type shit. But how I did it, I just played motherfucking micro. And once you get in the beginning of the game, once you get one build to 99, all your builds go to 99 once you max that one out. So once you max that one out to 99, any other your builds, you can take them to 99 straight up like that. But Other than that though, you could play my career for 3 days straight on Hall of Fame and get your build up. You'll have your build. You'll basically have your build all the way to 99. You don't even gotta really play for 3 days straight. Just play for hours on end, straight my career. Your shit'll be, but you gotta turn up the difficulty. That's probably why your shit not going up, gang. You gotta turn the difficulty up. Turn your difficulty up to like Hall of Fame or like Superstar. Got him. Hey Drizzy, hey Drizzy, hey Drizzy. You a bitch, man.
Check. Hey, yo, right here, baby.
Watch out, little cuz. Watch out, little cuz.
Come on, box him out. You got him.
Dimers. Throwing dimers. What's up, D2? Good one. Good one. You said what? You said every time you guard me, is you stopping me? You said every time you guard me, is you stopping me? Love. I wouldn't say every time. You gotta stop here and there. You gotta stop here and there. He said, why you always got crossplay? Why every time y'all pull up on me, I beat y'all? D2. I'm waiting for his response. Why every time y'all pull up on me, I beat y'all? D2. He said, laugh my ass off, just asking. Shit, because I do what I want. That's why. How many times have I played with crossplay on? It's way more than off. I play with crossplay on more than I do off. Shit, hell, I played more red games than park games this season. Oh no. Shit, if I lose with you, I ain't tripping. But these bums, brother, so lock in. I got your rebound. Well, it's not haven't been on the game like that. It's just like my duo. Like it's the person that I met on 2K. So I really don't give a fuck. I can fry this center. He not good.
Whose bad is that? Box out. 0-5.
He got Joe on his team, bro. Y'all chill.
Give me that.
Ooh. Yes. I'm sitting in the paint. I'm gonna help you when he screen you. What? I'm gonna run right back in the paint. We're gonna play on the side. I already know he's gonna get his little piece of shit, some screen. I'm gonna be on this side for you and run right back to the paint for you. Got you. What? Ah, stuck under the big man. He must have held my body, bro. I would have blocked that, bruh. Oh my god. This big man can't shoot. He gonna screen you. I'm gonna help. Run back. Ooh, got you. You good? Yeah, it's all good, brother. Look though, next time he screen you, brother, try to hurry up and get back. You were stuck in the mission right there. You couldn't get out of it. Take your game up there. Man. They gotta be on the trash and duos out. These kids amazing me. These kids amaze me. Stay in that corner, brother. Stay in that corner. Got something for this big motherfucker.
You can't play with me.
He already know I want to backdoor it anyway. Why is this little dude fouling me, bro? Why is this little tiny dude fouling me, bro? Ooh, they know it. Like that. He off. I thought he was gonna miss it. I would have contested it. Yeah.
Check it.
Yeah, he gonna keep screening you, gang. I jumped too early. Freak, I had that stop, bruh. Get that shit out of here, little bro. What do you think trying to reach? Got his ass. No, that's not. I should have ran it. Damn, bro. Fucking over dribble. Oh, I got stuck on the screen. How?
12-14.
Bro, that's crazy as hell. It's all good.
Check it. Check it.
Got it. No.
Yo, check it.
You come all the way up. Gotta be smart about it right quick. Because I'm not trying to miss. Because if I get a good shot, I can get heat check and we can win. So let me take another dunk right quick.
I see him.
Let me try to get a mini right here. If I sell, I sell. Run towards the paint when I shoot. Be ready to run towards the paint. Go. Damn. It went off the other way, bro. Damn, they gave me RNG. That would have been heat check too. Fucking game, bro. Get it. Got you. What? Good board, Doc.
Don't let him shoot that.
Got him.
Oh, that was easy. Yo. I got ball. Yo, set it up. Nice. Yeah.
Oh my God. Good game, little brother. Y'all know what's up. Bckdoejoe, man. Y'all come follow me on TikTok, Twitch, and YouTube, little bro. Right on. I know what time it is. Y'all already know what time it is. Right on though, little niggas. Get with it. uh, little bro thought I was finna go to the three. All right, bet. Go ahead. Who is this big buff motherfucker right here, boy? God damn. He buff as hell. On your TikTok? Yeah. Right there, boy. Trying to hurry make this 1K on YouTube. Got 562. My last YouTube short just got 1.6K on YouTube. My last live, man, 27 views. My Twitch had 330 left. I ain't gonna lie, bro. I was on it's. I didn't even look at the time tickets. Them motherfuckers said I was on it for 23 hours. Damn, that's because I never ended. I just kept it going, even when I was sleeping and everything. I just kept it hard. Bruh, oh, it was a glitch, bruh. Purple. It was showing, bro. Was 6'7", 90 rebound, 85. Look like my build, a little bit. Mine 6'8" though. ISO dance on that nigga for real. 92 driving dunk. Throwing alley on top. Did these veteran threes be some ass? Look at this dude, bro. Look at this dude thumbs up, bro. This dude has a 26 win percentage in the rec. He shoot 26%. God damn, bro. 99 three ball. That's crazy. That is sad, bro. 99 three ball, bro. And 99 three ball shoot 38% in park with 5,900 catches. God damn, bro. Gee. Who the hell is slimmer than Doug? Sending me a squad invite. Let me check, bro. Slimmer than Doug. The hell is slimmer than Doug? Let me see. Bro, just this veteran Ford begging me to join this squad. Nigga was texting me, sending me a squad invite over and over and down with advance sign. Bro, cool. Damn, hell, 12 and 11. What kind of build? 36. Let me look at this nigga build right quick. 89, 94. Damn, no strength. Slow as hell. Damn, got some cool defense. Can dribble. I wouldn't even pick Lou, bro. I ain't gonna lie. I wouldn't even do it. I'm good. Something like that. Let me spin this wheel right quick, see what I get. Praying for 100,000, chat. We praying for 100,000, man. But we'll take 10. We'll take 10. 30 block skill boost. That's okay. 30 block skill boost, bro. I already can block enough, bro. I have an 87 block. Oh, in this build, I got a fucking 84 block, bro. What do I need block boost for, bro? Why do I need block boost? They always giving me some fucking shit. Some bullshit. shit. This nigga don't hurry up and cut his shit on, man. Go on this event. See what's in this event right quick. Just dirt 89. Yo, man, he said run event. Yeah, I'm about to run in the event right now. I'm about to walk in the event right now. See what's in this bitch right now. Bro, it was just a veteran foreign here begging me to play. Who the fuck is this on a 10-game streak? Who the fuck is this? I knew it was a 10-game. Who the fuck is this? Black junkie. Black junkie. It's a need 3 in the back. It's a need 3 in the back. Holy Ramsey. Let me see. Holy Ramsey. Let's these niggas up right quick. Holy Ramsey. 94 raw, 6'10, 45 win percentage, shoot 30 from the 3. Bum. Elusive GOAT. Let me see. I need a team. Elusive GOAT. Let me see they big man. See if I need to change my big real quick. Elusive GOAT 2. You know he a bum. 7'1", 99.99, 53 from win percentage, 26% from the 3. Oh yeah, you know this a bot. 33 3 ball. Yep, I kill this nigga on the build I'm on. Guarantee it. I don't even need to switch. All right, what's they guard looking like? IR2 perp. Oh yeah, this looking like a shit team. They guard probably the best on 18. All right, let's find perp. They used to be putting L's. Oh, here's got a die. Oh, here it is. R2 perp. 96 overall. 96 ball handle. 99 3 ball. 52 win percentage. 41 from the 3. Yep, he the best person on their team, even though he's shit as well. Even though he's shitty as well. No way there's people not coming on this court right here. No way nobody's not coming on this course. That's nuts. I'm thinking about changing my build one time. Coming back on a different build. Thinking about coming back quicker on that ass right quick. Damn, as soon as I leave, some shit niggas gonna hop on and play them. Look at these niggas pulling up. Oh, this Kurt right here. Hold on, let me go get my real deal big. He said, W Stream, appreciate that 1K moosh. Gleeful. Yeah, appreciate that, bro. Let me go get my real deal big man right quick. Let me go get my real deal stretch out this bitch right quick. My 6'7" stretch. My real 6'7". My real 6'7". This is what you call a real two-way right here, chat. Ads? You lying, bro. How? Bro, I need to go through them, bro. I keep telling somebody I need to go through that shit. Like, how do I check the ads and how many run and all that shit like that? He said 4 ads is crazy. God damn. Is there a way to like shorten them bitches up? Yeah, I'm on this Silver Surfer, boy. Let me show you a real deal right quick. A real deal right quick, boy. Let me show you what a real center look like. You feel me? You heard? It's a real two-way right here. This a real two-way right here, gang. There be a minute 20 long. Okay, I need to go through them Jones gang. Now I'm going through the settings and all that. I need to go through that. That ain't that long though. A minute and 20. I thought y'all was about to say like 5 minutes. 5 minutes is somewhere for them. A minute and 20 ain't bad. A minute and 20 ain't that bad. But look at this build though. This that stretch Joan right here, boy. Look at this Joan right here. This that two-way. All right, I need a guard, Kirk will run guard, and I need a lock, bro. I need a lockdown. Let me hop up on my Discord. AT3. AT3, I'm about to hop up in the Discord call, gang. I'm about to hop up in that Discord. Right? See if I can get out this Discord right quick. And boy J does 2K on. And two randoms in it. Come on, y'all. I need a team, man. Look at all these shit niggas about to pull up on the spot. If y'all niggas don't come get this rep, where the fuck is niggas at? Hold on, let me invite the Discord. Oh, they got off the court. Oh yeah, we could take this court over, bro. Oh man. Little bro about to get off. Somebody gonna pull up. Hey, I need one. That's it, y'all. He said I'm on lock. Oh yeah, yeah. Give me a PG. Bring me a point guard. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. All right, yeah, bet. Let's see. How you add all the people that's currently online? Oh yeah, there it goes. Niggas, niggas over here sleeping shit, Kurt. That's what it is. These niggas over here tired, gang. I'm gonna have to invite my friends, listen, and wake niggas up right quick. Let me see who I can wake up right quick. Let me see who I can wake up right quick, Perk. These niggas be sleepy, yeah, niggas old sleepy tired, yeah, niggas. Wake y'all sleepy ass up, niggas. Need a point guard, niggas. One of you sleepy ass niggas, bring me a point guard, nigga. Text this group chat right quick. Why is my game lagging? Shit. Yo, Toxic Razzle TTV, what's up, bro? How you doing this morning, man? Top of the AM. I need a point guard right here, bro. I need a point guard right quick. I need a point guard. Trying to grab me a PG right quick. That's it. Small forward. Shit. Let me see if I can get this dude on a PG right quick. Hey, yo, Snapper, you want to go get a point guard and come right back? You can run guard for me, bro. Go grab a guard and come back. I'll rush you back to the spot. Yo, Sniper, you hear me, bro? Go grab a point guard and I'm gonna invite you back. Did he get his guard? Damn, they took in our fucking game. Just cause nigga not telling me if he got a guard. Kurt, I don't know if he gonna talk. I'm trying to tell him get his guard. He not saying shit. Hold on, let me try again. Yo, Sniper, you trying to break guard for me, bro? Yo, we got a lock right here. We need a point guard, someone of us that can dribble. I'm running big man, and we got Kurt right here on a lockdown. You got a point guard? You want to go grab your point guard and come back? You hear me? Yo, this nigga tripping, chat. I don't know what this nigga doing, man. Yo, we got a lock. We got a lock in a big man. Sniper, are you trying to run guard for us? Let me just look at your build, Kurt. What you on the guard lock build? Or you on a pure lock? 86, 86. I mean, damn, how we gonna run it? And he not saying nothing at all. He not saying nothing at all, bro. What the fuck? Yo, Sniper. Miguel probably at work. These new sleep. These niggas sleep, gang. Telling you they sleep. Yo, Sniper, bro, what's the word? Damn, it ain't no point guards online. Damn. This the legend I beat. This the legend I beat yesterday. This the legend. He in the party chat. This the legend. That's when he texts me. This the legend. He got whooped. He got whooped. He mad. He mad. Bro, we need one. God damn it. JoJo go to sleep, man. Oh. I don't know, Miguel gotta be at work, bro. I would have put the thing on if Miguel hopped in here or something. They said we out to the wreck. If I can get enough, that's what I just told them. If I can get enough of the people to join up to the call right quick, I will go to do it. If I can get enough, because right now it's not enough. That's what I just told them in the Discord. Wait, yeah, Thomas double rep, open court. This dude literally not saying a word, y'all. Like, I don't know what this dude is doing. This is supposed to be my teammate, bro. Like, bruh. Yo, sniper, bruh. Why aren't you saying nothing, bro? Sniper. Y'all see? Like, what is this dude on? If he would have went and got his guard, Kurt was already about to play lock. This nigga on a tall ass 6'8" or some shit. And then he expect me to just jump on the spot with this motherfucker, bro. Even though they scared. But no, bro, why would I? Bro, this nigga. I'm not just jumping on with your ass. You're not even talking to me, nigga. I know how that game gonna go. Gonna get in the game, that nigga not gonna be saying nothing, bro. I know how that's gonna go. Fuck no.
I missed that.
What you gonna eat, man? You eat something? That you will? What the hell?
Games to be playing Bckdoejoe game. It was the game I even played the first time. We couldn't find it. We just kept finding Arabian scams. Gang. Scam. So guys, are you ready to start? Yes. My guy gives more. I guess what? Interesting. I guess. My guy gives the best cheeseburger. Mine's whatever. If you say Arby's, no one knows what that is. Say Arby's. I say Arby's. The Arby's. We were chosen for the Squid Game. I misbehaved. Oh, she is misbehaved. Look at her. She can move. Joe, what? Joe, don't want to drink it. Don't have stuff. She, yes, right here. That's so hot.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Cool down. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. I'm saying cool down because it's too hot. Yeah, that is.
That's how you do
Yeah, because love enough.
it. Well, ooh. Shadow Boy. Point guard. Bad.
I'm just saying, you push people off though. The Black Friday experience. Give me those cheap TVs. Give me that damn TV. I want a PlayStation 5. Tell me all the way.
Hey, Kurt, you know that dude right there next to you? Or he just trying to stand next to a nigga to look cool, man. Trying to tell the nigga to join the squad. I know how a nigga run near you and try to act like he know you and shit. On 2K. Did he join the squad? Nah, he didn't join. He left. That nigga came and stood by a nigga just to look cool for a minute and then left. This nigga, man. What's up, chat? Nigga will come stand next to you, gang. Just act like they know you, gang. Hey, Kurt, man, I ain't gonna lie. If we get 2 more, we got enough for Rec. I know Mo up. Mo trying to run Rec. Yeah. Me, you. I could probably get T3 to play. Yeah, Miguel just text too. He said he at work. Huh? Yeah, baby. Thank you. Yeah, that's crazy, gang. That's because you still got your grade shit. My job keeps switching me. Sometimes I get good, sometimes I get even. But yeah, bro, I'll be on when you get off in the AM. Mo, I'll cut my cross for you and come to park with us. Cause Mark Xbox. Mo Xbox. I just told him that I cut it on though if he come play with us. That way we had 3. Waiting on Mo response right now. I told him I cut mine on. said I'm here. Elated boy kid. Oh, because I've been inviting heckin' people. He probably just got that invite. Look at little bro. Look at me. Let me watch this, y'all. He said I'm here. Watch this, y'all. I know this a kid. Watch this. What's up, little bro? What's up, little bro? Cut your mic on. Little bro. Come on the mic, little bro. Come to the game chat. Hello? Hello? Hello, lady boy.
Good boy, good boy.
Hello? Elated. Hello? Talk, nigga. Hello? Cut your mic on, little bruh. Hello? Hello? This kid's scared to talk, bro. Oh my god.
Hey, yo, right here.
Yo, T3. What's going on? You down to play Red games? I'm about to get him in here right now. We only need Mo. We only need Mo to join. And then I yeah. So yeah. Finna cut my thing on. Yep. Right now. Coming that up. Hmm? You're not talking. You're you're not talking. You hear the damn right now? Yeah, it's coming on now. He said try again. I was. Hello? 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 Bring me a controller. Hello. This kid. Uh-oh. My bad.
Daddy,
My bad.
hello, what are you doing?
Yep, I see your gun.
Yeah.
Huh.
Trying
You still not talking, little bro. I'm gone. No, I don't got you muted, bro. What are you talking about, bro? You just not talking, bro. You're not talking, little bro. Finna dip. I'm finna dip. I'm gonna go. Come watch my live. Search me up. I'll give you my Discord through there. T3, Kurt, Ramon.
For the king of the court.
What happened to that?
Congratulations, E-Bands.
It's a Discord call that ass.
And I'm excited to have received my team build award
Yeah.
this year. Firstly, I want to thank you guys, 2K TV, going from not being extremely
He
known
said, "Did you do
in
this
the
to
community at
promote
the beginning of the
this?"
year to working my way up to being one of the best players in the world to now being recognized for it. Definitely feels good. Also, want to thank my friends. Been playing each other all year, getting each other better. It's a big part of
Veteran 3, so you want to watch.
lastly, but not least, I want to thank my support system within the my team community. Y'all been amazing.
Search me up, bro.
This year. Definitely been a great experience because of you guys. As far as what I'm going to do.
On the wreck, I'm running big man. You didn't say that. I told you to search me up, join the live stream so you can get my Discord call. I have people in here with me. You got to join the same way they did. Good, grab D2. I'm running big man for us. Unless D2 want to run big, I was gonna run big. I mean, if D2 want to come run big, that's fine. D2, if you down to run big, come on. 'Cause I was finna handle that. I was finna handle that on my big. What's the word, D2? You running big or what? play on my inside. You want me to just run big then? You can play a different role. I really want to run center anyway. I could run big because I'm on my big with the 94 three ball and 93 block. So when we go in the zone, I'm gonna be killing that paint. I got a 93 block on this big man. What's up, Bryson? What's the word, gang? How you doing, bro? What's up, Bryson, bro? Appreciate that follow, bro. Just followed you back, bro. You hear from TikTok? Shouts out to you, gang. I need a what? I'm gonna run big for us though, y'all. I'm on my ISO big man. So like when I walk it down court, don't even look at the bar, the pass accuracy. I'm gonna walk it down court and I'm gonna pitch it to the PG or point guard gonna come up to me and grab it. Don't even trip off the pass that game. Trust me. Worry about keep your eyes on the defense. Keep your eyes on the defense, bro. Keep your eyes on the defense. Don't even worry about that pass act, man. We ain't looking at that. Keep your eyes on the defense and the finishing and the shooting, man. And the block, man. I'm good. I'm good. Don't trip. Don't trip. Rebounds, everything, man. We good. We good. And I got my takeover on. Got my takeover. Just gotta finish maxing it out so I can get see the future. Come on, y'all. Join up. Send me a friend request.
Okay.
T3 on the shitter. T3. Oh, T3 on that shitter. I know you is. We got a full team. One's D2 and Mo join. That's it. D2, I just invited you to the Discord call. Did you get it? Yo, y'all join up. He said with the music gang. We low key can't even play a lot of music on Twitch gang. But I gotta turn it on. Hold on. Twitch be copyrighting shit. But sometime I'm gonna get my TikTok back in like 3 hours. I got banned, gang. I got banned on TikTok Live. I'm finna get it back in like 3 more hours. But yeah, you can't really use. I ain't gonna lie. I was just playing some shit though. But whenever the live run back, that music on mute. But if the people was to claim that shit, sometimes rappers don't really claim that shit. They don't be broke like that. They don't be caring sometimes, unless you try to remix they shit or something. But like, if I play they shit, like Jeff and shit, I be playing Jeff. I be playing Von, Dirk. I be playing that type of shit. Them niggas rich as fuck. Them niggas don't be caring if you slap they shit. And I will never get a claim on my channel for playing Von, Dirk, Lil Jeff. I'm about to play Lil Jeff. On YouTube either when I play Lil Jeff, they don't claim. But on YouTube, if I play Von or Dirk, YouTube don't claim that shit. They don't claim Jeff. But what they do is they're blocking in some countries. They won't penalize your channel. They're blocking in some countries. Watch me play some Jeff right now. All right. And then yeah, pull up, Kels. And then Kurt, you come around lock. That's a 14. I don't know what he do again. He said he was gonna run, but I guess 'cause I'm running big. He don't want to run back else. I'm trying to run big. He trying to pull up on that inside. That nigga joined and left. Was that you? Was that you? No limit. Was that you, Kills, or was that most? Your ass just left, wasn't it? Was that just you, or was that Mo? Y'all niggas got the same name. It's Kel, so that was Mo then. Yeah, that nigga Mo joined and left. Shit, you could run guard. You could run guard and let Kirk around lock. If Mo come back, let me text you Discord. Shit, that's a 14. T3 could run small forward. Mo could run power forward. Yeah. Mo run power forward. Yeah, there he is. Then you come around guard, Kales. And then T3, you gonna run small forward when he come out the shitter. Waiting on that nigga. And then Kirk around lock. I gonna run center. No limit Kales. I must read the channel right now so I can see what he said. He said not trying to run guard. You must be trying to run lockdown then. If you trying to run, what else you got besides your guard? T3, you back here, boy. T3. I'm in the right T3, man. That boy fresh out of work. You know that. We'll be back in a sec. I'm low key trying to I'm trying to go on a Discord and make you know going what it was. Oh, that's you T3? Who that was you or T3? Oh, that was Kurt. He said a lot. I figured that. Somebody. I figured this thing around lock game. Shit. Well, T3 could run guard. I just tell him to get his 6'4", and it'll put him at point guard. Oh, Kurt on guard. All right, cool. All right. Well, T3 could still run lock when he come back. He around lock. All right. Hop in the squad, kill. Bless you. You okay? All right. K Dot. You got the invite? Oh, he did. All right. We just gotta wait for T3. Y'all. He's gonna come back. Give him a second. He already in here in the car, man. You said he in the lock? I'm gonna look at it. Let me see. Kill 6'8", small forward, 91 still 85. That nigga made a power forward lock. This some shit you do when you trying to make all the right. That nigga made a power forward lockdown. Caught that motherfucker small forward. I know you got a smaller lock than that. That nigga started laughing. Oh God, this is shit you doing. You trying to go all around like I ain't gonna waste my VC. Look, look, look. I'm tall, nigga. I can grab rebounds, nigga. I'm strong and I got defense. Yeah, come on, T3. We full. We waiting on you. No, you good. Dada, what you doing over there? Watching your iPad? This iPad? Okay, let yours charge up. Nah, you good. You good, gang. We're just chilling, waiting on you, gang. About to send you one. You gonna be running the small four type shit because they gonna put this. Well, you gonna probably be running the two guard because this nigga gonna probably go after three because they gonna for sure put Mo at the four. So shit, you gonna be the two or the three T3. Let me tell you that two or the three because we already got a point guard. Yeah, and yeah, yeah. That nigga bought a big ass nigga. So they gonna for sure probably put his ass at the three. And this shit is a smart forward. We're gonna be good. Because even if we play zone or man, we'll be good. Because if we play zone, I'm gonna make sure that paint comes up. I got this 93 block. When I catch it, y'all just don't be expecting me to. I ain't gonna watch it. I'm gonna come at least to the bring it down because I ain't on my high pass act, but I got the defense for it. So just look at the defense. We gonna be good. Don't even worry about it. It's that park thing right here. It's that T3 6. This that T3 7 foot. Y'all don't know about T3 on the 7 foot. Old school 7 foot season one. Old school 7-1, boy. No, 7 foot, boy. ISO, dribble, dribble and everything, boy. I'm hit him nigga with a snapback or something. Try to hit a nigga with a snapback with this KD. Watch. Everybody going. Already put my little +1 on and all that. Oh, yeah. I know. I'm up there can start quick. Do it. Haven't played this good in a minute. And your ass want to play on that motherfucker and shit. Your ass should have got it on that damn 6'4" locks. You probably didn't even make one. 6'7" lock. 6'7" locks ain't bad though. I got a 6'6" lock though, cause I got 90 speed. 6'6", and I got more attributes, cause I could do shit. 6'6", small people could do. Oh yeah, let's hop in the zone on these niggas, y'all. Let's hop in the zone on these niggas. Yeah. Let me fuck this AI up. Hey, guard the top, T3. Guard you in the other lockdown. Hey, Kurt, get the corner. Mo, get the corner. Hey, you up top, K-Dot.
Here we go.
You and T3 got the top. I got the paint. Let me get this AI down here. We almost had it. We good.
Whose bat is that?
Ah, I got moved off the thing. That's on me. That's on me. That's on me. Should have been there. Yeah, come a little right there. You come on your side, yeah. I just need a screen for you, good. There you go, there you go. Come on, y'all. Oh, they switched off me. They switched off me, those fuckers. Good shit. Ooh. Good hand. Good pass. Good shit. There we go. That AI gonna keep fucking him up. I'm gonna take it. I just gotta be ready for that rebound. Good shot. That's why I want to get on this build, but that my big one is to be good, but I like to be able to more athletic sometimes. I don't want to always be this kind of big and slow creature. So now I'm way like more speed. I'm on him. I'm on it there. Nope. 93 block, boy. They're not trying to. You gone. Yeah. Yeah. Come on. Ooh. He should have kept it going. He was a smart boy. He would have got it done. Don't take this shit down. Make this shit easy. Ooh. I'm hedging for you. Somebody get back on it. I'm going. Get in that corner. Get that corner. He off. Ooh, we good. Rhythm? Damn, somebody come here. Hey, rhythm, man. Shit. They got a couple of legs over there. Take this screen, Kurt. Ooh, we good. Allen ass. This point right here. Ooh, yeah. Hit me out. Oh, come on. Well, first play they just got off on. Let's get it back. Hey, hurry, get out, y'all. Hurry, get them threes. Somebody get up on that. Tee off. Dang. Yeah, get that out. Y'all call man whenever y'all want it. If y'all want. I'm not sure. I better go now. Come on. Oh. Oh my God. That's gonna be another miss, bro. Damn. We good. Yep. It's good. Good call. Let's go on the man. Damn, I got hit from the shot. I'm not rhythm, man. I'm gonna shot rhythm. Cause ain't no way, bro. Good cut. Good shit. Damn, bro. We can go on the man, yeah. We can't. Oh, shit, bro. Y'all for man? Everybody good with that? We in the man or what? Alright, yeah, bet. Good shot. Good shot. Yeah, man. Good steal, yeah. All good. With these niggas. That slip, yeah. Good fucking slip. You trying to cut, though. You know your ass. I really don't believe this. I tried to pull you up. That nigga quick. Little motherfucker, huh? Alright. She was real quick there. Green smoke. Oh, jeez. Nah, bro. Oh my God, this still good. That thing, bro. Oh my God, bro. Now, bro, this shit about to piss me off, bro. He off. He smacked that bitch. At least he didn't get that fucking free. I have to jump like that shit. Damn, this AI keep beating me. Hella mad I keep missing this. AI leaving me wide open. What's that? 7. Damn, do not fall on the screen. Good shit. I can check my jumper. I know I did it right. Jonathan Isaac, KD, Beluga. I put the fucking. No, or is it supposed to be. No, it was right. I think it's Jonathan Isaac, KD, Beluga. I wonder if I did the blending or speed right, bro. Damn, I hope I did this blending right. It's supposed to be 70-30 or 30-70? Damn, I hope I did this fucking blending right, bro. They're not passing me. You're not passing me. That matters. You got out the way. There you go. Man, I gotta get through this game and take my jumper, bro. He off. Damn, that's a good one. That's a good one. Keep the, hey, whoever they're locked, get their lock on his ass. That's great. Damn, foul though. Damn. That AI not finna shoot. I'm not really worried about it. Don't worry about it. Throw the heads on his ass. They not passing that shit. Don't worry about that AI. Don't worry about that AI. He ain't make it up. Fucking white. Oh my God, bro. Alright, bro. Whatever. That's crazy. No, that's just good. You must have all we check. I was in that nigga. I thought the lock was on him already. I doubt. Switch with him, K Dot. Switch with get that. Just pass. I didn't say about you out. Good shit. Damn, bro. Okay. All right, y'all gotta check my temper after this game, bro. Let me just stay out, but he gonna perform. Damn, I want to slip pain. I'm thinking just letting. I don't really think that AI gonna score. Fuck, 0 for 5, bro. Fuck that, bro. I gotta check my fucking gunshot. Man. Hey man, this fucking good. It's too long. I should have just got him on right there. Look, the AI just leaving me. Let me get another one. Let me get one. You got it. I'll bail you. I'll fuck it. I'm gonna go for it. I'm gonna get your board. Got you.
I see him.
I'm cutting. There we go. Good shit. And I want to let the AI shoot one more time to get a block on this nigga because I know he want to dunk, bro. I swear to God, I'm gonna let the AI open one more time. Yeah, fuck you. Your ass on a rim run. Fuck no. I'm thinking about risking it, bro, because he really not. Yeah, that AI made the first shot of this crazy. I can't even like one. That shit crazy. Man. I gotta check my fucking jumper after this one. That's what I'm thinking. Just letting that nigga shoot. Cause I don't even think he gonna really make that shit, bro. That was some lucky shit, bro. That shit was crazy. That shit right here. They're not really passing that shit to him. That's the AI? Oh, I'm like, son. Damn, bro, still bust? Damn. Yeah. Oh, I knew better, bro. Oh. 3 seconds, AI in the paint, god damn. Bruh. Ooh, you killed it. I set you an off ball. Oh, they caught something. You caught something. Get over here and yeah, make this game. Oh, 2K hard. No. I'm not setting no more screens. Oh my god. Go fucking brick wall. I should have been in that fucking point. I should have never been guarding that stupid ass one. That's all the fuck they want to keep doing. Listen, I'm gonna just go in the paint. They're not. They just have to let that out shoot. So I'm gonna fuck that shit. I jumped and everything. It's over us, all of us. Like that shit's crazy. They didn't even let me get a contest at my jump. We'll pass out. Yeah. Nah, they not missing shit. They not missing shit. shot. This gotta be a fucking bullshit this game now. Damn, they don't mix this shit. They don't mix the shit. God, this shit. They wasting their time out. I'm standing this paint. I'm standing this paint because he keep trying to run around. That shit literally went through me. It's crazy. Like, that shit is crazy. He ain't got that good of a takeover in the fucking world. That shit crazy. Good shot. This nigga had a nigga cut. Oh wow. I don't know how he running right past the nigga like that. That shit getting crazy. I'm trying to get out the fucking way. Fuck. He make no. Yeah, nigga make 3 in a row or some shit. Bruh. What the fuck? That nigga not getting no RNG. Oh yeah, he is missing shit. He is missing shit, yeah. He just carrying a team and shit. Got hella assists. God damn.
Illegal deep.
What? Bro, I just got out the fucking paint, bro. This shit is crazy. That shit is crazy. It's like they whole team just make everything. You know, it's like you don't see they misses. I swear you don't. I bet they gave you the turnover, did they gave it to the nigga who ran out. Oh, damn. Damn. That's all. Good shot. shot. In there. There you go. Damn, they fought somebody on that nigga so damn quick. Damn. They was all the time out. Yo. What the? Bro. Oh shit, I didn't mean to. How the fuck did that go through?
Hey, yo, right here, baby.
Oh, my bad, DJ. Damn. I thought that was somebody else, bro.
Turn that forward, man. You got it. Come on, come on.
What's that, Mo? Oh, man, yeah, the second half, definitely, yeah. We had them like 10 or something. Damn.
Hey, you got the ball.
Oh, yeah, yeah. It's like we don't fucking see the moves. Damn, I'm making it square. Damn, that AI does not take a spin. He does not fall for it. Why did you not let me go up? Dumb game. I didn't know where they even came from. Damn. They don't even want that AI to shoot. They let him shoot that one. That shit out of here. Ooh. What? Bro. Good job. Good job. Probably get on my other center next game talking shit. Damn. Ain't no way he trolled him. Damn, he trying to troll. Damn. Oh, no way. Okay, at this point, do a nigga got his den over there or what, man? I mean, they all been missing up ass, but damn. It seemed like this. Me, shit, I can't shoot. They over here grinning. I can't shoot. I know it's on me. Ah, damn. You know, them niggas don't miss shit. But they is sometimes. Like, this shit crazy. I'll probably get my other center. Y'all niggas trying to play games. I gotta shoot. I ain't no way. I can do everything else. I'm gonna check my jump shot right quick. I know it's my jumper. Is the blending right here supposed to be 70-30 or 30-70? Yep, I think it's supposed to be 30-70, bro. Wow, bro. Wow, bro. Well, it's like that because I hit vet three. All them sweaty ass lobbies. Yep, I had the jumper wrong, bro. I got it now, though. Looking at the people that we played. One of the people we played against? Oh, yeah, they had Zen. Who had Zen? 65. No, that thing center, though. He wasn't scoring shit. Wait, he had 20. That nigga had 20. No, they had Zen. Nah. 65? No way he dropped 65 on a 6'10" center. Oh, yeah, that's a different deal it's showing. It's showing a different deal, yeah. And, I ain't gonna lie. Them niggas for sure a whole squad. And they was in that bitch locked in. They're not even that good. They were just more locked in than us. They know all that. I thought it was. They was in that motherfucker locked in. Yeah, they probably was losing all day. Look at they went to. Look at their little records real quick. Mm. No, they should know life. That's why they kicked our ass like that. It's all they do. It's all they do. We want to get some straight whole squad, like you said. Oh, Uncle them. Yep, Uncle them. 69 win percentage and wreck. 1,300 games. Yeah, that's Uncle them. For sure. For sure. That's Unc. We went against Uncle them for sure. Whole team. One nigga left. They had an AI. 72-64. Oh, yeah. This nigga got a 64 win direct. 1,420,000. Oh, yeah, Unc. Yeah, I'm big bro. That's Unc right there, y'all. I'm just big bro. That's Unc and them right there. They all got 60 win percentages. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's Unc and them right there. They going there together every day. They going there together every day. Hey, Wanda, you on? G, TJ, say what? You on? Come on. Yeah, they in there. Yeah. Mm-hmm. You can tell. Every one of them niggas got 60 something win 1,300 games. Nigga got. Yeah, they got that's a team right there. Shit, they living. That's a team. Every day. Solid. One go off. If the niggas got a whole team like that, we win every game too. We gonna I've been ready. We just was on some coming there. We wasn't ready for that. Yeah, we wasn't ready. Them niggas came in ready. Nigga, you know how them niggas getting. Sure. They probably running plays. I got the head. Hey, wing. Or, nigga, all type of shit. I don't go, you know. You can party bun that chat. I'm thinking about hopping on GTA right quick. You know, probably go down the run a little T3s or something. We might hop on GTA. I'm into playing GTA too. D2. Hey, D2, you out there? Hey, D2. Nigga, come up on GTA with me, nigga. Don't kill me this time, bro. Your ass put up. And the only reason your ass killing me, you teamed up with the whole other lobby, nigga. You supposed to come get on my team, nigga. I know your ass watching too. I'm about to hop on GTA, bro. We gonna squad up. And then make a CEO, nigga. You gonna be on my CEO this time. I told your ass, nigga, this time you gonna be on my team, nigga. That nigga good on GTA. I ain't gonna lie. You was up on me by like three when that shit ended. You was up on me like 3 up, bro. I was waiting your ass up too. You in GTA or what, G2? I need at least like 3 people on with me. I'm not going in that bitch in the server by myself. You can flip in my ass. I ain't got nobody to call. Kurt, you ain't got GTA? PC, 5M. I like to get that shit. Sis. Anybody in my stream on GT got GTA? They don't got that GTA, boy. They ain't got that. I gotta always keep that GTA downloaded. Hop on there any given time, man. Niggas like I'm trying to grind. Niggas like I'm trying to hit bet 1 and 3 and shit. Fuck that, huh? No, that's how I be though. I think if I jump on GTA though, on my other profile, I'll probably differently join in because I got a lot of GTA niggas on my other account. It's mainly two things. Nobody knows that shit. I don't know why this nigga didn't call my phone. Is these the dude we just lost to? What am I looking at? How did this dude even hit veteran 3? This dude got a 44 win percentage in the red, 34% from three, 26 win percentage in play-in, bro. 18 win percentage in park. Wow, bro. That's crazy. Man, we losing, bro. Damn. This fucking dog to commit. Oh, look at these records, bro. How do they get these fucking records and be veteran threes, bro? 38 win percentage, bro. That shit's sad. You the best 10 person in this matches. Your reaction. One party. These niggas gonna be quick. Got me dozing off. What I'm finna do? Hold on, chat. I'm finna do some '05 Young Money. Yeah. Finna do this reaction chat. We pause that little Jeff. We finna do this reaction, man. We finna do this reaction. Did 051 Melly Kill Can't Get Right from Shy Rat. And I need to add something into my live right quick. I had to update the stream before I show this. So this can't get right here. We're gonna play the murder scene.
The ops are on site. They pull up. As you can see, the ops pull up, jump off the car. First person they get in front of the car. He's
Can't get right. His name Man. They really call him Get Right. But the niggas from Old Block start calling him Can't Get Right. But they say he got backdoored. They say he got killed by some Old Block niggas. I don't know. But it's the murder scene.
down. Then can't get right. He falls by the passenger door with the white shirt. They unload 15 into him. And then they run off.
Damn. That's definitely.
And you can see a member behind the black car. He's a member from STL shooting back at the killers. Here's video footage of the aftermath minutes later.
I'm gonna go to why. I'm gonna go tell y'all why. I think it's Melly.
Saluna is a free and confidential mental health app where you can chat one-on-one with a mental health professional and explore tools to help you find calm at zero cost. Stress less and shine more with Saluna.
Let the balloons go, then we gang bang.
Get right.
Can everybody move in? Close the circle. How's it going? I'm cooking. Y'all want to say a prayer with us? Happy day, Pop. The fuck on there. Yeah. Hey, Pop. Come on in. You're not over here, circle. Let's go. Come on. Come on, Al. Come on in. We'll do the same thing. Gonna say a prayer. Do the same thing. And this is
Shout out, Poppy.
Like this ain't our man.
Gonna say this right now. There's no animosity against anybody.
He been throwing shots.
Let me tell you something. I say what I want. To anybody. Go get your gun, go shoot, go do what you gotta do. Shots fired, victim down.
Yeah, you go to church. Why you talk about this? Yeah,
Target neutralized. I'm a child of God. I'm not gonna curse out here.
You know somebody, boy.
Church and new church. But sugar, honey, iced tea. I'll never think I'm a bitch. Trust me. I'm just saying. Come on now. Who's talking to you? I'm talking to him.
Tearing through his chest. The janitor.
How we gonna react to the full video now? This the full video, y'all.
Get Right sister would take the Facebook. Get Right sister would take the Facebook to have some interesting words to say as well. She never said a name, but she alluded to whoever did what they did to Get Right. It wasn't no ops, and the people that claimed to love him still hung around the same person that they know did it. Now she would take to a post and say, quote, I just want every N-word who knew the real MF story about what happened to my brother and still kicked it with Buddy, dead. Then she would respond to a comment of someone who tried to dispute what she said, saying Get Right was loved by all. She said, quote, "On my son, now you gonna have me talking. Cause how wasn't it true when dude killed my brother before Buddy got killed? Wasn't he still in the hood?" Then in the next response, she would say, quote, "Wasn't MF still kicking it with dude? Come on, man. The camera show clear as day. So how the F was he loved? Say loved by some from y'all hood, not all." Now, as of yesterday, a close affiliate to Taekwon World's 007 Nate have came out to celebrate Nate's release from jail with a very cryptic / subliminal message. He will go on to say, quote, "My brother's home. Don't put him in nothing. Long live Get Right, 2 Demon Emoji."
50 verses again, y'all. Have y'all ever sat back and just thought like a lot of y'all dead homies don't add up, folks? No, y'all ain't never just sat back and thought, damn, that don't make no sense. Damn, that don't make no sense. Damn, but what if that has that, has this? No, that don't make no sense. Duh. It don't make no sense, cause y'all getting Bckdoejoe, y'all getting through to the sharks. Dummies.
Alright, y'all, now one thing I think we could all agree on is that unless someone openly comes out and say that they did something to get right or admit who actually did, then this is going to be a conversation that's going to be going on for the next couple of years. I'm more than sure that people close to the situation knows exactly who did what, but of course they're not going to say anything pertaining to it because they may feel it's nobody's business, and the people that are supposed to know what's going on already do, and rightfully so. However, it's always been rumors of who took the life of DeAndre Wallace, aka Man, aka Get Right, aka Get Right with ya. Now I'm reacting to this video today to see what's been said, because if y'all are OG members of this platform, y'all know that we've been saying that allegedly 051 Melly may have had something to do with Get Right's demise, despite them being cordial and having the same associates. That's why as of recently, it's kind of ironic how now a bunch of people are starting to say the same thing, when at first everyone called us crazy. But this theory didn't just come from nowhere, right? I'm nowhere near affiliated with them in any way, so how would I know, right? Well, at the time, a very, very close source reached out to us and gave us the whole rundown on what took place and why it took place, and they had receipts. Could the person be lying? Maybe. But too much of the details that was given matched up with a lot according to the shooting and made a lot of sense. They just wish not to be revealed, and y'all gotta remember that sometimes people want the truth of certain situations put out there, but they're so close to it that they fear that if they do it themselves, a target will be put on their backs from the streets and their lives will be in danger. So for them to put out certain street things, it wouldn't be a good idea, so they reach out to certain people who they feel can get the message out there and spread the truth. And that's exactly what happened. Now, we did videos such as these giving our opinion on Melly's involvement and why, so if you want to get caught up on what's going on, you could just check those out. Now, throughout the years, there's been plenty of rumors where some say Get Right was backdoored, some say it was the ops, some say it was O-Block, some even went as far as being even more specific and allegedly identifying O-Block, Money Duke, and Muwa during the shooting. But once again, unless someone says what's what, I guess we would never accurately 100% know. Now what I would say is this though, SCL member Seaball, who is stamped in the drill culture and did a long time in jail, said himself when he got out that O-Block didn't do nothing to Get Right. Then EBT Baby Greg also stated that O-Block didn't do anything to him, and if I'm not mistaken, he's actually cousins with Get Right. Then you have family members like Get Right's sister, who also hinted that 051 Melly had involvement as well. So, Let's see what this video is about when it comes to 051 Melly being involved in the 2018 shooting of STL Get Right. Shout out to Dose of Mystery for the video. I'll leave a link to the original video pinned in the comments so you guys can support their platform. But in the meantime, make sure you hit that thumbs up button so we can get this video into the algorithm. And if you not subscribed to the platform already, make sure you do so now. Let's get into it.
He went down there, became a lead scorer, shorty. Mama, boy, y'all around these people every day that man, ain't no ops did that. I know, man, y'all know what's going on.
Here you go. That was Baby Greg. Baby Greg is supposed to be cousins, if I'm not mistaken, with Get Right. So if he's saying that the ops didn't do nothing to him, then I'm sure he has intel on what really went down. Whether the family chose to really say or the friends, but he said it out his own mouth.
There you go. Can't get right. There you go. There you go.
It was June 15th, 2018, a Friday, and 22-year-old DeAndre Wallace, better known across the south side of Chicago as Can't Get Right or Man Man.
By the way, y'all, for y'all that don't know, a lot of people call him Can't Get Right. That's not the name that he was called amongst his peers. The people that called him Can't Get Right was the ops because his name was Get Right. Short for Get Right With You. So the ops, they came up with their own, little way of trolling and called him Can't Get Right.
Damn police.
King love you, man.
Was posted outside a corner store on East 63rd. The heat hung heavy over Woodlawn that night. The kind of air that thickened your breath and stuck to your back. Just another evening on his side of the city, or so it seemed. Surveillance cameras later time-stamped it at around 9:40 p.m. Can't Get Right wasn't alone. He stood on the sidewalk beside a man sweeping the storefront. 43-year-old Troy Hampton, a janitor who worked night to...
When looking at your meal, you must always make sure there's enough sauce for every single bite.
For $10, get a Big Mac or 10-piece Chicken McNuggets meal, each paired with medium fries and a medium soft drink.
Whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Are you in the dark about naloxone? Let's turn on the light.
You do a little bit of everything as a laborer. You're doing work, it's concrete, asphalt, underground.
Keep the lot clean. One of his friends, known on the block as EBT Rasta, was also nearby, armed, alert, and as it would turn out, just fast enough to fire back, because within minutes, they were being watched. Somewhere close, out of sight, multiple shooters were already in position, lurking, waiting, whether by design or coincidence. Can't Get Right.
Let me tell y'all, that's another thing, right? For y'all that's out there, y'all think y'all Superman, y'all think just because sometimes you overly on point, you got a weapon on you, that it can't happen. A lot of times we see or we hear how guys was unalive with their weapon on them. Let me tell y'all right now, and that's mainly people that's never been in the streets. Anybody that been in the streets know, you can have a bazooka on you, bucko. If somebody got the upper hand on you, meaning if they rush you in a matter of seconds, you still got to get to that. Unless that thing is in your hand, I can't see you being able to target anybody or making it out that situation, because it's like you're on defense. You don't know when somebody's going to strike, only they do. So at the end of the day, if they rush you, what are you going to do? So, for the ones that act like Superman, just know that it can happen to you, and it usually happens to the ones that think it can't.
Had chosen that night to linger outside a known hotspot in gangster disciple territory. He wasn't hiding.
Which is crazy.
At 9:49 p.m., the quiet cracked. Two figures, slim, fast, and hooded, broke from the shadows and opened fire. They came from both sides of the lot, one flanking from the right, the other From the left, at least 15 rounds erupted. The store's camera caught the burst of motion, muzzle flashes, body scrambling, and pavement splintering. Man collapsed first, multiple shots tearing through his chest. The janitor, Hampton, was struck next, once in the chest. Witnesses would later say he'd been sweeping until the moments the first shot rang out. He never stood a chance. As the gunman fled, one man fired back. It wasn't enough to stop them, but enough to scatter them. The entire incident lasted less than 20 seconds. Blood pooled beside shattered glass. By the time the first squad car pulled up, both persons were down.
Oh, he tried everything. He ain't all down.
Officers from the 3rd District were the first to arrive. The streetlights threw long shadows across the bloodstained pavement as a small crowd gathered, cautious but already murmuring the name they all recognized. The scene was chaos. 2 men lay motionless on the concrete, their bodies crumbled near the store entrance. One young, already known to the police, the other older, unknown, broom still clutched in one hand. Both were unresponsive.
That's crazy. Right? The man still had the broom. And if you see the video, right, I always wondered throughout these whole years, what was the sense in unaliving the guy that was sweeping? I don't know if maybe they thought, because to be honest with you, when you going to do something like that, it's no time to think, right? This ain't a video game where you get a do-over on life. So maybe the only logical thing I thought of is maybe they thought that maybe he was a part of them and he had a weapon on him. They didn't have time to wonder if he did or he didn't. So they took his life too because he could have possibly had a weapon and fired back. That's the only logical thing I could think of. But if you see the video, this man literally got his back turned and sweeping. And they made it their business to where even though their target was right next to him, they still shot him. He was just sweeping the floor. Crazy.
Andre Wallace had been shot in the chest multiple times, close range. The bullet wounds were clustered tightly, deliberate, intentionally, the kind you don't walk away from. He had no pulse when officers reached him. Neither man made it to surgery. They were pronounced deceased at the University of Chicago Medical Center within the hour. On Friday, June 29th, a visitation was held at Burton Funeral Home on South Ashland Avenue, followed by a service in the same chapel at 11 a.m. At noon, his body was taken to Mount Hope Cemetery on Fairfield Avenue, a final resting place on the far south side, some 17 miles from the block where he was gunned down. Some noted that his service was a bit empty and that his usual crew suddenly had made themselves scarce.
Y'all ain't even go to the man funeral, folks. Y'all ain't even help Shorty Mondoos put him down the correct way, folks. Let's be for real. Get out of here, G. You niggas hoes, Shorty. Oh, my mama.
You know what's crazy? I forgot that part. I forgot the part that allegedly they're saying a lot of people that was affiliated with Man, aka Get Right, didn't even go to his funeral. Now this is where the quote unquote alleged backdoor part come in, because they said that this was the time a lot of the guys started splitting because people knew what happened. People knew who was involved. And some agreed with it, some just didn't want to be a part of it. But at the end of the day, you could tell it was like a separation, according to people like EBT Greg and the sister.
Then y'all let dude him. Let's be facts. Get up, we can't get right. Man, look, folks, stop playing with me, man. Y'all know what the fuck going on.
Can't Get Right's name never left the streets. It slipped into lyrics, into live streams, into the dark corners of Reddit and YouTube, where fans and affiliates dissected drill politics like crime scenes. In the absence of police statements or court records, the city did what it always does. It built its own mythology, and the rumors came fast. Bckdoejoe, one of STL's most prominent voices and Can't Get Right's close friend, was also shot on June 15th, 2018. He survived, but the details were murky from the start. According to early dispatch records, Duck was found wounded near East 65th Street, several blocks away from the crime scene on 63rd and Vernon. That's where paramedics documented the call. But those who were there and those watching the street feeds online believe something different. They say Bckdoejoe was shot at the same location as Can't Get It Right and then bounced. Some even claim that the 911 call from 65th was strategic, an attempt to throw off the location to separate the two shooters. shootings. But to many in STL, it wasn't 2 shootings at all. It was one coordinated hit, 2 bodies down. 1 man lived, 1 man didn't. Duck never confirmed that detail publicly, but he also never denied it. To some, the fact that both men were hit on the same night, within minutes, and possibly within a feet of each other, it didn't feel like a coincidence. It felt like a message.
Now, for y'all that don't know what he said, pretty much, in that video, it's alleged that Duck was with Get Right at the time when everything happened. He was also shot, but what happened was, they're saying that he was found away from the scene, and, you know, the police and an ambulance reported to where he was, but he wasn't by the scene. He was like feet away. But here's the thing, right? You got 2 people that feel a certain way. One group may say, well, Duck may have had something to do with it, which is completely, to me, false. But then you have others that logically think about things like that and say, well, if Duck was shot, maybe he had his firearm on him, and maybe he did run, right? Because you can't do nothing in a situation like that when people got the ups on you but run and hope you survive. Maybe he did get shot. Maybe he had a weapon on him, but he had to get away in time so he could at least throw his weapon or, you know, rid himself of any crime that he could be convicted of and then call for help, right? Because if he got a weapon on him, then they going to take him for that. All right, bet, well, you got the weapon, all right, cool. But if, you know, you get rid of everything, make sure you good, and you just call the ambulance, then you should be straight.
Get Right, but a lot of us don't speak on Get Right because Get Right with for 4th grade. There's no folks did what he did or whatever, and a lot of these did riding fooling them who folks got down on. But how the y'all expect?
You say he did what he did. He did something that the streets know what he did.
Right.
Like that. Right. Yeah, right, okay.
Fool them.
For many, the answer was obvious from the start. Can't Get It Right was widely rumored to have played a role in the hit of T. Roy, a beloved member of O Block whose passing had already pushed tensions past the edge. So when CGR was gunned down, just a year later, many assumed the cycle had come full circle. O Block had the motive, and they had the muscle. Almost immediately, signs began to surface. King Von, T. Roy's childhood friend, and one of O Block's most vocal members, tweeted cryptic celebration the same day Can't Get Right passed away. Shout out that new op pack. My brothers made it. Most people didn't need translation.
Yo, you see how crazy? You see how crazy Twitter was? All right, now that we older, and you know it's not as entertaining anymore because people are actually in jail because of social media now. People have actually been indicted for it, so it's a little more serious. Just think back, right? When you really think about it and you take a step back, these guys were literally, especially King Von, but literally getting on social media and admitting to bodies. And whether they admitted that they did it or not, they admitted that they had clear knowledge of it. That's crazy.
In Chicago's drill slang, a pack was a body, a trophy, a way to smoke the name of the deceased.
GoodRx can save you a lot of money. It puts less stress on our household, and it puts less stress on our pockets.
G2A.com. Tons of gaming deals and killer prices. Instant delivery. Best gate to play. Your gate to adventure.
There's a reason Chevy is called the heartbeat of America. A heartbeat strong, steady, unwavering. Like the people who keep this country moving. For them, only America's most dependable truck will do. In every Chevy truck, like every Chevy driver, dependability comes standard.
Now get $6,500 total cash back when you trade in an eligible.
Also went live on Instagram, mocking Get Right's passing. In the live stream, he made comments such as, "Who got killed?" while laughing and chanting, "Can't Get Right," which many interpreted as him dry snitching.
They tell us can't get up.
They always make some shit before we do it. They beat us to it every time.
Y'all should start people. Cause y'all be doing this, you doing it, man.
Oh, Steve, this nigga crazy.
Muwop and Duke, two widely respected O-Block hitters, posted to Instagram. In one photo, they flanked each other, shoulder to shoulder, throwing up finger guns. In the footage of Can't Get Right's hit, two shooters moved the same way, one coming from the left, one from the right, flanking Man before they opened fire. One deleted post claimed the shooters' build and movement matched Muwop's body type exactly. Others pointed to lyrics and live streams. O-Block affiliates had gone live weeks later, cracking jokes about STL's losses. In songs, This Is Flew Like Bullets, CGR's name was mocked, distorted, smoked.
No, we ain't get back game, but we get back for game. Ask Big T from the creek. When you guys can't get right from 063, it is that's like 3 different heats.
And then there was the pattern. Can't Get Right passed away, and immediately afterward, O-Block allegedly gets shot up. A few days later, Wooski claimed it openly.
Oh my Get Right. R.I.P.
Get Right.
My partner in crime.
The suggestion was clear, that retaliation was being delivered, that the blood price had been paid, but not everyone agreed. That's where the theory begins to splinter, because while O-Block looked guilty, sounded guilty, and even seemed to lean into the perception, the people closest to the situation said something else. They said it wasn't O-Block, and so the story changed. Some stopped saying it was O-Block and started saying it was a backdoor situation, that CGR had been betrayed by those close to him.
To speak facts on my mama, y'all always talking about T.Y. can't get right, and a lot more of the guys. Tell them who really knocked them down. Y'all around the niggas every day that really knock folks down. And this y'all homie. Y'all know, I know. Stop playing, folks. Y'all fake as fuck.
Opinions from within can't.
Now keep in mind, everything he just said, the sister said the same thing. Right? The sister will also say, yo, listen, y'all know who did it, and y'all hanging around the same person that did it. Y'all hanging around the same person that did it. Right? So you got two family members saying the same thing. I don't know.
Can't Get Right's own circle started to surface. His sister called the whole thing fake love. She captioned her story, and I'm saying it again. And if it ain't his family or my kids, MFs don't do S, but make statuses about my brother and rarely do that. Get Right's birthday in 2 days. I want to see, besides us, who gonna let a balloon or candle off? Who's been to the cemetery? I hate my brother was even around a lot of y'all. Ask the real question. Why MFs don't bring my brother up? Cause y'all know TS that happened was weird. You let that go on to your own kind. You're not to be trusted. But it was complicated because CGR had made enemies in multiple camps. He was tied into cliques with long-standing issues. Some even said there were grudges dating back to prior cycles of lives lost and violence, where names like 051 Melly and FBG Duck, Muwop, and Duke all cross-threaded in a knot of unfinished business, including, allegedly, the hit of known shooter Mubu Crump. Get Right was no stranger to provoking his ops. A video circulated where he is seen making a provocative gesture, dropping a Y hand sign in front of 051 Melly during.
Now, if y'all remember, that's why I say go back to the old video. When y'all watch that part where he dropped the Y, right?
A provocative gesture, dropping a Y
right here. I don't know if he's gonna do it, but you should have seen Melly's face after he did that. First of all, look at his face. Right? He know why he did it. And if you pay attention, because Melly was across. After he dropped the wild, look at, as he's doing it, matter of fact, look at his face. He's looking dead at Melly.
A hand sign in front of 051 Melly during the memorial event. This gesture is interpreted as a sign of disrespect, with FBG Duck in the back.
There you go. There you go. Look. Look. It was all fun and games. Look how his face turned. Right? You see how his face turned, right? Everybody else laughing. It's funny to everybody else. His face turned serious. Now, like I said, none of us know 100%. We could just go off of what we seen. It's people that's close to the situation that know that maybe this happened, maybe that happened. Who knows? Only thing we could do is sit here and speculate.
Looking a little nervous.
Everybody move in, close the circle.
Oh yeah, look here.
I'm cooking. Y'all want to say a prayer with us?
See that? See, you looked at him?
Come on then. Hey, come on in. It's not over the circle. Let's go. Come on.
See that? See how he got serious? You know when somebody looks uneasy, like like inside their blood is boiling a little bit. I don't know.
Come on, Al. Come on in. Say this word. Gonna say a prayer.
Screenshots started circulating, supporting the idea that
now, if you pay attention right here, it says that Melly did what he had to do. CGR was talking crazy, saying F51st starting beef. I heard so ish. Why would he want to beef with him? What happened? Hey, bro, I think you can get the word out. His BM didn't get hit by a train. Yeah, I can. I don't know that part, but probably because he claimed TW. Now, if you pay attention, the reason why he said, hey, bro, you think you can get the word out? His BM didn't get hit by a train. If I'm not mistaken, they say that 051 Melly's BM allegedly had got hit by a train or something like that. So I guess right here they saying no, that's not what it is. Maybe some street stuff happened and they try to cover it up like she did get hit by a train or whatever. I'm not sure.
Idea that Melly did what he had to do. Melly was spotted on STL blocks after Can't Get Right's passing, kicking it with rappers, showing up in lives, smiling. Some say he was there as a flex. Others said he had inside help.
Like, they incriminate themselves, like, even though I know they didn't do it, but if you still could go to jail for that, just to help them solve the case. Like, they once they book you, they ain't trying to have shit after that. Oh no, I was just flagging. No, you done. You're done. So if you want to be rapping on, I know you ain't about, or you ain't dropped, go ahead. Like, but I don't be saying, I don't know who did it, because I don't be wanting to.
Either way.
Now, that was Brick Youngster, who is, I think, the brother of Bckdoejoe, or affiliated with Bckdoejoe. Yeah, so he basically let it be known that the ops, quote unquote, O-Block didn't have nothing to do with it. But he's saying, if y'all want to take credit for it and then y'all end up getting caught and indicted for it, then that's on y'all for getting indicted in court for something you didn't even do. But you know what it is? It's tricky because a lot of people do that because they know that basically if you didn't do it, they really can't charge you for it. So you could sit there and say, yeah, I did it. Yeah, I did it. I know who did it. And you don't care about letting it be known that you either quote unquote did it or know who did it because you know you're not going to get caught for it because you really didn't do it. In order to really charge you, they got to have some type of evidence. At the end of the day, if they realize that you didn't do it, they can't charge you.
It felt wrong. And when Melly was gunned down in September 2019, right after Can't Get Right's birthday, a friend posted, "Long live Get Right." Under news of Melly's hitman being released from prison, on paper, it remained what it was the moment the bullets stopped flying. A double homicide, gang-related, unsolved. Officers collected shell casings, pulled surveillance footage, interviewed witnesses, and got nothing they could use. Nobody named a shooter. Nobody was willing to testify. The one man who returned fire, EBT Rasta, was arrested on a weapons charge but never accused of causing harm, though some found it.
So you see what I said, right? So now it makes sense when they said that Bckdoejoe may have been there and got shot, but he was found like feet or blocks away or whatever. It's because he probably had a weapon on him too. Now, if you see one of the guys, EBT Ross, who was actually there, and he got caught with his weapon, even though he got shot, they still ended up arresting him. Even though he was basically defending himself, he still got arrested for the firearm. So now when you put that into perspective and you hear, well, maybe Duck was there, but he left. Maybe he's trying to get rid of whatever he had on him because he know that it could have been used against him.
Odd that he posed with a large mural of King Von. Highlights from the police scanner recording of Get Right's shooting seem to show an immediate reaction toward O-Block after he was shot. Federal documents tied to the 2020 hit of Bckdoejoe listed several O-Block affiliates as suspects in that crime, including Muwap. In those files, investigators referenced previous hits in the STL O-Block feud. Can't Get Right's name appeared once, redacted, possibly as a suspected retaliation point, but no one connected to Duck's hit was officially indicted for CGRs. Some believe.
All right, y'all. That's pretty much it. Yeah, like I said, I think this is just going to be another conversation that's going to go on forever because unless somebody that's close to the situation says that this happened, that happened, and put the receipts out there in the public, everybody going to think whatever they're going to want to think. But when you have the sister, you have the cousin, when you got certain people that's close and saying certain things, yeah, I don't know, man. Well, y'all let me know what y'all think about this. This is why we do these type of things. Don't forget to like, comment, share, and subscribe. Hit that bell so you're notified every time we drop new content. And remember, as long as you keep on watching, I'ma keep on dropping. And I'm out.
Roofing comes with a lot of variables. We have to work within the elements throughout the entire year. That's why we have this training center here for our apprentices to be.
What's up, Big Hurt 916, getting down fresh out. I'm here with the big homie CC.
What's up, brother?
Up, man?
Yes, sir. Good to see you in person finally.
Man, we've been chopping it up for a minute on social media. I've been trying to connect, keep missing each other, and we finally were able to make it happen out here in Arizona.
Yes, sir.
And man, dude, there's so much I want to talk to you about. But one of the biggest things, you know, when I seen you speaking on just like the industry, Hollywood, all that stuff going down, and we shared some stories, man. Break down for our audience. I know you've done it before, but on being behind the scenes and some of the stuff that people assume is so way out, but I'm like, dude, that's like an everyday thing out there in Weirdo Nation.
Okay. So y'all know Big Hurt came out with the term cheeks getting busted, right? Right? Look, that's what's going on, man. You feel me? I've seen it several times over and over. When you get into the darker side of Hollywood, into the industry, people getting taken advantage of.
Hold on, chat.
So, if you a weak guy, they gonna make you propositions. And what I noticed is, you know, they don't want the guys who live that lifestyle. They want the guys who they can turn out.
Yeah.
So there's a situation with the guy Terry Crews. Now look, Terry Crews like 6'3", like 250, bro. Big, muscular, and you know, we've seen him on camera crying because multiple times executives made attempts to bust his cheeks. You see what I'm saying? So you don't want your cheeks getting busted. Make sure you tune in to Big Hurt's channel. Get as much knowledge as you can because penitentiary rules apply, man.
Yeah.
And it's the same thing with the industry, bro. Like, all of these dudes is bisexual weirdos, if you ask me. I've seen it.
But you know what's crazy? CC, is that you got like
I'm a big hurt.
When you see, and I tell people, when you see these dudes like what these pretty women, and do you think like the dudes like you want to attract a straight guy, you get some pretty women around you. So the straight guy thinking, oh man, he got all the women.
You the first person I heard say this.
And I peeped the game, so you hanging out, and you come to find out though, but dude like, hey man, I want to see you hook up with Herbie. And I remember one time, I never caught him, but my ex was like, he's not looking at, he's looking at you. I'm like, what do you, he like him? Like, what do you mean, dude? I see him with females. No, he don't like the females. He like you.
Let's talk about this. Okay. I'm 400 pounds. I'm fat boy. You see what I'm saying? You, muscular and shape, they not hitting on me like that. I swear to God, bro. I have been in several situations. And this one key situation over my eyes. I was bodyguarding a guy, I'm not gonna say his name because I'm still on the NDA with him. But we were in a hotel and they got big ballrooms, different events going on. One room is a porn convention and the other one is a bodybuilding competition. So there's one bar, it's an open bar. Okay. Everybody gotta go to one place to drink. A buddy of mine was in a bodybuilding competition. I'm an insane G, bro. Raised being a gangster, so I just chose a positive path. This is my homie. He's just like me. At this time, he was fresh home. He did 15 years for attempted murder and home invasion. And he maxed out. He maxed out his time, he catching cases inside of there. He got to Islam and he was able to come home. There's a very popular music producer. He called my homie Rico Bands yesterday, telling him don't hang out with me.
Wow.
Because, I'm the boogeyman to these guys, bro. If you do something crazy to a lady and they contact me, usually, they're able to get their hands on resources, so they pay. And, I'm finna come see about it. This very popular guy, he made my homie a proposition. Because what I learned is they're swingers. Diddy's a swinger. They try to call them lifestyle parties. They just swinger parties, bro. So what ended up happening was, he hanging out with this guy, his wife, and another lady. But the one lady leaves. So he called me with him. Yeah, man, where you at, man? I come to the bar, and he makes a comment to me. He said, hey, bro, dude looking at me kind of crazy. I said, let me tell you something, bro. He look at you like that because he want to take a bite. He said, take a bite of what? So I can't make this up bigger. So my homie gets his drink, you feel me? He walks past. This guy pats him on the ass.
Wow.
This the same thing that Terry Crews said happened to him. My homie turns around, dude, grab his crotch. It's the exact same series of events Terry Crews said happened to him. They do this. Another thing they do is they put their arm around you. So there's a video of Diddy and the boxer Javante Tank Davis. He keeps putting his arm around Tank Davis. And then he jumps out, grabs him and hugs him, we follow him around. That's what they do to see if he's willing to participate. This is the facts, bro. So I always warn people, if you want to chase your dreams, you gotta understand, if somebody's gonna walk you into something, they're gonna want something in exchange. If they don't want to cut about what deal you getting, they're gonna want something else. This is how it goes, bro. Point blank, period, clear cut. And I'm gonna say this: there's a lot of people that are famous and celebrities who double dip. I'll be harsh on these guys because HIV and AIDS has the highest numbers in the homosexual male community because during anal sex, there's a more higher chance of blood being exchanged. That's a fact. That's why I'm harsh on these guys because if you a straight guy, you dating, she don't know you live a double life, you at risk.
Another thing too though is that a lot of those women, they know. And I didn't really know because I've seen women who it turns me on. Yes. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, I've had, when I first got off the pen, I remember reading all these women on these little platforms.
Thinking it's cool.
Thinking it's cool. And then they like, oh yeah, when I was in college, I seen the guys, they used to do this and that kind of turned me on. I'm like, I ain't with that bullshit. I went to the whole, But this is how they get you with a pretty woman. She get in there, you kind of inebriated, and they, like you said, touch him a little bit. Next thing you know, this dude, He trying to see where your lines are drawn at.
Yes, they want to see how far you want to go. So, you know, when you show up to these events, you know, straight guys know where the hoes at. And these events, you the hoes.
Yeah.
So you gotta keep that in mind. And look, bro, what people have to understand is, like, you know, we see Smokey Robinson's situation coming up. And in his situation, he made promises to people but didn't want to pay out. That's why Diddy's in the situation he's in. You know, Cassie had to bring things to light to get paid out.
Do you think he pissed some people off?
For sure. I'm one of them trying to get pissed off. Well, pissed off?
I'm saying pissed off because they like, nigga, know your place. We give you something, but don't try to take. You think?
Okay, since I'm a fan, you know what I'm saying? And the fact that I'm here right now, I'm kind of fanning out. It's like, damn, it's been hurt. Oh, peep this. When Diddy signed that deal to promote Ciroc, he promoted it as if he was an owner. He was never an owner. The company that owns Ciroc is Bckdoejoe. Bckdoejoe has a board of directors of 7 billionaires. When he sued Bckdoejoe, he thought he was bigger than the program. He sued them, and that next week, that video CNN dropped of him stomping on Cassie came out. Immediately. And right after that, we seen Diddy sell Revolt TV. And Revolt TV was his baby. So when I saw him sell that, I said, yeah, this guy knows he's going down. Now, I first started speaking up about this guy in 2014. He told me I was crazy. I've been battling with him and his team since 2014. I bodyguarded a lady that spiked their drink. Here's the thing, though, you know, when somebody hires me to be their bodyguard, if they have a immediate threat to their life, anything they drink or eat, I have to try it first. Dude, I almost blacked out. And I'm 400 pounds. This little lady don't stand a chance. Damn. So, you know, that led to some activity, you know, because I keep a Narcan can in case of situations like this. So I hit myself with it and I hit her with it. She was able to get back so we can get out of there. But, you know, I was upset about it, you know. I started a confrontation. That African dude that be with Diddy, he ain't no joke though, you feel me? He hit me with a bottle, that's how I got this round on my forehead. So, you know, a couple people call leg shots, you know what I'm saying? So that's why in the Diddy indictment, they got me in there for pointing the gun at him. The lady Ashley said I protected her. That's what I do. I protect women. So, you know, it's a lot more darker truths about him that's probably gonna come to light, you know. It all boils down to what you are comfortable with within your moral compass. And they used to use MDMA to help couples and couples therapy and revitalize marriages. And they use it in the military to treat PTSD. He was arrested with it. You know, he's been using it for 20 years. And if you use MDMA for a prolonged period of time, you're probably going to become a sexual demon. And that's exactly what's going on with this guy.
Doesn't that also tie into GHB, which is big in the bodybuilding industry, and also they used to use that, I heard, in the gay community, they put a drop it down your, it'll knock you out.
It'll knock you out, yeah. So GHB is a chemical, for the people watching who don't know, I'll run it down to you real quick. GHB in liquid form in small amounts can have you incapacitated. Your heart rate is lower. You may look dead, but you can't fight. You can't fight. You may look dead, but you're still alive. Yeah. So you gotta understand, like, you gotta be an evil person to want to pull sexual acts on somebody who's not consenting. That's something that's going on. And, you know, GHB became prevalent after Rufalin was something that we heard the term get roofied.
Yeah.
So once Rufalin started to die out, because they never tested for GHB. They only started testing for GHB when the onset of serial killers became a problem here. Because in America, we got 450 active serial killers right now in the country, and they target 99% single white females. So in my business, I combat human trafficking, and this is something I take very seriously, because you gotta think about it. Women are the only ones who can carry life. It used to be legal to beat your wife in this country. The legal age to get married used to be 12.
Turn your pastime into your full-time, your personal style into your signature brand. Do it yourself. Create your website on Wix.
You wash your whole body every day, so why don't you wash your whole mouth?
Listerine, wash your mouth.
You know Harbor Freight for affordability, but durability goes right along with it. You see, we test, and then we test again. Now, it's time for you to put us to the test. Whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight.
If this fire is a fentanyl overdose, naloxone is the extinguisher that stops it cold.
So we take these calls. A lot of times the enablers are great grandmothers, and they would say, why would I feel bad for her? I was married at 13. So, this is the evil that's taking place in the world. In several countries, ladies can't drive or go to school. And somebody has to do something, So I took this initiative, I took this course, and along the path, a lot of weirdos had to get thrown under the bus, So my first interview I did with Cam Capone that went viral, bro, a lot of guys owed me money. Celebrity dudes don't want to pay. After that interview, they all paid. so it worked out. It worked out, But, it just so happened that I have receipts. And, people know me from the industry. And it's kind of like, the boogeyman is outside, bro, because it's big hurt. I promise. Name some names, and I'll tell you the truth about it.
Well, just...
If you want to go viral, name some names, big hurt.
Well, just like you mentioned the Diddy, I mean, and some of these other celebrities, and I used to train this guy, a gay guy. Okay. And we went to LA Fitness 24 Hour, and I used to train with him there in Hollywood. And there was guys in the gym, he would point them out to me. Dudes who you thought was great. Yeah. He was telling me about a specific gentleman who won Olympic gold medals, who ran track. He used to have parties.
Okay.
You probably know.
I know you're talking about.
He told me about another guy. He was married on the Lakers. He told me he was messing with him. He said the guy seen him at UCLA track one day. He never seen him again. Blocked his number. But these are guys you think like in the public image. And they said, do what you want to in the private. But I'm saying, when you get into that world and you think like things are a certain way, and that's why you have so many people in rehab. Why do you think these people are stressed out? You're like, dude, you live in a 5,000 square foot house. You're balling. Why are you on drugs?
What did they do to get it?
That's what I'm saying.
Here's the thing. At the end of the day, as a man, the most valuable asset you have is your manhood, your word, and your family. And if you, pardon me, I'm taking these thermogenic pills right now, and I'm trying to lose weight. I just took a beer. It's getting real crazy. Trying to get like Big Hurt, okay? So, what I've noticed is a lot of guys late at night, if that's not your lifestyle, it haunts them. It's hard for them to live with it. Yeah. And, did you see the interview with the group Day 26 who was signed as Diddy? They went on Black TV, they all break out crying?
Yeah, I broke down.
That's the thing, bro. I know guys who, I know a guy got a song with Drake. The label got on the song, and then, he started freaking these parties. He turned down some invitations at that party. He never got another song placement again. Shortly after, he was dropped from the label, and he's working as a personal trainer right now. He said it's the best choice he ever made.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Like the whole sex worker thing in the Diddy trial. And I knew a guy who was in the porn industry, and he it's not just Diddy. There's some other celebrities out there. He told me, I don't want to blow his business up, but he told me he made like 100 racks dealing with this one celebrity, and he would be a facilitator of getting people to come over and perform. Yeah. And this guy would sit there and do drugs and watch these guys perform, or whoever performs, and then at a certain time, he'd kick everybody out, get cleaned up, and go to the set.
Yes, sir.
And so when people, they have Diddy out there, but you get into Hollywood, And some of these people, they haven't been thrown under the bus yet because they're probably doing what they're supposed to do.
Absolutely.
But the game is so vicious. You're thinking like, you know, I've heard girls say, hey, there's a party, but this guy's going to be there, but he likes to have a wee-wee in his mouth. Are you cool with that? I'm not cool with that. So I'm not going to, well, you can't go then. You don't even can do this straight, and he's supposed to be somebody, you're like, what, he's on wee-wee?
Yeah. So, you know, like, you know, if Diddy would have paid Cassie before this, none of this happens to him. They don't want to pay out. They be some of the cheapest, frugal people you ever meet while taking advantage of people. Wow. Unfortunate. And, you know, Cassie could have called me. We know each other. She could have reached out to me. She loved the dude, for real. What type of man are you to pay another man to urinate in your wife's mouth? This the mouth that have to kiss you, kiss your children. That's crazy. You bringing the guy called the Punisher.
Yeah, the Punisher.
The Punisher coming to the, come on, man, it's outrageous. You know, I just feel like it should be death to all oppressors of women because that's just modern day slavery. And I just don't agree with it. I never will agree with it.
Now, what about, I heard the story about the guy who was related to the Sultan Brunei who was partying with Diddy, but then when he came out and said he was gay, he had a mysterious death. Did you hear about the Sultan Brunei, the younger guy, the younger brother, and he was like 38. He was hanging out with the black chick. I'm going to introduce you to some entertainers. And these people, what they do, they keep you hanging on. Hey, I'm going to introduce you to this guy. Hey, and the whole time you going to these parties, you doing all this stuff, and your life just, you lose your life.
For sure.
And you get caught up in all this.
That's why they have, you know, I've been to a Diddy party, protecting somebody. You know, I'm in the indictment, in the paperwork, because in the indictment they say I protected the plaintiff, little blonde-haired lady, and you know, when you get there, bro, any drug you want is gonna be on a plate. They make all of these type of things available. Any alcohol you want will be on a plate. And what I learned in the human trafficking world is the way they keep control of the sex workers is through drugs.
Yeah.
And you know, Diddy was the middleman to a lot of other people, a lot more wealthy and affluent than him. So the human trafficking division in America is a small group. So when they started doing their raids, they did not even inform the raiding officers of whose home they were raiding because he had reach. And they sent Homeland Security to raid his home.
Yeah, why?
Because they felt like certain people in power were compromised and he would be warned. So that's why we saw that. And then the guy, the CEO from Abercrombie, was indicted right after Diddy.
I remember that.
He somehow has dementia and
can't stand trial.
Come on, man.
And see, you mentioned the Abercrombie, and back in the day, I used to want to be a male model.
Right.
And I didn't know nothing about it. I just stopped being a male model because I used to read GQ magazines as a kid and wanted to be a model and stuff. And dude, you know, the first time I really saw some weirdo shit.
Where?
I had did my pictures right with this for photographer. Then I went back to the guy who was like the head of that whatever talent agency. And when I rolled up there, I met this female, right? And I'm like, I'm here to see, like, for instance, John, and she's like, this is Marcus, it's me. I'm like, I've never seen that. I've never seen a man dressed like that. Yeah. And I'm like, what is this? And I'm 17. He gives me the pictures. He's like, oh, I'm having a get together. I'm like, dude, this dude, I'm out of here. I booked it, bro. But I didn't realize that. Man.
Being a bodyguard, bro, I've been to all the fashion shows, Met Gala, all of that. But all of the big fashion designers are gay men. All of them. That's why I wear pro clubs, bro. Every fashion show I went to, bro, all of the top designers are gay men. All of the male models are bisexual gay men. All of them.
I never knew that until I entered that world.
Facts.
I never knew that. And I went to an audition later on when I was 21, 22.
Okay.
For a male fashion guy, for I can't remember the clothing brand, but the guy told me, he said, when you go in there and they actually take your shirt off, take all your clothes off.
Why you gotta do that for a fashion show? But that's how, bro, I've been in dressing rooms where, you know, I've seen the exact words you say. All right, kind of change looks. Everybody strip naked. Not no socks, not no underwear. Like, what we doing here?
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, okay, it's time to change my business. You know, I don't want to be the only straight guy in the party. You know, I don't want to be like the guy Drewski, like all he do is hang out at gay bars.
Haven't tried new Parmesan stuffed crust? Sign in or sign up for Domino's Rewards to get one for 50% off.
The first day back from maternity leave is so weird. We get it. Find a caregiver who does too. When it's not you, it's care.com.
Good morning. What can I get you?
You know what I want? A job where I can help people.
Dare to discover with LinkedIn's AI-powered job search.
That's all he do. That's what he hang out at.
So do you think, like, from the outside, well, you've been in the inside, but, you know, for people thinking like you see all these famous people and you're hanging out with all these rich people, do they not know that, like, all of that is bait to get you in there to turn? Because people leave there destroyed.
Yeah.
The people, I mean, women, people want to commit suicide. Yeah. You think, like, damn, you were just living a life. Why you?
Because you mentioned it earlier. Like, once the drugs wear off and you're not at the celebration, so those thoughts resonate with you. You know, people be having bright lights in their eyes and this vision of being a star, and they gatekeep that. They gatekeep that. If they make you a star,
there's a trade-off.
There's a trade-off for sure, but big time.
What do you think would happen with Kanye?
Here's the thing with Kanye. I know this guy, like Kanye told me in my face that the world is his muse. He sees the world in colors. He always references himself to be Michelangelo of this generation. And he has a God complex, a superiority complex. And the problem is, though, when I seen him trying to hang with my homies and be a GD, after you're a billionaire, the people in his world never associated danger with him. And he felt like when he rose as a champion in the industry that, like OJ said, I'm not black, I'm OJ.
Yeah.
This happened to Kanye. Same thing. And you know, when you got this color skin, you need to have a level of danger to you. But when you get into that private sector and they see you can articulate yourself and you're smart, they open up doors for you. Because they respect the guy that's not like the other guys. He became one of the other guys and thought he was going to escape that. So when a guy comes out saying that he was giving his cousin oral sex till he was 15, now you want to be a victim. The gangsters will let you be a gangster. Now you want to be a victim.
Oh, so he flipped it.
He flipped it.
Yeah, so why did he say that?
Yeah, but and then you trying to paint like you was a victim. Bro, at 15, y'all in a relationship, man.
Oh, shit.
They work at 15. Come on, man.
You know better.
You know what's going on. Can't nobody make you sit between their legs at 15.
Yeah, man.
So, you know, that's what's going on, man. It's the fact.
You know, it's almost like, it's almost like, and you tell me if I'm wrong, but remember, okay, after the whole humiliation thing with Will Smith with Jada Pinkett, and how he tried to go back to the hood and kind of hang out with the dudes.
He work out.
Remember, he was working out in that benching and stuff, and he's like, you know, pumping up, and I'm like, dude, you a multi-millionaire, but now you trying to show you can still be, I guess, in the hood with these dudes working out who ain't got shit, but you're trying to like have people view you differently because your whole image has been tarnished.
It's been tarnished, severely tarnished, and you know, Jada was dating rappers before she got with him. And the reason she carries herself well, carries herself as she does, but she don't respect him.
No.
His wife was having an affair with a singer in the house where they live at.
Wait, wasn't he watching cuckold?
He claims he wasn't, but I don't want to, you know, he like to sue people. So, you know.
Yeah.
We ain't gonna delve too deep into it, but you see him making gangster rap songs now. So he say he gang, he making gang. gun signals with his hand, and he Will Smith. Come on, man.
Dude,
it's too late.
Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
Facts. Yes, and your wife knows you're bisexual. So now you gotta slap Chris Rock to look tough now.
It just, that whole game, and like you said, you're right about, you know, how, like, kind of like how they handled Suge Knight with a Velvet Glove, but they were hey, man, but then they know, like, he can push the line.
He can and make a phone call.
Make a phone call, and so they didn't really, you know, do him dirty to the point where if it didn't look right, he like, this ain't right, oh, we'll change it, you know? And you gotta have that because these people, I remember talking to a guy, and he started talking. He said, "Hey, you're so articulate. What'd you go to jail for?" He's like, I said, "Right, you use the gun?"
Right.
I said, "Yeah."
He can't believe it.
He can't believe it. He said, "Man, how'd you really take yourself?"
How did you?
I already had it in me. I had a balance because I had already had that educational side, but I knew how to be a street dude too. So I could be a chameleon. I'm not just, I know about, you know, securities and the stock market and stuff, but I also know that I can get over here if I need to and do some other shit and have you disappear.
But for you, it was for income. It's not your lifestyle.
That's right.
For sure.
That's right. And I had bought into something. And when you know, when you buy into something and you get so far into it, then you realize, like at the end of that road, when I got arrested that day, and I realized that the game was played out, I got duped. Because I get to the pen, I'm duped. They tricked me.
Yeah.
A dime, I'm doing the 10 years for some stupid. And when I'm like thinking, and I'm around all these other dudes, I'm like, what am I doing here?
That's how I felt, you know, being a gangster, being a gang member. I was born into it. You know, I didn't really have opportunities. Like my uncles, these guys 70 years old, still gang banging with each other. You know, here come these black stones. So it's kind of like, I just said, you know, I always took my education seriously. I don't forget where I came from. You know, I tried to get a lot of my homies on a positive path. You know, I had told them the next time, you know, baby mamas and girlfriends called, say y'all beat them up, y'all gotta fight me. And, you know, I was kicking a lot of ass for some years, you know, until, you know, they decided to cross over on my side. And, you know, I feel like us as men, we gotta lead by example. And at the end of the day, you know, all that street bullshit only leads to destruction. And it's a lot more gangster to be home, to take care of your children, and protect your life and your wife. And they try to paint this picture of like this just beautiful lifestyle of being an outlaw, but unfortunately, everybody idolizes this shit in movies. They don't have a real-time version to compare this to. A buddy of mine works in the DEA, and he says every time they do a raid, they find one DVD, and that's Scarface.
Yeah, I know I was as a kid, yeah.
So, you know, that's how they control people with media. Somebody had a plan to remove a lot of fathers out of communities, and it worked.
How do you get the balance of being a person who's so articulate and well-rounded, but still, you know, but you had that street edge? Because like somebody talking to you, you could talk and, you know, and come across very professional, but don't get it twisted.
Yeah, I got sadness standing on the side of my head, man. You know, I just feel like my dad used to operate in illicit fields growing up. FBI come to the house one day and they tell him, look, you got multiple threats against your life. By law, I have to tell you. He hired bodyguards for the family. It was two guys that were assigned to me 24 hours a day, Sterling and Guito. And, you know, they trained me to be a monster, man. I've trained them well-versed in everything dangerous. So it's kind of like, and, you know, I took an IQ test in 5th grade. I got a 173. And then, that's a real high score. So they went and got my dad out of jail. The FBI got my dad out of jail. Got my mom from her job, brought them to my school, and I took it again in front of everybody. I got a 174. So when I did that, I started going to college in 5th grade.
Damn.
So by the time I got to freshman year, I had enough credits to be a junior. So, you know, one day I made a choice. I was in a spelling bee freshman year. I get the spelling bee, it's all Asian people, Indian kids. And, you know, I didn't win the spelling bee. And I said, wait a second. This is real competitive. But, you know, I can go to the street and run circles around everybody.
Yeah.
That's what I did.
Yeah.
That's what I did. And I just was never a malice person, you know. I never was a person, you know, I never harmed anybody who didn't deserve it. I was never a thief, you know. I never stole from people. I don't lie, and I always depended on my faith. You know, my major in college was theology, and you know, Matthew chapter 6-7 says, "Listen, seeking you shall find, listen you shall hear." And you know, I always stayed close to my faith. You know, I walked the path of God, and it led me here sitting in you, bro.
Yeah.
That's really how I broke down, straight up like that.
Well, I feel like in this world we have a certain vibration or frequency we operate under, and you attract like minds. It's almost like you know, two lone you know, wolves out there in the desert, and you can find each other because you're on this type of frequency.
Absolutely.
So you like, you know, you're honed in, and you know, connecting with people like yourself, man, and hearing what you're doing. To me, it's just life changing because we need more people like you, and there's not enough people like you who stand on values, who actually aren't afraid to speak out.
No,
So a lot of people turn the other eye. They're about it, but they turn the other eye, and shit's going down. I'm like, dude, you know what I mean? Then they later on, well, I remember he did do this, and why do you stop it?
Right. So the sole reason for that, I believe, is, you know, I'm not afraid of hell or jail, and I know I'm capable of protecting myself and others in a time of crisis. So, you know, if you come after me, you better be right with God, because you know, I'm good at what I do. So a lot of people, bro, they get intimidated at the fact that they're going against people with a lot more influence and resources than them. Because of who I've been as a person, I'm able to get a lot of resources. And when it comes to the aspect of danger, you know, they have me watching torture videos as a kid and all type of stuff, doing room clearing drills with firearms as a 10-year-old. So, you know, when other guys in my family, my age, they would cry.
Yeah.
And I didn't cry. So they was like, oh, well, we're going to keep him with us. And yeah, so, you know.
Have you ever had to deal with like a situation where you were maybe in negotiation or dealing with somebody and they wanted to see really how serious it was, or try to test the knowledge of or your capabilities? You had to show them to they like, oh, okay, no, this ain't the one.
Right. So I'm glad you said that. So the first time I took a bodyguard job, I just got the call and showed up. And they tried to set it up for a guy to come in and act like he was going to harm the client. Whole time, that's this guy's brother. This guy gets his jaw and his leg broke. And then now they say, oh man, you were too harsh. I said, well, the guy just came in here with a knife trying to stab you in the bar. So after that, I started doing something called a threat assessment, where we pull up all the information you got going on, and we try to identify if there's an actual threat against your life, and then we take a payment up front before we take the job.
Okay.
So I would usually show up and then get paid after the night was over. But if somebody's paying you up front, they're not gonna have this so where their brother comes in and the guy got hurt fast. You know, they thought it was a joke. Guy coming to a bar with a knife. I'm not no little guy, big hurt. So, you know, if I punch you and kick you, it's probably gonna hurt a little bit. And that's what happened to him, straight up. So yeah, I do a threat assessment now at our company. We do a threat assessment first to identify risk, and then vet you to make sure you're not full of shit.
Now, did you prefer working more in like the corporate private sector or the hip hop? I know hip hop. It's a lot of drama.
I hate the hip hop change. That's why I pivoted my business to basically protecting women, because like in that sector, those ladies are the ones who call like, yo, this dude is doing this to me. This guy's stalking me. This guy's paying these people to do this to me. And you know, one basketball white trash, word spread. I heard a lady say, you can't buy him, girl. He don't care. So you know, they pay me. We gonna get the job done. It's gonna be all good. But at the end of the day, bro, only thing men respect is danger.
Yeah.
And no criminal wants a hard job. No oppressor wants a hard task. That's why they try to target people that are mentally unhinged or weak. So, you know, a lot of guys learn valuable lessons. If you see me standing, you see the bald head man sweating, you be careful. You know, it's gonna get wild for you.
Do you think that the most of these guys, the primary cause behind their actions is narcissism? Because it seems like a lot of, like, when you talk to some of these guys, they just think like...
I'm not going to say narcissism. I'm going to say I think a lot of them are sociopaths, though.
Okay.
Because, like you see, a lot of police officers used to get bullied in school, then they become cops.
Yeah.
Like, a lot of these guys, bro, like, without having money or fame, they're a loser in their mind. Because they judge themselves off of these material possessions. And then it attracts ladies who are attracted to these material things, and then they don't respect this lady because they don't see them as a person, so they take advantage of them for that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I studied it. I'm a scientist at heart.
Yeah.
And I studied it close, and I've seen how the ladies in my family were getting treated, and I said, as soon as I'm big enough, I'm bring this to an end. So, you know, I ended domestic violence in my family, and that's why my support system is so strong. All the ladies bossed up, they good, you know, so I'm able to do what I need to do, and they pour into me, and I'm able to do what I do.
Because I remember you saying in one of your interviews, I think you were talking about how, especially like a lot of, like, you know, prominent people in Hollywood, how their whole thing is like abusing women. You know?
For sure.
And how a lot of these guys, you were like, you know, on the set, their whole thing is they get off on these roles and how these roles are, and it's like something they feed off. And it's like, dude, that's a pretty sick mentality.
Yeah, because they don't like women. So it's easy to beat up on something you don't like. These guys just like sex. They don't like females.
The act.
It's an act, bro. And then at the same time, you know, if you want paparazzi to take pictures of you, they call paparazzi to come to places. And then when paparazzi come, they don't want to take pictures. They call the paparazzi. But if you want paparazzi to take a lot of pictures of you, you want to be on the cover of magazines and websites, you gotta have a model with you. They not just to take a picture of Big Hurt right there.
Yeah.
You got a model with you, then it looks good on camera. They can sell the pictures.
You know, another thing too, I was talking with a friend of mine, I said, do you notice like how with all the different like women in the world, but these dudes sleep the same back. Like this broad, she's been with this dude, Scotty, but then she's around 4 or 5 other dudes and you all know the same. How do you make, it's like, damn, dude, you can't go get nobody else.
They want somebody they know is gonna be in the freak off. They want somebody they know, okay, they know they seen the video. Oh yeah, she can only do this for us too. Somebody don't know about it, they don't call the police, they're gonna scream bloody murder. They want somebody they're gonna be complicit already. That's why they all screw each other.
Because they're already seated in that world.
Yes.
So I don't have to explain it. You're already down because I ain't got to turn you out for it.
Swinger society.
Yeah.
Hollywood is swinger society.
Wow. With a lot of straight guys who are masquerading with the bisexual game.
Yep.
With pretty wives.
Yes.
Yeah.
And when you see those divorces and they settle out of court for millions, you know why.
You know, I was just looking at something like that too, man. A rapper who married a, you know what I'm talking about, at a new home, married a,
oh yeah,
and they she divorced as soon as the marriage, after they dated for all those years, and you're like, damn, what? Why do you even get married? And it's like they already know, but they just play the game.
That's why Nicki Minaj told Cassie, you know what you signed up for. A lot of ladies would die to be in your position. Toughen up.
Wow. How do you think that's going to end? You think that it's like this is just a humiliation ritual, or is it going to actually... Because to me, it seems like this is almost a diversion from the Epstein.
All right. I'll be careful here.
Yeah.
Okay. The Epstein client list and the Diddy list is kind of the same. The problem is, the guy Jeffries didn't talk. He's never going to go to jail. Weinstein didn't talk. He's never going to go to jail. Diddy pissed off people that are much more wealthier than him. And it boils down to a situation where we're going to take the lesser of the evils. They don't want to release the Epstein files. This is an exclusive right here. They don't want to release these files because they don't want to rise in anti-Semitism.
Wow.
That's why you see Kanye making swastika shirts.
What's behind that?
You know, he's at war with a group of people who control everything. When you get a chance, you should listen to the Fuhrer's speech that he gave, well, they call Hitler the Fuhrer.
Yeah.
Listen to his speech translated in English. It'll answer all your questions. Because it's a literal battle between good and evil right now.
Yeah. It's almost like a spiritual war that's actually come out into a physical form. Yeah. And a lot of people are just looking at it like, oh, he's crazy. No, he's almost a conduit on something deeper. Much deeper.
It definitely goes deeper. There are black magic ties. There are blood ritual sacrifices that take blood rituals that are associated with this. The truth is stranger than fiction. And I'm somebody who's seen the darkest parts of humanity. And for some reason, innocent lives is something that they target.
Yeah. No, I told you.
Now, if we keep going on this path, I don't know how this video goes. They might shadow ban you. So.
No, I know. I totally understand what you're talking about, man. And like like you said, the deeper you go down the rabbit hole, if people start researching some of the Manson stuff, or even going into some of the older. I remember the Faces of Death, man. And some of those videos, and dude, I'm still traumatized by some of that stuff. And you see, like, these are people, and they do this stuff, and they really believe that, like selling their soul. They believe that, what they worship. It's serious shit.
Yeah, they believe it. Sure. Yeah. Look into Scientology experience. The whole purpose of that is to gain bad information on you and use it to leverage against you. It's the same thing Epstein did to people.
Yeah.
Same thing Diddy was doing to people.
Yeah, it's deep, man. Well, I appreciate you just, sharing with my viewers a little snippet of this world. And I've watched a lot of your stuff, man. And I know, that world is, for those who are game goofy or who are naive and thinking, oh man, I wish I could have been at that party doing this. You might say that now, but
you don't.
You don't.
Get your cheeks busted.
Get your cheeks busted.
For sure.
So yeah, you guys out there, look up the big homie CC. He's everywhere, doing big things. This man is doing a big thing for humanity right now. And hey, you women out there, you already know. Big Hurt 916, fresh out, the big homie CC. Shoo.
Words alone can't describe empowerment. Only actions can. We're here for you, offering master's, doctorate, and post-professional doctorate degrees. Our OT programs are powered by care. Powered by you.
My guy, Gene Deal, week 4, Diddy trial. Got to talk about it, man. I heard they allowed you back up there, yo.
They allowed me back there? They never stopped me from coming up there, bruh. You can't be listening to these people out here, man, that's trying to get content, trying to get me on their show like you. They'll make up anything, bruh. Don't listen to these people, bruh. The marshals did, when I did come up there, did pull me to the side and said somebody made a complaint that I had assaulted them, and they had no tape, no video of it or nothing like that. And I didn't cop to nothing. They just told me from this point on, stay away from the YouTubers, and please don't put your hands on nobody. And I said, nah, I wouldn't do that, man. We good, we all right. And so his complaint went on deaf ear. So it is what it is. I'm back there every other day or every day, whatever I want to. I see YouTubers are getting put out. They out there acting a damn fool, bro. Like, it's crazy. It's like, I, I can't even explain grown people acting in that manner and what they're doing. So I'm back down there. I'm still getting the people screaming and hollering, saying crazy stuff, but I overlook that. I'm not gonna let none of that define me, man. I'm just down there to see justice get done and justice be served, and that's what it's doing. In my eyes, they doing a damn good job, brother. So people don't understand. I've been doing this since 1997, man. Since I sat down with Miss Wallace, Nick Bloomfield, A&E, MTV, VH1. They all got tapes and footage on me telling the same story, telling how Diddy was way back when. So the trolls can say what they want to say. I got people even saying that I started talking about Diddy when he went to jail. So that's crazy. You know what I'm saying? So, like my man said, you can't fix stupid, bruh. Ain't nothing you could do to fix stupid. So let them be what they want to be, man. They all trying to get clicks and views, bro. That's all it's all about, man. That's all I'm trying to get, clicks and views. Let's get on with the show, brother. You know what I'm saying?
I heard Diddy almost got removed from the courtroom. What's the backstory behind that?
Yo, man, Diddy is, I guess his mind is gone, bruh. You know what I'm saying? I've seen him like say stuff to the judge. Like, I want to go to break now. And the judge said, okay, we'll break. And I'm looking like, damn. So this time, but the judge, he took that upon himself, but he didn't take it lightly when he went at the jury. Diddy looked at the jury in a way and just started nodding his head, like when a certain person was giving their testimony. So when he was doing that, the judge immediately stopped because it seemed like he was trying to either antagonize or he was trying to, like, throw some kind of sign or say something to the jury that the judge wasn't even going for, bro. The judge stopped them right there. And he addressed to their lawyers, the next time Diddy make any kind of eye contact with the jury and nod his head, yes, no, maybe, or anything, he'll be hearing about the trial from his jail cell, because he will not be allowed back in court. The judge said next time. So he probably let Diddy get away with it to see how far he was going to do it. But then he said, nah, we're not having this. Because you got to realize the jury is not sequestered. They go home every day. And he's known for tampering with witnesses. If you go through the trial right today, you see how he was trying to tamper with some of the people by having security, D-Rock, and other people talk to them. They are saying that in their testimony. So the judge is very aware of the fact, by hearing the testimony of some of the witnesses, that he was trying to tamper with the investigation. So now they also know the history with his other cases that were state. And I was there, and I know for a fact they was about to pay off a girl that was on the witness stand on that Shine thing. So my whole thing about it is that they are aware that he's capable of trying to get to people in the witness, whether it's a witness or whether it's a juror. But the judge wasn't going to allow that, bro. He stopped it right in its hand. When he did it, judge didn't hesitate. So I believe the judge seen him do that probably once or twice and see how far he was going to go with it. And he went too far. Because when the girl was giving her testimony, he looked at the jury, the jurors, and then he like, that type of thing. And the judge wasn't having it. Judge blasted him. And so his lawyer said that he understand, Your Honor. Problem like that. You know how the lawyer comes close to the say, yo, you can't do that and everything like that. So he told the judge that he understand and he won't be doing it again. The judge said if he does it again, he ain't gonna hesitate. He gonna have the marshals take his ass right back to his jail cell. And I believe he might just try it again. That's how crazy it is right there, man. He shook his head at the jurors like, you don't believe that shit, do you? He shook his head at the jurors like, you don't believe that shit, do you? I know you don't believe that shit, do you? You can't believe that shit, do. This is what he would be saying if he could open his mouth. You understand? You don't believe that shit, do you? I know you don't believe that shit, do you? You bet not believe that shit, do you? And it's some shit like that. Yo, it was crazy, bro. And the judge snatched his ass up just like that.
And what you mean by the Sean situation?
Oh, when him and Sean and Wolf was on fighting a gun case and fighting a case where they were shooting up in the club, they had got connected with a young lady that was on the witness. She was a juror. And some people had got connected to her and they were going to give her $20,000 each. She wanted $20,000 each. 20 for Sean, 20 for Puff, and 20 for Wolf. I didn't find out till after the case was over with, but they was trying to pay off the juror, one of the jurors. Sean refused to give up anything. So Sean even knows about it. He said, nah, I'm not doing that. You understand what I'm saying? And all of them had the same charge. So, it was funny that Sean went down for it by himself when all of them had the same charge. But they was trying to pay off the witness. They was trying to pay off a juror who was on the case, on the state case when Sean and Puff had that case for the shootout at the show. Nightclub. The one that Sean went to jail for, bro. You know that. That same case that Sean went to jail for. The way the stuff that we're hearing in this trial, he's a wild dude for a lot. Yo, I couldn't imagine the same kid I know from Uptown Records, from Bad Boy, from the same gang, that he had turned out to be the disgusting pervert, the the diabolical, the sadistic, nasty. Yo, my man, the stories that these girls are telling up in that courtroom, you can't believe it. And y'all won't be able to, if you don't go to court and see it, some of it gets what they call objected to. So it don't make the record. But we there hearing everything. And when you hear it inside the courtroom, and that's one reason I want to go, because you get to hear everything, bruh. You get to hear all the stuff, and then they have to object to it, and then it won't make it. Some stuff won't make it. Like some of the stuff that we're going to talk about today, it did not make it, but then the prosecutor was so smart, they made it make it. You understand? They did it in a whole different way. You know what I'm saying? But I'll wait on your questions and then I'll let you know what I'm talking about.
I gotta ask you, we can't say her name or the rapper name, but I gotta ask you about this woman that testified against Puffy and her baby daddy is a rapper.
Man, I was there for the testimony, so I gotta know about it. But the whole thing about it is, brother, I give somebody a half a dollar to tell me who that person is. You get it? I give somebody a half a dollar if they tell me who that person that she was talking about, that her boyfriend is a millionaire and a musician in the whole 9 yards. I wish I knew who that was. You know what I'm saying? I'll run all the way to Queens from Manhattan if I could figure out who the person that she was talking about. But let me just tell you her story. You understand what I'm saying? And it was gross. It was crazy, bro. How he she did some diabolical by acting like he loved her, he wanted to be with her, to, that some men do. I can't be mad at her for that. You understand? But to take her away and
There's a reason Chevy is called the heartbeat of America. A heartbeat strong, steady, unwavering, like the people who keep this country moving. For them, only America's most dependable truck will do. In every Chevy truck, like every Chevy driver, dependability comes standard.
Now get $6,500 total cash back when you trade in an eligible vehicle. That's 10% below MSRP. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
The American dream starts with purpose. With over 340 academic programs, Grand Canyon University provides a path to help you fulfill your dreams. Find your purpose at GCU. Visit gcu.edu.
play on her mind, brother. It was crazy how he did it and turned her into a freak off queen. Whereas that she was talking about doing all-star freak offs with him. You understand? And was only giving her $10,000 a month. $10,000 a month. Now she's talking about she got a millionaire boyfriend, not a boyfriend. Her baby daddy is a millionaire and a former, a rapper, a CEO, the whole 9 yards. I'm looking like, so if she getting money from him, she got to be getting child support. And if she getting child support, bro, you understand, from a millionaire, it's got to be enough money to do something. It may not be enough money to do nothing, but it's got to be enough money to do something. I'm looking at this, so I'm hearing her story because she's trying to convince us she was doing this only for her son. She wanted a house for her son. She wanted her son in a good position. But if I was the baby daddy and I had half the sense of a dollar, I wouldn't have never ever let my son kiss her ever again. Some of the stuff that she was doing in these all-star freak-offs, bro. Now, mentally, I know she's a victim too. You understand? With the drugs, with the stuff. But when you hear her testimony, it's like she was in love and still in love with dude. Even though she was doing shit that she didn't want to do. She was talking about how sick she was. How he wouldn't allow her to use condoms. Yo, it was crazy. Now, people got to understand, because I hear a lot of people on the internet talking about like her baby father, like he was mad and upset or something like that. He already knew about all this stuff. He knew about this stuff because he was on stage talking about it way before she testified, way before Diddy got locked up for it. Talk about, yeah, you got a baby mama that's out here doing freak offs. He knew about the stuff. But people can't understand, people got to understand, these guys give these girls enough money to do something. Just say, for instance, if old boy was giving her $5,000 or $7,000 a month, you take $2,000 of that and get you in a nice place to live, a nice house somewhere. You understand? You take another $500 and put down on a car that you could drive to work and go back and forth. It don't take $1,000 a month to feed nobody. You understand? To feed nobody. It don't take another $1,000 to clothe somebody, because you ain't gonna buy clothes every month for a kid. And you know his father still is gonna be taken care of, because he was with his father a whole lot of times too. These girls wanted money so they don't have to do nothing. But the baby daddy was giving her enough money for she could do something, but she wanted that extra freak off money. She had to want it, bruh. Because why would you stoop so low to bring yourself down like that? She had an option. Her friend was making, she was talking about her friends was making a couple of $1 million doing, what's that other stuff on internet where?
OnlyFans?
The OnlyFans, yeah, thank you. Her friends was doing OnlyFans, making $2 million. She could have did OnlyFans and made hundreds of thousands of dollars. She chose not to do that, to bring old boy Freak Toy. And then it seemed like she was allegedly picking up drugs for him too. She was still dealing with old boy all the way up until the time he got arrested. That's how he had her mind, bruh. It was crazy. It was crazy. Now, she's telling her story, but she never mentioned like Cassie did about the diseases and everything that she had. She just said how sick she was because he was doing sick stuff with her. With man, this is crazy, bro. I can't even talk. I don't even want to talk about it, bro. I know it's an interview, but I don't even want to talk about it. It was sick. It's like, how you have another man ejaculate on a woman and you rub your body all up against that and then lick her with all the stuff on her, bro. That shit is crazy, bro. Dude is, I don't know what you want to call him, man. Yo, R. Kelly, Bill Cosby, Weinstein, ain't nobody got nothing on dude. Nothing, dog. It's perverted and it's nasty to hear some of these testimonies that are going on. And that's real talk, bro. That's real talk.
Yeah, Diddy a different breed, man.
A different breed, bro. Oh, you said he's a different breed? My man. I don't know what breed that could be, bro. I've never ever heard something, yo, and you know we all grow up looking at some porn and all this like that. I've never ever heard that or seen that in no porn movie that a dude is doing that type of stuff, bro. Nah, man. Nah. That shit is beyond gross, bro. Some of the stuff that you hear in that courtroom is beyond gross.
And what you mean by that when you say all-star freak off?
The all-star freak off is when that she was going to get 2 or 3 of the top male strippers and bring them in, and she was going to have them do her back to back to back to back because that's what he liked. So that's how she wanted to please him. The All-Star Freak-Off is like tag team, WrestleMania. They all get a chance to jump in on that. But you're going to have some of these guys out here, some of these rappers, still going to want to be with her, still going to want to see her because she got a fat ass and a pretty face.
Do you think Diddy was only messing around with her because of who her baby daddy was?
Well, I think that he probably developed a relationship with her first because of that. Because he knew who dude was. And he knew dude had a kid with her. He even offered to take dude shopping before. So he knew who dude was. You understand what I'm saying? And I know how he is. I seen him do Sarah Chapman like that too. She was with a basketball player, and the only reason she dealt with him is because she once was with Pac. She was with a basketball player, and he made a bet that he was going to get her. He probably had to make a bet about this chick because it seemed like she wanted him in the first place because she was telling how he was dating her girlfriend first. And I think her girlfriend probably got married or something like that. And she started dating him.
And you talking about Gary Payton, right?
Yes, sir. I don't want to say his name, bro. You know what I mean?
A woman named Brianna testified, right, that Diddy held her over a balcony. Tell me about that.
Object. 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 That shit did not even make it in the courtroom, bro. They objected to that shit, you know what I'm saying? Because for whatever reason, for whatever legal thing, it was a lawsuit that was civil that was going on. And they could not bring that into court. You only know that and because of the content creators who was there and people like me who was there who heard the stuff, it got objected to and they couldn't even bring that into court. But you know what? The prosecutors were like, yeah, we know they was going to do that. So we going to go a whole nother route. And they got it in there. I'm going to tell you how they got it in there. Because they tried to make Brianna seem like everything she said it was lies because of her drug use. Her still wanting to be around Puff. You understand? Her still going out to parties with them, even after she said he choked her, he beat her, he did this. But people got to understand this. Until you around in that whole atmosphere with those people, you don't understand that the man that's the goal, has all the gold, makes all the rules. Now, see, people don't understand this, and let me break this down to you, bro. If Puff hates you, everybody that you made friends with, everybody that knows you, they hate you. They can't show you that they love or got love for you. Do you understand that? Those people in that industry clique, they'll go out on Mondays and Wednesdays and everything, have parties. If Puff ain't fucking with you, ain't nobody gonna fuck with you. So now, when them girls make up to him, it's not just for them to make up to him. It's to show everybody that's around that me and Puff is still cool so they can start back treating you cool. This is crazy to me, bro. I don't even understand why they give a but that's how it is, bro. That's why those people keep running back to him because they know if he don't fuck with them, nobody's gonna fuck with them in that industry around there. Whether it's parties, whether it's work, socializing, none of that. So when he hung the girl over the balcony, that couldn't get into court because it was a civil suit that was pending or did like that. You understand what I'm saying? So they wouldn't let it in there. So what the prosecutors did was they got the text messages in there. So when y'all hear the news people out there, well, Brianna was lying. She was not telling the truth. She didn't remember this. She didn't remember that. Puff personal assistant KK and Cassie was texting on 9/30/2016 when it happened. Was texting. Yo, he put on, KK, we're going to take care of it. We're going to make sure everything's okay. We're sorry. He was drunk. He was high. We're going to make sure she be compensated for her injury. All that shit, bro. All that shit is in text messages, and the prosecutors got the text messages in there. So now the jury might not see, you understand? Can't hear Brianna part of it, but they can hear the text messages because there was a civil suit. You understand? And he was paying her millions of dollars for doing that. So all these content creators, all these news people that said the girl was lying, she couldn't have been lying because the text messages don't lie. They brought in a federal computer analyst who got the text messages out of Cassie and old girl's phone that states that they was talking about it in September in 2016, bro. The prosecutor got bombed for that. Now the jury gonna look at it like, yo, they were trying to make this girl out a lie, but they was telling this lie in 2016, and not one person said that was a lie back then. But all of a sudden, in 2025, it's a lie. The prosecutor cooked their ass on that one, bro. Cooked them. They got the text messages that told the story that Puff did hang the girl over the balcony, was choking her the whole 9 yards, and they was trying to put a civil suit or stop her from doing a civil suit so they can pay her off and sign an NDA just like they did the security people. Just like they did the security people, bro. It's crazy.
Yeah, I ain't know all that, man. Because what I was hearing online was she got exposed for lying.
Bruh, they was trying to say the young lady got exposed for lying because the young lady been taking medication, been taking drugs, the whole 9 yards. But there's text messages from Cassie and Puff personal assistant that told the truth. They told the truth. Why would they be lying in 2016 about that happening? Why would they be lying? Right after it happened. Right when it's happening. And that's the point that prosecution made. Bruh, through this whole trial, and the girl was talking about pink cocaine, ecstasy, mollies, some pills that they ain't know what the hell it was. Drugs, bruh. The drugs will change your whole life. Here go a guy, a kid that not use drugs, wouldn't smoke weed. He got out there, and not only he got drugs, he got drunk on power. By him being drunk on power and using drugs, he wasted his whole life away. We're going to see the beginning and the end. This is the first time, bro. This is the first time in our lifetime we're going to see an individual that was on top of the world, had everything that they also dreamed of. and gonna lose everything that they dreamed of. You can't make this shit up, bro.
Yeah, it gotta be the drugs, man. If you hanging people over balconies, you can't be in your right mind. But I want to ask you about D-Rock and a guy named Paul. Like, I'm hearing these testimonies and their names keep coming up.
Bro, that's why either D-Rock and Paul, they either gonna be a co-conspirator, the prosecution may have their testimony sealed, whereas they may not have to come into court or whatever like that, or they may bring them into court or whatever, or may have some kind of sealed affidavit or whatever from them, but they're gonna have to either testify or be a co-conspirator. Now they said KK is a co-conspirator. They mentioned that in the courts, that his personal assistant KK is a co-conspirator. So how can D-Rock not be when he was mentioned way more than she was? They was mentioned almost in every testimony, bro, that people gave. They was talking about Paul or D-Rock, Paul and D-Rock, or D-Rock and Paul. So it ain't came up yet. Either they're gonna be co-conspirators or they're gonna have some kind of sealed affidavit or sealed testimony or something against Puff. They got to. They got to bring them in some kind of way. It's too many people that talked about them, bro. And these are the same two people, D-Rock and Paul. These are the same two people that when people talk about Gene Deal, these are the same two people that let Big down. Let's get into it, Mighty. These are the same two people that let Big down. D-Rock convinced Puff. Puff had D-Rock convinced Big to come to that party that night. Paul was D-Rock. Paul was fucking Big security. Uncle Paulie was Big security. These same two people, you see them help destroy fucking Big because they didn't do their job and didn't do what they were supposed to do that night for Big. Now they finna destroy fucking Puff ass. They didn't stop him, bro. They didn't stop him. When he was doing that shit, Paul telling people one of the security birds, oh, me and Puff was friends from childhood. Fuck up out of here. You ain't stopping them from doing stupid shit. You ain't stopping from beating no girls. You ain't say, yo, my man, you fucking drugged up out your mind. You need to stop doing that shit. What's wrong with you? They didn't do none of that, bro. D-Rock only know him through Big. So I don't expect that from D-Rock. But then I expect D-Rock to be a man and say, yo, my man, you can't be beating these girls like that. You making us look bad, bro. What's wrong with you? I'm not working for you, you doing that shit. That nigga Paul was around when Puff wasn't using drugs. Yo, stop that nigga, bro. Don't let that nigga do that shit to himself. These are the same two motherfuckers that the night Big got murdered played a role in it. Played a role in it. Paul not doing his job right. D-Rock getting Big there when he was told not to. Now look, same two people that didn't stop Puff, who had been around since the Notorious Big. And look at him. Bruh, he was responsible for bringing Biggs to that party when he was told not to. There's enough people out here that know that he was told not to bring Big to that party. Big was supposed to be in London. He got Big to that party because that's what Puff wanted Big at. Paul was told as a security personnel, they coming to get us tonight, bro. So you got to be on alert. If Big is your principal and you're responsible for Big, you got to put yourself in between, in the middle of every threat possible. And Paul didn't do that. If Puff is your principal and he your childhood friend, when do you grab this motherfucker by the collar and say, man, put the drugs down, go get some help? Fuck is wrong with you? There's no way in hell or heaven I would allow that kid to do that shit around me.
You've been seeing these interviews by the Punisher, the sex worker for Diddy and Cassie?
Man, I seen a lot of the interviews that he was doing. The thing about it is that he got a book out, and I respect his hustle. You know what I'm saying? I've been asked to come on those same platforms, but I decided not to do it at this time. But had a problem with what people were saying when it came down to Cameron, because when I think Cameron was probably one of the first people to interview him. And people was going at Cameron because they was talking about he was shaming Cassie because she was the victim in the whole 9 yards. And Cameron had asked him how the panani was, the nana, the goods, how Cassie was, and people are now trying to like say negative shit around Cameron when they don't understand that Cameron, when did he first become a fucking I never heard Cameron say he was, what do you call that, a role model. You understand? Cameron never came out and said he was a role model, brother. You understand? Now, he's a good role player, whereas that a kid could say he can't go wrong if he do the shit that Cameron done. Cameron played ball, became a rapper, became a millionaire. You understand? By using his talents. Now, if a kid role play like Cameron, it wouldn't be that bad. But the fact that you calling him a role model, Cameron is just talking like dudes from Harlem would be talking on the corner. The questions he asks you is questions that dudes on the corner be asking. The shit that he do and he say is what dudes on the corner in the hood do and they say. And the first thing a dude gonna say is, damn, I wonder how the pussy is. You understand? Now, I wouldn't be wondering that because I heard the stories of all the diseases and all this other stuff about it. But most dudes on the corner is going to want to know. So when he asks those questions like that, you can't get mad at him because he's being himself. And he knows what dudes on the corner is thinking because he ran on those same corners. So you can't be mad at him because he asked those questions to a guy who was being paid to have sex with her. Evidently, to me, It must be still good. She had 3 kids and just had a baby. Congratulations, Cassie, on your 3rd child. I'm glad it's healthy. Hope it be wealthy and well for the rest of his life. Y'all don't be mad at Cameron for that shit. Cameron is asking where the people who come watch him talk and see, he know what they questions they want him to ask somebody. I don't have a problem with it, bro. Like Big say, that was his favorite Harlem rapper, Cameron. Yeah, Big said that. I was I was talking to Big the week before he died, and he was telling me how he had signed Cameron them, and he said, out of all those people that was a part of that whole crew with Herbie, Mace, Cameron.
This is your reminder to thank the friend who gets McDonald's breakfast for the group while everyone else sleeps in.
Start your morning with a big breakfast with hotcakes for just $7.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
They said it would be too hard to earn a degree while working full-time, but WGU offers flexible degree programs that I was able to finish on my time. There are no set login times, and better yet, courses and tests are all online and 100% whenever you want to do them. To learn more about how you can get your degree in IT, business, education, or healthcare, visit wgu.edu today.
We already found it? No, it found us.
Jurassic World, rated PG-13. Get tickets now.
That Cameron was probably the Children of the Corn. Cameron was the nicest one. All the rest of the guys was nice, but he was like, yo, Cameron was his favorite out of the whole batch. Big said that.
Yeah, I always heard that Big Dog Cam was nice, man. But I didn't know he was getting backlash for that interview. I didn't see anything wrong with the interview.
Well, you know, we all know that Cassie was a victim. I don't think Cameron was victim shaming her or anything like that. He was just asking a nigga questions for the niggas who watch him. Point blank. He was asking a nigga question for the niggas who watch him. I guess you can't be mad at that one. And if you is, scratch your ass and get glad.
Yeah, the guy said that he couldn't even enjoy having sex with Cassie because Puffy was in the room watching in the corner.
Yeah, but see, what happened was he didn't know it was Diddy for almost a year. If you watch the interview, he was saying that I didn't know it was Diddy was almost a year, but they had told me to hold up and I went to watch TV. And when I went to watch TV, I seen Mr. Combs come up on the television. Enjoy Your Stay, Mr. Sean Combs. And he put it together that then, almost after a year, that was Diddy and Cassie. And after that, he couldn't really perform like he was in the past.
You heard that interview from Q from Day 26, the one he did with Aubrey O'Day, about how he got a pill from Dunn, and the next thing you know, he woke up in Diddy Kid's bed?
Well, like, people don't understand, a lot of these people are victims. Q said he was upset with Dawn, but he has to understand that Dawn is also a victim too. And when Diddy told her to give Q this pill, it wasn't that he was trying to, I don't believe it was that Dawn was trying to do something malicious to Q. she was just giving him the pill. She probably didn't even know what the pill was going to do. But from my understanding, Q said he woke up with men around him, filming him, and he was in his drawers or whatever. I believe that based on him being on that first Vlad show and how he was emotionally distressed, some things may have happened to him personally that effed him up for life. It's hard to talk about another man's pain, but I want that brother to know, whatever help you need, whoever you need to talk to get over whatever you have to get over, do it, bruh, and let it go. You put that in God's hand and you let it go. Because it seems like he is mentally distressed about something. And his other people know about it because they was all on the show, somebody else's show, crying behind it. So they know what happened. And steadily trying to fight all the victims, fight the motherfucker that victimized you. Q is hurting, bro. You can see his pain, you can hear his pain, and he has to understand that he's not to blame for none of that shit. Try to put that in God's hand, talk to somebody, and be the man that you are. I salute him for even coming out and trying to piece his life together behind whatever he thought or whatever happened to him that night.
A guy named Eddie Garcia, he testified, right?
Eddie Garcia was one of the security personnel the day Cassie got beaten at the hotel. He saw the stuff, him and the other security personnel, and they told their boss about everything. They wanted to do the right thing, but their boss wouldn't allow them to do that. They had to be given immunity because in actuality, they were co-conspirators because Puff, from whatever smart-ass, dumb lawyer, if it was a lawyer involved, had them write an NDA, a non-disclosure, and get those people $100,000 and put it in writing. How are you breaking the law by having a video confiscated of you beating somebody, and you're going to have somebody sign an NDA that they won't tell nobody, and get them $100,000 out of Combs Global, because the NDA was signed Combs Global. So when the people were saying that he wasn't using his business to break the law, they got it in black and white. He gave a man $100,000 to keep their mouth closed and to take the tape. An NDA, when you're breaking the law, a non-disclosure goes thrown out the window anyway. It don't even matter. It says that in the NDA. If a person is breaking the law, this NDA is no good. It's no good. So why are you having somebody sign that shit? That's a paper trail that you didn't even need. Somebody fell and bumped their head, bro. Because I'm saying, damn, how did the feds get that? They had a copy of it. He never gave the guy a copy of it. He only had that in his own what I guess his own files. He only had that in his own files, brother. They asked the guy, "Oh, did you see the NDA?" He said, "Yo, I didn't really read it, man, because I just wanted to get the hell out of there. I seen the $100,000. He counted it on the machine." He said, "Did you count it?" He said, "Nah, I trusted him. I just wanted to get my ass up out of there. I didn't came up. You understand? I didn't came up. Come on, 100,000 for that tape? My man, that's starting off at $1 million. They should have started off at $1 million with that one, because he definitely would have paid it."
He testified that they only wanted 50K, but Diddy gave him 100K.
Now he told him the boss was the only one gonna get it. The boss was asked for 50,000. So in the interim, the boss asking for 50,000. Puff just automatically put another 50 on top of that. He knew what the tape meant, but you got to realize too, they got FaceTime Cassie, and Cassie was with it too on getting rid of the tape. So Cassie wanted to get rid of the tape too, and that came up in court.
Yeah, he testified that Diddy was concerned that tape would come out. But yeah, I mean, they could have had a couple of millions for that tape, man.
Yeah, I know they least 100,000, 50,000. That's too low, bro. For that tape and the damage it would have did with its Ciroc companies, with all you see the damage it did.
Yeah, the guy actually testified that he actually got a call from Diddy, letting him know that he was drunk when he, attacked Cassie.
Well, he said that the guy was a little paranoid, regarding with Diddy, but he said Diddy also called him on Easter and wished him a happy Easter. He said he called Diddy back and said he needed a job and asked, did he have any kind of security work for him to do, and Diddy never called him back. Never called him back. That's why with these guys in this industry, bro, you got to get all yours up front. You got to make sure that when you do something, get all your money up front, because they can't be trusted. Not no way, not no how.
Yeah, he testified that when he met up with Diddy to get the money for the tape, he said that Diddy was calling him Eddie my angel.
Yeah. He made accusations that Eddie was his angel, and Eddie, he was happy and everything like that. He said Diddy went to the back, came back out with the non-disclosure, came back out there with a bag full of money, counted the money in front of him. He said it was crazy. He said Diddy was telling him he could change his life. I thought they was about to do the freak off. He told me he gonna change his life. Yeah, that was funny, man. But he gave him the money. He took care of everything.
I'm hearing that they were saying that the prosecutors, they were saying that Eddie Garcia was bribing, Diddy for the money for the tape.
No, they was trying to. They did not go at Eddie Garcia's like that, like they was bribing Diddy. You understand what I'm saying? They were not. The prosecutor, and that's lies that the internet is making up, because the defense did not go after Eddie as if Eddie Garcia was trying to bribe Diddy, because he didn't ask Diddy for the $100,000. He only thought he was going to get 50,000. That was Diddy putting extra money on there. That's the internet that's making up that stuff, like the feds went after Eddie Garcia as if they were trying to bribe Diddy out the $100,000 for the tape. And that was far from it during that testimony. And they did not go after Mr. Garcia and state any of those things that you just previously said.
So how did the tape get leaked? Did they run game on Diddy, like they sold him the tape, but they made copies behind the scenes? Like, how did that work?
No, what happened was is that they got the tape from the cloud and they thought they had what you call, but The analyst, that's the specialist, said because that you think that you've deleted something, it's not deleted. It goes dormant in your system and you can't bring it up unless you go into the server and see what door is behind. He was explaining this like, just say you have a message. You delete that message. So now that message deleted, you can't bring that back up. But it's still dormant and it's still in the system. Now, once you take another delete message, delete a message, delete a message, delete a message on top of that, you have to go in there and know how to pull out all those deleted messages to get to that one message that's dormant in the system. And that's what they do. You got to realize it goes like this, brother. The Eddie Garcia case helped the racketeering and Puff using his companies to do crimes. And when he takes and pays an individual and make them sign a notice, a non-disclosure, and gives them $100,000 as if he got it from the money of Combs Global, it helps the racketeering cases that Eddie and them are receiving money for a crime that they should have reported to the police. So Puff is interfering with justice by paying somebody off for a crime that was committed. That's against the law, brother. That's a part of the racketeering. So Eddie and them, that's why he had to get what you call he's a witness, but he was given immunity because they should have went to jail for not reporting the crime. No matter what Cassie wanted. It wasn't up to Cassie to say whether they called the police or not. So now, by him taking that $100,000, he came in and testified that that's enough to piece Puff into that racketeering part.
And a woman named Sylvia testified, right? She was an employee at the Beverly Hills Hotel for like 17 years. And she testified that she would see candle wax everywhere when she was cleaning up the rooms after the freak-offs.
It was nothing important that to clean up from the freak-off. The cleanup from the freak-off costs $1,000 a night. Anywhere from $500 to $1,000. That's all she was testifying to. No matter what the room costs, and no matter what assistants or whoever he sent in there to clean up, because they had their own, the bad boy had their own cleanup crew. The hotel will still have to charge him anywhere from $500 to $1,000 to go back behind whoever he had cleaning up to clean up. They have to always redo the drapes, the carpet, the floors, the candle wax, the baby oil, whatever he had. Like one of the girls testified that they would go through 12 bottles of baby oil. 12 bottles of baby oil, dog. They would go through 12 bottles of baby oil. That's the devil, man. That's crazy, man. So the lady was testifying that and I didn't see the relevance of her testimony other than that the freak-offs took place in the Beverly Hills Hotel and that they had to pay or charge Bad Boy extra $500 to $1,000 for the cleanup behind the freak offs. And that's the only relevance I've seen it. And other than the fact that she could testify that they use Combs Global and Bad Boy Entertainment for the payment of the hotels for the freak out.
But how is Kanye West getting on the drapes though? I'm trying to figure that out, man. I don't know how that happens.
Man, I don't know, niggas throwing candle wax. Niggas is shooting off, niggas is shooting off and ducking and all this other shit. I don't know, man. I can't tell you what happened, man, but it had to be crazy. Whereas this lady said they had to charge him $1,000 to clean up. It had to be crazy, man. That's crazy. But you got to realize the freak offs wasn't one day. They was lasting 3 to 5 days. 3 to 5 days, bruh. It's crazy.
I'm still in disbelief when it comes to how long the freak offs was. But let me ask you this. Why do you think Diddy was allowing all these men to have sex with Cassidy? Do you think he was lacking somewhere, or I don't know. I mean, it's weird, yo.
Bruh. It's two things I don't do. I don't tell a man how to make love to his woman, and I don't tell a man how to spend his money. I don't know why dude chose to have other men or whatever sexual perverted mind he had on fulfilling his fantasies. It's got to be something, and it only could be looked at and viewed as being demonic, the way that he did the shit and how he did it. And it end up, we see it in real life right now, that is part of his downfall. That's Pandora's box. That's what one of the girls said. She started something, she opened up something that she had no business doing. And now you become a part of that. It's certain shit in life that you should never do. And when you do, you open your world up to a whole lot of shit that you may not know nothing of. So that's what happened to Diddy. He got involved in something that it made his downfall now. Like I said before, he got drunk off his own drink. And that was that power.
Gene Deal, great interview, my guy. Before we end it, you already know the routine, man. Let the people know what you got going on. Shout out everything you got.
Yeah, I want people to, if you got people in St. Louis, get involved in the tornado relief. You know, E4 tornado hit the north side of St. Louis. It left a lot of people stranded, tore up a lot of people's homes. Please give and donate to those causes out there in St. Louis, Missouri. You can help also me by purchasing either Gene Deal, My World of Bodyguard and the Hip Hop Star, or Life After Death when Bodyguard and the Hip Hop Star. You can get it on Amazon, or you can Cash App or PayPal Big Gene _5 Deuce. Thank you, all the dialogue. Appreciate y'all. And until next week and next time, peace.
Airheads.
Bckdoejoe, happy to have you back on the platform, my guy.
Man, I'm happy to be here, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm happy to be able to be in a platform like yours to give my opinion. You know, opinion is just like an asshole. Everybody got one. You know what I mean? You know, I give my opinion, and it seems to make a lot of people upset. You know, then a lot of people love my opinion. That's why you bring me on here, and I really appreciate that, brother. I just want to say this before we get started, Art, is that, you know, a lot of people think I came here to bring a black man down. And that's what I hear in the comments a whole lot. But it was nothing like that. You know, a black man didn't cuss a dead man's mother out. A black man didn't set his friends up and put them in a situation where they couldn't come home to their families no more. A black man didn't reach back and help the people that helped them make it up the ladder. It was Puffy. You know what I'm saying? I got tired of Puffy going on different platforms talking about how he loved the people that we was all with, how he loved the people that helped him, when in fact, none of that stuff was true. So my whole thing about it is, man, I appreciate your platform for letting me, you know, voice my opinion. And like I said, opinions like an asshole. Some of these cats out here get paid for their asshole. I get paid to give my opinion.
Yeah, I feel you, man. I mean, yeah, you just on here giving your opinion, man. I mean, you was one of the people that was real close to the situation, so why not?
Thank you. I appreciate that.
So with that being said, right, the last interview me and you did was a day after the raid. And when you look at everything now, man, how you feel about everything? It's been like a week, you knowing Diddy, you being around Diddy. Could you ever imagine that his houses would get raided for sex trafficking?
Bro, you can't imagine no stuff like that. You understand? You can't think that, because back then, he wasn't Brother Love. He was Puffy. All the way up until he became Diddy. So his behavior over the years has changed. And the behavior that he shows now, and that he has shown by being Brother Love, I couldn't imagine that the police would be raiding him for sex trafficking? Nah, bruh. I couldn't imagine that. You know what I'm saying? That wasn't him back then. He's a totally different person that he became. If you've seen him on other platforms, inviting men to party with him, inviting men to go shopping with him. You understand? That wasn't Puffy. That wasn't Diddy. That was Brother Love and Love.
How you feel about all the people that's wondering why haven't any of Diddy big name friends came out to defend him?
Because either two things that I believe. Either they know some of the stuff is true, either they took part in some of the stuff that happened, or they scared that it may mess up their brand. See, nobody wants to be in contact with anybody that allegedly was sex trafficking. You see what the WWF did to Vince McMahon. Vince McMahon was one of those people that was called for sex trafficking. We don't hear a lot about it because he gave up the company, he did what he was supposed to do, and he became Ghost. But now you see they trying to do the same thing to Puffy. They trying to make him or hip hop the face of sex trafficking, like they was going to do the WWF at one time, because that was a big story. So a lot of his people that know him, a lot of the people that been in those parties and seen probably some unscrupulous shit that went down and was like, ooh, I was there. I hope they don't got me on tape. They feeling a certain way. So they're not going to speak on nothing until they've been approached with something. You got to realize when Homeland Security get their evidence together, they're going to send agents out. You understand? They might send an agent out to me. Yo, what do you know? What have you heard? What have you seen? What's been going on? You know what I'm saying? You know, did this happen when you was around him? Did this happen back in the day? That's what they're going to want to know. You know what I'm saying? So they're going to send investigators out. They're going to send people out for anybody that they can get some information from to help their case. So those celebrities ain't going to say nothing. You know, you got your man Stevie J speaking on it right now. He'll be one of the first dudes that they'll probably pull to the side and say, yo, well, you say that your man, I heard you on TMZ say that he never did this and he never did that, but ain't this you? If those pictures or those films or anything like that exists, you know what I'm saying? That's what they pay those agents to do. So, of course, I don't believe that none of the people who are his celebrity friends is going to speak or say nothing until they're either contacted or they know what they really got.
So you feel like they might be worried that they might be on tape at one of Diddy parties doing something they wasn't supposed to be doing?
I think that the celebrities that may be worried is because what Lil Rob said. Lil Rob said in his affidavit that Diddy had every room taped and bugged. Diddy had, yo, bro, can you imagine he had every room taped and bugged, and they found little bugs and little tape recorders, little those micro projectors or whatever like that, or video cameras. They found them in the house, bro. So by them having those things in the house, and people know there's drugs, there's alcohol, there's loose women, there's loose men, woman on woman, man on man, all kind of crazy shit. Bruh. They just wondering who or when they're going to let this stuff be known. If it's on videotape.
Yeah, man. I know they got to be shook, man, after finding out he was recording everything.
But not only celebrities, I don't think it's only celebrities going to be shook. He had politicians in there. He had princes in there. He also had a couple of preachers in there. Hallelujah. That's crazy.
You personally, you think they got tapes?
Well, my personal opinion that if Lil Rob could be trusted and his statements are true, they got him. They got tapes and stuff.
Yeah, we're going to see, man. We're going to see what they got. But speaking of the raid, right, did you see that viral video of Diddy he was seen in Miami with Stevie J after the raid? You seen that video?
Yeah, I seen it.
What you think about that?
Well, I go way back when Stevie J first came to Bad Boy after they left Uptown Records and everything like that. And Stevie J and Puff fell out real bad over, it could have been producer credits and the whole 9 yards. But Stevie J didn't F with him until Love and Hip Hop. When Stevie J went to Love and Hip Hop and he became famous from that, Puff called him over there and they had a meeting. And I guess they rekindled their friendship. Because I used to bodyguard Stevie J. And, go to different clubs. So, I got pictures and everything. Stevie J didn't mess with Puff, until after that Love and Hip Hop thing went down, So now they back cool. What got me about the stuff like that them being back cool, that Stevie J went on TMZ and was speaking up on behalf of Diddy. Now, if anybody I want speaking up behalf of me, or I had anybody speaking up on my behalf, it wouldn't be Stevie J. You understand? I don't think that an individual of his caliber is capable or can be trusted in a way that I would like for him based on his actions on television and who he is as a person, what he has been shown as an individual is a type of individual that I would have speaking on my behalf. Come on, we know he's a drug abuser. We know that he's been seen putting his hands on women in the wrong way. And I don't know, that shit is crumbling, man. You know what I'm saying? But you can always say this, man. And the infamous words of one of the world's greatest comedians, Richard Pryor, cocaine is a hell of a drug.
Why you say that? Cocaine is a hell of a drug.
Because LaRob said that they be doing the liquid cocaine in the bottles, in the Ciroc bottles. We know Stevie J been in countless rehabs back and forth. We know we've heard of Puff being in rehabs, secretly going to rehabs too. So, my man, when you get on those type of psychotropical, I think it's psychotropical drugs, man, and you start believing your own bullshit, and them two individuals together, man, you know they got to be crazy. Something got to be wrong with when he sit up there and he said that he want to challenge 50. And I don't know much about that clout him challenging 50 to a fight, and we seen how 50 Cent, we seen how Stevie J fight on Love and Hip Hop and all that other bullshit. Him Scrappy, him this other cat. My man, there's no way. There's no way. He don't want it with 50, bro. That's if that ain't cocaine, the Pope ain't Catholic.
So you feel like 50 Cent would give Stevie J that work?
It wouldn't even be a job. 50 Cent will whoop niggas like Stevie J on the way to a real fight.
You seen 50 fight before?
I ain't never seen 50 fight. I seen some tapes of him get down on that end, but I never seen him fight in person. But I know the demeanor of a man. I was with 50 Cent on a couple of occasions, and one occasion, it was just me and 50 and about probably 6 other dudes that didn't want to get out the car because he was ready to get down. And you could see it in him. You could see he got it in him like that. I'm looking at him. I wrote this shit about this shit in my book. 50 ain't back. He don't back down, bro. And you could see when you know a dude is about it, and got it in him, you can see it in his eyes. You can see it in the way he carry himself. You see how he threw his own man in the bushes, Tony Yayo. They got tapes on 50 getting down boxing. I've seen tapes on him. You know what I'm saying? I've never seen him in person, as far as fighting. I've been with him in person, but he got it in him, bro.
But yeah, they caught me by surprise because I always knew that Stevie J, he did production for Bad Boy, but I never knew him and Diddy was that close until, as of late, since the raid. So
No, they was close. Bro, Stevie J and Puff was like pots and pans back in the day. I don't know what happened between them, but something happened on the producing credit side that Stevie J stopped effing with him. And, Stevie wasn't dealing with him at all. He was just doing more stuff for Jodeci than he was Bad Boy.
So after him and Diddy fell out, he started working with Jodeci more. I see. How you feel about the victim of the club shooting? I gotta ask you about this, man. How you feel about her coming out now saying that, Diddy, he shot her and not Shine? How you feel about that?
Well, the way I feel about that, the case is closed, bro. It can't be no double jeopardy. It can't be no retrial because they already had a trial and a man was convicted for her injuries. A man already did time for her injuries. You understand? If they would have to go back and see that if there was ballistic tests done on Jennifer Lopez, on Puffy, God bless the dead, on Wolf, did they do ballistic tests? And then see if they did ballistic tests and Puff had gunpowder on him, you know what I'm saying? Why didn't the police go through with charging him? Why didn't the police charge him? She could say that now, and she said that I don't take nothing from the victim. I don't take nothing from the victim. But her lawyer should have advocated. I know Puff and Shine, they had the same charges. But like I said before, and like Shine said also, Shine said this also because it's true. Puff had witnesses that come in to testify against Shine and say they saw Shine do the shooting. So her making those statements now, and the case is over with. It's been what? Well, how many years it's been? 15, 20 years? 15, 17, 15. Shine went to jail for 10 years. It was in 99, right? So
about 23 years, sir.
About 20-some years. Ain't nothing they can do about that, bro. They can't reopen that shit and charge him.
Yeah, I mean, she did say that she, willing to lose an eye for authorities can, remove the bullet fragment from her eye for they can use it as evidence against Diddy. So, I mean, she did say that.
Bruh, I find that shit to be hilarious. How much money would you give for your eye? How much money would you give for your eye? They didn't even say Puff had a gun. They didn't even find Shine got caught with a gun coming out the club. They didn't catch Puff with a gun on him. They caught a gun in the car. There were 4 people in that car. 1 person is dead. What do you think the lawyer's going to say? It was his. It was the bodyguard. It was the security. It wasn't Mr. Combs. You understand what I'm saying? So, she willing to lose an eye? And what is the fragment is come from Shine's bullet. Because what happened was, bruh, they shot in the air. And things ricocheted and hit. So they never said that Puff was caught or seen with a gun.
Right. Hey, man, I mean, that's what she said, man. But I got to ask you about these new reports, right? How you feel about them saying that, Jennifer Lopez, she was carrying the gun in her purse?
My man, you can't make me believe that. I've been around Ms. Lopez plenty of times. And even though they say Jenny from the block, she didn't rock like that, bro. For real, for real. I've been around Miss Lopez a few times, more than a few times. You understand what I'm saying? She did not rock like that. She don't get down like that, bro. Not at all. She wouldn't be carrying no gun for no puffy. Not at all. I know that. Yo, I would bet anything on that one, bro. That's right there. That's some internet bullshit.
So with that being said, right, how exactly did Diddy do Sean wrong when it comes to the case? If you don't mind me asking, break that down.
Well, I believe Diddy did Shy wrong because he told security at the time, and the head of security of his everyday operation was Paul Alford. If y'all know somebody who was there at the club that witnessed the shooting, go find them. People was found by security and the street team and brought in to Puff. When Puff liked their story, what they saw, he gave it to their lawyer. Their lawyer then sent them to the DA's office, and those people testified against Sean. They had the same charges. So they separated lawyers. They had separate lawyers, and everything went on Sean because Diddy found the witness against Sean and brought him forward. So I guess that's how you do your man when you don't want to go to jail. That's what happened, bro. Sean said it in the whole interview. On that documentary that Sean did from jail, he spoke about that, but he forgave him.
If that was you, would you forgive him?
Man, I wouldn't, bruh. I'm not into forgiving. That's for Christ. That's what Jesus is for.
Do you personally believe Diddy should have did some time?
I think if Sean did time and they had the same case, if they had the same case and Diddy wouldn't have found those witnesses against Sean, they all would have went to jail. But because Diddy had, I think his name was Braxton, Jewish lawyer, and Johnny Cochran, he was able to separate himself from the crime that was committed. So do I feel like he should have went to jail? I wasn't on the jury. But had he not found those witnesses to go against Sean, he would have been in somebody's jail.
Yeah, I feel you. But I want to ask you, right, how you feel about some of these news outlets reporting that, Jennifer Lopez, she was talking about Diddy when she said in her new documentary that she was in an abusive relationship?
I personally don't believe it was Diddy. I personally, because I've never seen him in a situation other than pillow fighting or like that. And I know that he used to do that sometimes to mess with the younger girls and the girls he used to deal with. You know what I'm saying? But I never really seen him act that manner with Miss Lopez, with Jennifer. Not at all. I've never seen him in a situation whereas that I could believe that Miss Lopez was hit by him or roughed up by him at all.
So what was he doing in a relationship that you disagree with?
It's no relationship I don't think is perfect, but I don't think that, like when we, just for instance, we would come back to the studio and there'd be a bunch of girls in the studio. And he would try to convince her that because he's a superstar, he has to have a lot of girls around like that for his image. But Ms. Lopez been around the block a few times. She been on major networks, stars, dealt with individuals and shit like that. So, what I didn't like is that they used to tag team her on discussion about these girls and stuff that used to be around that used to be disrespectful. And they would try to be disrespectful to her. And I would be put in the middle of that bullshit sometimes. And then she'd be looking at me like, yo, Gene, when in fact, I can't do anything because he's my principal. You understand what I'm saying? That was it. I've never seen Puff rough her up or had a situation where she came out the room or she came out the room looking a certain way like she had been hit or she was upset in that manner. No.
So tell me a situation where she was violated by a female.
Well, we was in the studio and one of the young ladies was overheard saying that she ain't all that. So then Jennifer was about to go at her. So Puff told me to take her home. So I took her home on this particular night, and she went, got the jeans on, put her hair back in a little ponytail, the little bun thing, had the jean jacket on. She might have Vaseline on her ears or whatever like that, sneakers. And she came back to the studio. And Puff had got them girls out of there. You understand? But she act like that she was ready to do something. So then Puff had gave her a song. So they worked on the song. Then we end up going to a club called Eugene's and met up with Destiny Child and Jay-Z and Dame Dash before we ended up at the cafeteria later on that night. But she was gonna get at girls the business.
From your point of view, right, did you see any signs that Diddy and J-Lo was gonna break up? From your point of view, did you see the writing on the wall?
Well, when I saw a lot of people, a lot of investigators following us, I knew they were private eyes. Because I worked for a private eye company at that time also. That was Elite Investigation on 29th Street between, what was that, 10th and 11th Avenue. It was on 29th Street, Elite Investigation. So a lot of the private eyes, different private eye companies. You work with them on different other clients. One time we had Sharon Stone. So I knew a lot of the guys, and I saw a couple of guys who worked a couple of jobs with me before watching us. So I know a couple of guys that were watching us. So I was trying to tell Paul, we got PIs following us. You know what I'm saying? So it was only certain reasons if they was following us, if they was PIs, somebody was trying to find out something on us. And they'll usually be following us, not when we're going to a big party and stuff like that. They'll just be following me and Puff on our days that we were out and about and we were going certain places. So either somebody hired private eyes to follow us on behalf of Jennifer Lopez, or she did.
But why you think her and her team would do that?
Somebody hired private eyes to follow us. It could have been her manager, Benny Medina. He didn't like Puff. You understand? So I could tell in the first meeting, when I was around him and Puff, when I was in the first meeting with around him and Puff, we was in this meeting, and I could tell how he was talking to Puff. You know what I'm saying? That he didn't so much care for Puff. So anything to get Jennifer away from him, I think he was capable and ready to do it.
And you said J-Lo mom didn't like Puff either, right?
His mom couldn't stand. His mom never took a present, a gift. If she needed air to breathe, she wouldn't take his last breath.
Them having the feds follow him, man, it's wild, man. I know TMZ, they reporting that, all the companies that Diddy was involved in got subpoenaed. What you think about that?
Bro, that's going to be, you got to realize they going to go through everything. His finances. How did he file his taxes? What kind of money did he really make? You understand? they're going to go through, you got to realize they're going to have the IRS involved in that. They're going to see what kind of money he was spending. They got to go through all that because they got to find something. Because whatever the situation is, and they find something, you know what I'm saying? Even if they get him to plead guilty to a day in jail, which is crazy, they just want a guilty plea on something. Well, we didn't find him sex trafficking, but he was filing his taxes and cheating on his taxes. They do that to find something on him, bro. They probably pay, just say if they paid Diddy $100 million. But Diddy lied and said that he only got $75 million. And he only filed taxes on $60 million. You understand what I'm saying? From that particular company. That's fraud. So we want all your records on every dime that you gave him. We trying to find something on him. I don't think they were happy when Diddy spearheaded and helped Corey Jacobs get out of jail. It was a young lady who actually did all the work, but his influence with the Obamas and everything like that got one of his best friends pardoned by Obama. Bruh, let me ask you something. If the federal government has a 99%, they have a 99% conviction rate. You think they can't find nothing in Diddy in his life that may have been just a little wrong? They find shit on Donald Trump, and he was the president. You don't think they can find nothing that Diddy done wrong? Based on what Lou Rob, Jonathan Odie, and Cassie said. Bruh, I'm not even going to say that because somebody telling me, the first thing you know, they'll be saying that I was helping the feds convict Diddy if I mention anything about Gina, who said he beat her so bad that it kicked her baby out of her. She was pregnant with his baby, and she lost the baby. They'll say I'll be helping the authorities, but she got on a national show on YouTube and said that whole story.
Right. Facts.
They could go back and she could press charges against him or bring up charges on her. Bring up charges on him on that. It's a lot of things that they can do, but they won't do. They want whatever they find in their investigation to bring those things up. They want to use the stuff they found on those raids.
Yeah, it might be a wrap, man. 99% conviction rate. Yeah, it might be over for Diddy, man.
That's all they need is one thing. That's all they need is one thing. They find something in his taxes wrong, because they're going to have agents go through his taxes.
So why you think they want him so bad? Because I thought it was just, sex trafficking. But it seems like now they trying to get him on anything.
Bruh, people do not listen. You understand? When I said he bit the hand that fed him, when he went after that, was it Bckdoejoe, that liquor company? They got a lot of friends. And because they stopped the lawsuit, that don't mean that they friends and they people that he upset has forgave him. You ask me, will I forgive? They must then forgive him. Even though they stopped a lot of the stuff, lawsuits and things, they didn't forgive him for doing that and bringing that type of attention to their company. So He made some enemies now. Some of the people that was his friends are his enemies. And they always want to show us, how dare you? I gave you millions of dollars. And you turn around and you bite the hand that feeds you. So now, by him doing that, by him putting himself in that situation, he can no longer be the face of any brand. He can no longer be the face of any brand for nobody.
Unfortunate, man. You heard about these radio stations? They're not even playing Diddy music no more, yo.
Because you got to realize this, man. People that advertise, they don't want to be a part of something that may have been sex trafficking, pedophilia. They didn't say anything about pedophilia, thank God. But with this sex trafficking, this Me Too, the advertisers don't want their advertisement in those slots where his music play. Remember when they took all Bill Cosby, the Huxtables off the air? Now all of a sudden it comes back on the air. It's the same thing. They don't want his music to play in the same time slot that they're doing advertising at. So what they do, they take it off the air. It's a damn shame that his name will go down as the laughing stock of hip hop. That's probably one of the worst. I can't say anybody who have fell from grace, even though if he don't lose all his money and everything like that, his fall from grace will be harder than anybody we would know in hip hop. Anybody we've known in hip hop, his fall from grace would be worse than anybody. Because he would be the laughing stock. And everybody would be doing comedy skits. And you got to realize, even before all that started, Dave Chappelle was one of the best who did them.
Yeah, unfortunate, man. I just feel bad for all the artists that made timeless records over there, man. They gotta, get punished in a sense.
He knew it was coming down the thing. That's why he gave them their publishing. My man, listen to me, bro. What happens is this, bro. All these big companies, and this happened to athletes also, they have investigators. These investigators are paid to investigate you whether you're doing something or not. Do you understand that? The NBA have investigators on players, whether they doing something or not, and they report back to the commissioner. Hey, was seen at this club, and they was doing this and doing this and doing that, and you don't even know you're being investigated for nothing. But that's what they paid to do. These companies who give Diddy $200, $100, $300 million a year to market they they have investigators. So he don't bring back no bad name on the company. They had investigated him, and they told him he already knew a lot of this was coming down. That's why they pay these people, bro. They got in touch with his publicist and some stuff like that. Yo, your boy don't look good. If he don't straighten this out, we might not have to pull back, call different people. Yo, you notice that he started talking about Cassie way before she came out with the lawsuit. And hit him with the lawsuit. With two other women or whatever like that. I don't know if he was with Kim, but he was with Young Miami and stuff like that, and gave her a shout out at the Grammys. You think he didn't know that? You didn't think he didn't know what's coming with the lawsuit? What was going down? 3 to 6 months before we even knew anything about So let me go get let me go get them their publishing back. It'll look like I'm doing something good, but I'm giving it back because I know that shit ain't gonna be worth nothing no way. But say hello to the bad guy. I'm the bad guy in this.
Yeah, you might be right. It does make sense. He probably knew what was coming, man. But you seen what Albie Shore said? Him insinuating that Diddy had something to do with him getting in the coma?
Man, I don't know if Diddy capable of doing that. If he capable of blowing people's cars up, if he capable of giving what's that guy named Machine Gun Kelly drugs to have him butt naked in the window dancing. That's his own artist said that. I ain't making this shit up, bro. You ain't hear his artist say that? Machine Gun Kelly said, yo, the nigga gave me something I smoked it. It was called the Snoop Doggy Dog. They told me only take 4 hits. I took more than 4 hits. I was butt naked and dancing in front of his window. I was like, is he capable of doing that? Yo, anything is possible, man. But I would wonder, how did he get that close to Al to give him anything? Or who did he give something to get an Al to make that happen to him? You know what I mean? Because, him and Al never been the best of friends. He had motherfuckers think that he had adopted Quincy, and he never did. Al was never out of his son's life. I knew Al way back in Mount Vernon. He used to wear leather pants and 100 degrees. With Al. I knew it way back then, though, man. Al a good dude. A good dude. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? So if Al got something to say about that's happening to him and Puff has something to do with, trust and believe he gonna have evidence to substantiate that Puff did that shit. Either he gave him something or sent something his way.
But what was the beef between Albie Shore and Diddy? Like, why wasn't they on good terms?
The nigga was dating Kim. You understand? That's his kid's mother. And they was cool. They was friends. Misa and Kim was cool. They was all in that Uptown family. Uptown Records family. How you gonna date the mother of you my man, you cool. We all be around each other. And you dating the mother of my son. Alan never go try to date Misa. You know what I mean?
Right, yeah, that ain't cool, man. But you can tell Albie Shore he don't like Diddy, man. You can tell he got a disdain for Diddy.
No, he don't. He don't. Because Andre Harrell did some snake shit and nobody never know why that he was doing this. He was giving all the props to Diddy from artists like Jodeci, Mary J. Blige. He was making like that he was the protege that brought them to the excellence that they were. The way they dressed, all that shit, that was Devontae. Their music was Devontae. But Diddy got all the credit for it. Why was Andre Harrell doing that?
Yeah, that's terrible, man. But I want to ask you, because you got a lot of people that's wondering, Farnsworth Bentley, why he haven't came out in Diddy defense? Why you think that is?
Well, I was there when Farnsworth Bentley got his actual name. How they came up with the name and everything. We were sitting in front of the apartment building on 74th and Park Avenue. It was me, him, Tony De Niro. Puff was upstairs. They was trying to figure out. He had became Puff one of Puff personal assistants. You understand? To make sure all Puff shit is there when we get ready to go. Everything that was supposed to be in order. That was Farnsworth Bentley's job. When Puff has to go to restaurants and places like that, you know, he made sure everything was straight with that. You know what I'm saying? And he had another assistant too. But Farnsworth Bentley was his personal assistant, put out his clothes, told him what he should wear, all that, like a stylist and personal assistant all together. You know? So we was in front of the house, and this dude, Tony De Niro, he played guitar in that Bad Boy for Life. The black dude, not the white guy, the black dude who played the guitar, that's Tony De Niro. I think he might be from California or something. So Tony De Niro was like, yo, we got to think of a name for you, man. And if you're going to be his personal assistant and slash butler slash umbrella carrier, whatever you going to do, you understand? We got to think of a name for you. We're going to try to make you like Bentley or either Farnsworth or either Bentley. You gotta be, you know, you gotta have that kind of persona. You gotta dress all the time, be neat, and the whole 9 yards. And then the dude, Derek, was playing with him like, yeah, I know what you're talking about. I know how to do that. I could be over the top. You know, he was acting like that. You know what I'm saying? I could be over the top. So he was saying that. And the dude, Tony De Niro, said, we gotta figure out a name for you, man. It's gotta be on the level of, you know, those characters. He said, you gotta be like Farnsworth, you gotta be like Bentley. He said, we're just gonna call you Farnsworth Bentley. And he said, I like it. And they start calling him that. His name Farnsworth Bentley. I said, these motherfuckers corny. You know, like I was like, yo, believe this. But he was always right there, but not like at nighttime when we was at doing things, he wasn't around, bro. He was only there when the cameras was there and shit like that. You know, I don't know. You know, I don't know how much he could do. I don't know if he would say anything because he probably signed the ND, a non-disclosure, and he don't want to say anything against Puff anyway because Puff got shit on him. And I ain't talking about no sexual shit, none of that shit. The nigga was stealing, bro. Yo, bro. The niggas are, yo, I don't want to put that on sticky fingers. That nigga right there, bro, don't lay nothing down around him. You hear me? Don't lay nothing down around dude right there. Dog, Jennifer Lopez had these boots, they cost $5,000. I'm like, what kind of fucking boots cost $5,000? Now you got to realize this is like in 2000, early 2000s. These boots cost $5,000, and because she was going to be out of the country or something like that, she didn't have them come to her house down in the village because she would have never got it because they'd be stealing her stuff down there at our apartment. So she had them come to Puff house. She wanted these boots so bad, she was mad. They looked through everything trying to find Jennifer boots. Cause Puff had like Puff, people used to just give him shit and send him shit from everywhere. So he had this mail room in his house with numbers just that he never even opened. But I don't know how Farnsworth Bentley found that shit. But we went over there to his house and we found a lot of Jennifer shit and everybody else's shit that belonged to Puff. I guess Puff had too much stuff in the room and he was just keeping them for it.
And you seen this with your own eyes? That's crazy, man.
My own eyes, bro. We went to his apartment.
He don't even seem like that type of dude, yo, but damn.
Security. Security officer, we went over there, man. They had to do shit, bro. And that's why Puff had stopped messing with him. And then he goes get a show. Puff ain't say nothing. He went and got a show of how to be teaching thugs how to be a gentleman. I hope the first thing he taught them motherfuckers is, don't steal.
Yeah, that ain't cool if he was getting all the credit for their work. But I want to go back to this lawsuit, right? Do you think it's possible that Young Miami, she might work with the feds to go against Diddy?
My man, listen to me. Let me tell you something. They're going to bring all three of those women in. Yes, they're going to have an investigator talk to Young Miami, Cassie, and Gina. They all had a relationship with Puff at the same time. And maybe some other women too that we don't know about. But you got to realize they were talking at each other and going at each other back and forth, especially Gina and Young Miami. You understand? Young Miami said some things that it's not sex trafficking, but it shows that Diddy had the power to make people do things they may not want to do. Because Young Miami told Gina, you know you're a carpet muncher, and if I tell Diddy to tell you to eat my box, you would. You would. Now, Young Miami's seen a lot of stuff, and she probably been in part of a lot of stuff because she said she liked to be peed on. She could have been playing. I don't know. I don't know. Don't really care. But those three women, they're going to have a lot of stuff to talk about. And the investigators are going to ask them. Because they want to know, because Lil Rod did say that she had taken part in young girls being there in a sexual act. So now, those three women, Cassie, Gina, and Young Miami, they might be the star witness. Whatever she tell those investigators, she better be willing to tell that to the courts. Because you'll be sitting up like Lil' Kim, you get 5 years in jail, you lie to a federal agent.
How you feel about Diddy Shuff? I think she got a lawsuit against him.
Oh yeah, I'm not familiar with the case, but I'm familiar with the story. That every time that he would have his guests over and she had to fix them food after they had they sexapade, that Sean would be, Diddy would, Puff, Brother Love would be naked, and she still would have to serve him and watch him. When she bring him his food, he would be naked and shit like that. And she thought that was very inappropriate. That was inappropriate. That was inappropriate. And she felt like she shouldn't have to work under those conditions.
In the last interview we did, you said that Diddy, he was an informant, and that went viral. And, you know, we got a good reaction for that. But you had some people that, you know, they was wondering, how do you know that Diddy was an informant? And they wanted you to go more into detail about it. Can you do that?
Well, see, if I'm in the car with Kirk Burrows and him and our driver, and we go down to 26 Federal Plaza, I know 26 Federal Plaza is the FBI office. All right? Now, what they went down there and what paperwork they took down there, I did not know until I found out later that he was working with an agent in D.C., but he was arrested by an agent in New York. But I can't go into it, and the reason I can't go into it is because another individual found out this information and it's owed to him. But when Fox News and everybody say they can't find out who the agent is, that's bullshit. It's online. If you got certain systems that you could find out who the agent is, because we found out who the agent is, but it's not my story to tell. I would tell you that, brother, but it's not my story to tell. It belongs to somebody else, and they're going to see it come out. Puff was hit with a 40 rule because it's called a Rule 40, because he didn't show up at the agent's office in D.C. The New York agent arrested him. He got adjudicated of all charges in January of 1999. Was it 99? I think it was 99 when he got 99 or 90. Was it 90? It was January of 90. It was either 96 or 99. I wish I could tell you more about it, stuff like that, but I don't have the paperwork in front of me. But when they tell you they can't find out the agent, he's a director now here in New York. It's true. He was hit with a Rule 40 for not showing up to the agent in D.C., and the agent in New York arrested him and charged him, and they end up throwing it out and sealing the case. That's when, and that's how I figured that he was working with the FBI.
And around this time when you found out that Diddy, he was an informant, you said that, Diddy, he told the feds that Suge Knight, Irv Gotti, and Jay Prince was trying to make a company together?
Well, what happened is that Suge Knight was trying to meet up with Dame Dash, Irv Gotti, Jay Prince, Eric B. No. They was trying to get a distribution company. You know what I'm saying? Distribute, publish their own music. They was trying to bring their money together and do that. And what I know of is that, and Jay-Z was a part of this, because I heard Suge probably spoke on this too, that Jay-Z and Puff had somebody write something up to say that they was trying to monopolize, get a monopoly on the industry and start their own distribution company. And they told the higher ups, and that's when all those companies start going down, start coming up with federal charges and all kinds of, things that's happened to them. You've seen it with Irv Gotti and them. You've seen it with Rockefeller breaking up and all that shit like that. That's what I was talking about.
Yeah, that's wild, man. So that's how them labels went down. Yeah, that's crazy, man. But before we end this interview, how you feel about the people that's comparing Diddy to R. Kelly and Jeffrey Epstein?
I don't believe they have enough women that came forth that say that Puff has done the same shit R. Kelly and Jeffrey, was it Epstein? I don't think you have enough women that came forward that said that he has done the same thing they've done. I don't think that's a fair comparison. I think that they should get all the evidence. They should show the evidence. And make me believe that Puff is the same as them. Well, what we got to understand is that was Puff a part of those logs that Jeffrey Epstein had? Did he visit the island? Because some people had said that Puff used to visit the island too, or go on Epstein Island. I don't know how true it is, but I do know that if he's in any of those logs, that's the only reason I can see that Homeland Security would have that knowledge and would be investigating him on that.
Saluna is a free and anonymous mental health app for 13 to 25-year-olds, where you can talk one-on-one with real mental health professionals, all for free. No, like, for real, free. De-stress, bounce back, and believe that you can with Saluna.
Chupa Chups, forever fun.
I wanted him. So then, he said, I wanted handled. So now the dude handled the situation. Puff father was driving the cab. He met him on Central Park West and did what he did. And so I said to New York Freddie, I said, yeah? He said, and the guy who killed him was carrying the casket, crying the hardest at the funeral. I was like, oh. Now, check this out. I was going to tell this story on my members only page on my YouTube channel, The Gene Deal Show. Only my members, hey, but I'm going to give it to you. It's this lady that told me she was dating Puff father at the time. Right? She was dating Puff father at the time. She said she was waiting on him because they were supposed to be going out to Smalls Paul. It was either Small Paul, she said, or it was this place up there on McCoon's Bridge. I got it because she texted this whole thing to me, bro. It's crazy how she texted me this whole story. She said that she never knew why Puff father was killed. He said the word got through Harlem that he was murdered. You understand? And she went up to the bar the next day, and the same dudes was on his team that he worked with him, sold drugs with him. New York Freddie and their whole crew. He said they was in the bar laughing and talking like nothing had ever happened. She said, thank you, Gene, for telling me that story about New York Freddie and Diddy father, because now I know what happened to him. So Melvin Combs was a rat. And these guys, this came from a gangster himself, you understand, who said he had police on the payroll.
Crazy. And they had Diddy Dad on tape telling?
He said they brought him the tape and the written statement. And then Puff father was asked by the dude why he told. He said he had to go to a wedding and he didn't want to miss it. I swear for living Jesus, man. That's crazy. And that was told to me by New York Freddie. My man Omar had took me to him because he wanted to sit down and talk to me.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. So who do you think Diddy gonna chill on?
Whoever he think gonna get him free, if he had, and whoever they want. You got to realize the feds is not gonna touch those people if he had anything to do with any high profile people like Clyde Davis, what's that, Jimmy over at Interscope? What's his name? Jimmy Iovine? Any high profile people the feds is not gonna touch. You understand? They're gonna go for the people who are not his really handlers unless they really want them or somebody want them. So it's hard to really say. But if they want to make examples out of certain people, you understand, they're going to go for those people. I can't really give you a number. I can't really tell you who's the people because I don't know who on their list. But if they want to make an example out of somebody, anybody that's been to those Diddy-like Epstein parties and stuff like that, they're gonna go after them.
What you think about Stevie J? And I know you and him, y'all was going back and forth, but how you feel about him defending Diddy?
He don't have nothing else to do, man. What makes me mad at Stevie and them is that, you know, they don't realize the guys who used to take care of them, the guys that make sure they got in the club, the guys who make sure they got in the studio, the guys that make sure they got home at night. And then they get on this thing, and because they become more known to the public and everything on Love and Hip Hop and all these other different programs. They want to talk shit. But Stevie J, no, I'm the type of dude, he talk about I got bad knees. I kick him so far up in his ass, he tastes shoe polish, bro. I do not play with that. I'm the one that used to make sure that you was all right. You understand? And I got pictures when I used to bodyguard you, bro. And you know I never played those games. So because you get mad, because I say something about, you know, when I know 50, I know 50. And I know you. You understand? If I gotta put my house up, if I gotta put my car, my jewelry, I'm putting my shit up on 50. I'm not gonna put it on you. I'm just telling you what I know. 50 hit that nigga so hard, man. He won't wake up to the middle of next week. He gets on here and he want to defend Diddy, defend him. You might be on some of them tapes. 9 times out of 10, you good at making tapes. You know the tapes that you made before in the past that made the internet. I'm not going to speak on that, Mighty. Not at all. You understand? Because he's got a young lady that's doing her thing in it, and she don't need to be spoken on. But, you know, everybody who knows what I'm talking about, they know the tapes that made the internet with Stevie J before. You know what I mean? So, for him to come to Puff defense, you don't have nothing. He got to come to his defense. Heard he lost his house, heard he lost this, that, and the third, the whole 9 yards. He's standing with a grown man at another man's house. So, what else he gonna do? Puff said, y'all come to my defense? He's the only one came to his defense.
In the tape that you was referring to, and you don't have to go into detail about it, I think most people would know what you was talking about, but you was referring to the sex tape between Stevie J and Eve, right? And I don't know if this is true, you can tell me, but I heard that he leaked it, right?
Allegedly, yeah, he's the one who leaked it. Want to be into something. You know what I'm saying? That's how those cats do, bro. They want to be, they sit back, and because this is the new form of entertainment, and regular dudes are getting more views than they are, they get mad and they get upset. You understand what I'm saying? They get mad and they get upset because this is the new form of entertainment, and a lot of people are blowing them out the water now. And they want to say crazy stuff when in fact, they wouldn't breathe hard if you was in the room with them.
Yeah, that's real talk. And I was checking out one of your lives, and you made a comment saying that, you know, Diddy, his ship is sinking fast because the only person that's coming out to defend him is Stevie J.
Well, Diddy did a post, and he said, speak now or forever hold your peace. And he sent the message to everybody that he did business with or everybody that was around him. Y'all talk, y'all speak on me. Y'all let everybody know what y'all know about me or whatever, this, that, and the third. And if they talking negative, straighten them out based on our relationship. So he put that message out there. So now people are saying, nah, bro. Like Ray J. Ray J say, yo, people want to know what it is. Because if the federal government is asking questions about you having some pedophilia or having sex with little boys underage, why would I want to be connected to that? Why are they even asking that type of question about you? So now he's telling people, yo, speak on me, speak on me. Nah, people like, no, we don't even know what the charge is. We don't know what they got on you. So the safe thing for me to do is to stay away from you until we know. I'm not going to mess, they saying I'm not going to mess up my brand. I'm not going to mess up me getting money, because what the internet is going to do is that anybody that speaks up for them, they're going to automatically think they had something to do with it.
Yeah, you right about that. How you feel about Diddy legal team?
Oh my God. Benjamin Brafman, he left. Either it's because his client didn't take his information, because I don't see how they even let this get to court with Cassie. You understand? She only wanted $10 million. You knew what she was putting into that lawsuit. And then you tried to, one day after she filed it, pay her off and stop it. He didn't take his Benjamin Brafman legal advice. And he saw that, yo, this shit is about to be a forest. I ain't gonna be a part of this, and I'm gonna leave. Because nobody's talking about his legal team, you understand, about what they did or didn't do. But right now, he had 18 companies, all of them parted away from him. The IRS is looking at him. The federal government is looking at him. Now they trying to go into court and say because his company wasn't existed at that time of some of the alleged rapes, that what we're going to do is we want them to take the companies out of the lawsuit. But check this out, bro. You ever think of this? Why did he put everything in his mom and his son's name? Did he know that he was doing some things behind the scene? Or did he know that some things was going on in his life that may bring it to this point where people be trying to sue him?
Visit GovX.com and join a community of patriots and pros. You've earned it. GovX, savings for those who serve.
Electrified. Ion. Hanguk tire.
But everything is in Justin's name and everything is his mama's name? Did he know that? Because when you're a grown man, you want to own some things. You understand? You want to own some things. You want to have companies in your name, companies in this, that, and the third. But he put it in his mom and his son's name? And his daughters now? I don't know, bro.
How you feel about the comments that Suge made about Diddy? He made a comment saying that, it's nothing to cheer about seeing what, Diddy is going through right now. It's a bad day for hip-hop.
Well, I think Suge was being admirable to, and he didn't say Puff was an enemy or anything like that, but I think he was being admirable because he knows Puff is a father, Puff is a businessman, and Puff is a black man. I think he was very admirable, and he was being somewhat forgiving. But like I told you, I heard Puff say, I don't give a F if Pac gotta die, I don't give a F if Big gotta die, and Suge Knight can go to jail. And I said this before, that could have been some self-fulfilling prophecy he had. I don't know. Or it could have been something that he heard from the handlers or the people above him. I don't know. But I do know it came out of his mouth. You understand what I'm saying? I do know it came out of his mouth. And for Suge to be that admirable, and speak kind of him, he's more forgiving than I could ever be. That forgiveness is, you go to your God, you go to Jesus for that. You understand? And I'm not saying Puff put him in jail or had anything to do with him going to jail or anything like that. But the atmosphere that both of them created at that time may have caused both of their demise today. So I don't have too much to say about it, but I think I said enough.
But what do you personally think Diddy meant by that when he made them comments about Big and Pop?
Well, I knew he was mad and upset because we had just he just had ran from Pac and Suge and from Soul Train. So I know it was out of anger because he kept on saying, I'm tired of this shit. I'm tired of this shit. You understand? I'm tired of living my life like this. You understand what I'm saying? So I know it was out of frustration. It was out of anger. So I was at a shock because when he walked up the steps after he said it, my man looked at me and he said, yo, he said big. He didn't say nothing about Pac. He didn't say nothing about Suge. He said, yo, that nigga said big. And I was like, right, he did say big. It was crazy. It was crazy that you would wish death on your friend, on somebody who you say that you had a personal relationship with, no matter what. I don't understand why he did that, and I would love to hear his explanation on that myself.
Yeah, I like to know what he meant too. But you seen that clip of Christopher Williams? He finally addressed Jaguar Wright claims, her saying that he gave Diddy fellatio for a demo deal. He called her a crackhead.
Well, before we start that, I want to talk about my book. I'm gonna answer your question, but my book is my second book is Life After Death When Bodyguard and a Hip Hop Star by me, Gene Deal. This book right here, I've had some reviews on it, and people are telling me it's better than the first one. But you know how your first baby is. But you can get it on Amazon, or you can get it on Amazon. It's Life After Death When Bodyguard and a Hip Hop Star by Gene Deal. Thank you for letting me plug this on your show. I appreciate that. Yo, it's crazy, man, because the enemy of my enemy, I consider my friend. I have nothing to say about Jag, and I have nothing to say bad about Christopher. You understand? But I know of Christopher Williams, and I know of Jaguar Wright. I met them both and everything like that. So you know what I'm saying? Been around both of them. Jag was way back in the 90s. You understand? Christopher was in the early 2000s and things like that. 90s and early 2000s. You know what I'm saying? But Christopher Williams is a gangster. So when I first heard the story that Jag said one of her friends told her, the lady who was a lawyer who was working in Puff's office, and he did that, I didn't believe it because I knew Christopher Williams, who he was in the street. I don't put nothing past none of these industry dudes, but I knew who Christopher Williams was in the street. Gun toting, drugs, you know, the whole thing. Everybody knew, and he even said it himself publicly. So when everybody's saying I'm running my mouth, he already said this stuff before. Everybody know who Christopher Williams was, who was around there at the time. He did not play, especially with the honeys. You understand? I had a situation with him myself in a club. So when I heard Jag say that, I knew that knowing the behavior of somebody walking in on somebody, unless you a certain type of person, you're going to sit there and watch like, y'all doing that, or you're going to get a quick glance and see somebody, and then you're going to walk out and leave. Now, I knew a dude who worked for Puff in his marketing department that he favors Christopher Williams. I'm not saying he was the one that the lady saw, but I am saying that I didn't believe personally it was Christopher Williams. And if it was anybody, it was somebody that had assets and was up there like that. You know what I'm saying? So I had my mixed emotions about it.
Yeah, he also said when he was addressing Jaguar Wright, he also said that he'll smack Diddy. What you think about that?
Well, it'll be a good fight. I know that for a fact. You know what I'm saying? It'll be something that you would want to see. And he probably would. Both of them got a hand problem when they come to women. So that'd be a good fight.
Speaking of that, right? Tell me about that time that you met Christopher Williams at Heavy D Party and you seen him pitting his hands on a female.
Well, Heavy D was doing a party at the California Club. And I told my team, don't let nobody in. Because we had went to Russell Simmons' house and got some credit cards to open up the bar. When I get back, my team tells me that 2 people are in the club. And I said, I told you not to let nobody in. He said, the girl Jessica had came out and told us to let 2 people in the club. You know what I'm saying? And I so me and a guy called Dre, we called him on the street called Big Boy. We went around the club to see can we find the 2 people, because they wasn't even searched. So as I'm coming down and around, I see this dude got this girl by her neck, right? And he got about a neck, and he got his hand behind his back like this, and it appeared to be a gun. And I was like, oh shit, this is crazy. So I wait a Big Boy, and he goes and he comes to the left side of Christopher Williams. I go from the back side to the back of him, and I grab his arm first, both hands. I grab both hands on his arm. Big Boy grabbed him, right? So we got him. I pushed towards him and twist his hand and pulled the gun out of his hand. Pulled the gun out of his hand, and I was, Big Boy still got him. I take the gun, take the bullets out, because Big Boy could grab him. You know, Drake could grab him. He wasn't no problem. Grab him. So then, he wasn't even trying to get away from Dre. I take the bullets out because it was a Trey 8, 38 special. Take the bullets out, put it in my hand, put the gun in my pocket. We grab him up. We picks him up now and takes him out the club.
Saluna is a free and confidential mental health app where you can chat one-on-one with a mental health professional and explore tools to help you find calm at 0 cost. Stress less and shine more with Saluna.
Brunch. 90s brunch. In our 90s brunch. Get everything for every party on Amazon.
If you choose to be challenged, the sky isn't the limit. It's just the beginning. Find your next level at ArmyCivilianCareers.com.
We take him out the club all the way across the street. It was on 44th Street. So we put him down, and he just looked. He didn't open his mouth or say nothing. And I'm talking to him the whole time. Yo, my man, what's wrong? Why you doing that? What's going on with you, bro? He ain't say nothing, man. He said, yo, she be bugging. She be having me bugging. That's all he was saying. Yo, she had me bugging. She had me bugging. And I was like, oh, this is crazy. So we set him down. And then when we set him down, he walked about 5 or 6 feet away from us. He just turned around. He said, yo, can I have my gun back? I gave him his gun back, and he walked down the block. And then later on that night when we closed the door, because we worked the line outside. So after we closed the door, about an hour or 2 later, I seen him up in the club still. And somebody let him back in the club. Like, oh, but somebody said, you know, that was his girlfriend at the time, Halle Berry. So they said it was her.
Whoa, so Halle Berry is the one he was choking?
Yep.
And you didn't get to see her face?
Well, I saw her face and everything, but you know, it was dark in the club.
So from what you've seen, right, do you think it was her?
It was somebody who looked like Halle Berry to me. But you got to realize there's pictures of him and her at that birthday party. But he was a player. He could have had 2 women at the party. Chris was that type of dude.
And you said that he was hard on females, huh?
From what I heard in the street, yeah. But like he said, he'd been hard on Diddy too. He said he'd have been his Maytag. You know what that was, right?
No, I don't know what that is.
He said, if we was in prison, he'll be my Maytag. He'll be washing his drawers. Maytag washing machine. Christopher Williams, I don't know the problems he may have had with the law. I don't know the problems he had, because Jag was saying a lot of things. He was stealing, he was doing this like that. But in the street, he was always known as being a gangster. So, all that other stuff, I don't know about, bro, as far as, saying that he's on his knees with Diddy. Now, I don't believe that at all. Not at all.
But what was his issue with Diddy for him to say that he'll smack him, though?
Because Diddy wasn't, who y'all see Puff as being, we didn't see Puff like that. Puff didn't start acting like that and doing that shit until he went to Hollywood. You understand what I'm saying? We know him at Uptown Records, at Bad Boy, you know what I'm saying? Before this, Diddy and his brother Love, and then his Love shit, when he started doing some other things to make his money. But he wasn't like the person that y'all know him to be from back in the day. So Christopher was around Uptown Records, and he was Christopher's son him at all.
I see. And you made a comment saying that he could have went to the next level if he wanted to.
But you could tell that. Christopher Williams, bro, listen here. Christopher Williams could act. He could sing. You understand? He was one of them light-skinned, pretty-ass niggas. Remember what Wesley Snipes said when he stabbed him with the knife on New Jack City? I ain't like your pretty mama, no way. You understand? He wasn't the dude that was going through those doors. Had Christopher Williams went through those doors, he would have been as big as Luther Vandross.
And when you say doors, what do you mean by that exactly?
Like some of the artists, no speakers, there's certain doors that they go through that they accept a lifestyle that goes against your manhood, that goes against your principles, that it will have you looking funny in the mirror at yourself. And when they go through those doors and they make those changes, like Lil Nas X and people like that, they become megastars without the talent. Christopher Williams had the talent. But because he refused to go through those doors, he don't make it.
Damn, and he was a real good singer too, man. Unfortunate, man. But tell me about the time that a shooting happened at Heavy D party.
Oh, we was at another party for Heavy D. I think I can't remember the club. It was I forgot the name of the club, bro. But it was Heavy D's birthday party. We was doing another birthday party for Heavy D. And this guy named Ali. I remember. Ali, hood, gangster, from New York. And he got into with some dudes. I guess they was from Florida. They was talking stuff like that. And somebody hit Ali in the head with a bottle and stuff like that. And I was like, yo, man, we got to get away from here because Ali coming back. Dude is coming back. You know what I'm saying? And Wolf was like, nah, this is a great spot right here, man. We good. Look, everybody got to walk through here. So I said, yo, all right, man. We need to move away from here. And then Wolf's like, nah, y'all can move if y'all want to, but I'm staying right here. Paul said, yo, Wolf said, we good. We staying right here. I said, yeah, okay. All right. It wasn't even 5 minutes later. Dude came back, pop, 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 start shooting up at the party. You know what I'm saying? I think the place was Anastasia or something like that. And so then I go to protect. I grab Puff, like Puff was on the side of me. I grab him like this, but this motherfucker grabbed me from the back like this around my waist. And I couldn't get my weapon to return fire, nothing, because he was holding me. And then when he held me, he pulled me back. And when he pulled me back, I think somebody grabbed mine and got the dudes them off of us or whatever like that. And then it was just pandemonium. But I couldn't believe that shit. Another time we was that same night, we left there going to Luke's party. Because that's when they used to have Jack the Rapper or something in Miami. It was Jack the Rapper or How I Could Be Down. And everybody was giving parties. So that same night we went to Luke party and he was up there with ODB. And Akinelli was performing on stage. It's a time when this girl got shot and this dude got shot. The music had stopped. And so I said, yo, Puff, I heard this stuff from a distance. So, cause they up on stage and we in the bleachers, cause Luke had bleachers right there. So then I said, come on, man, let's make it to the door. He said, why? I said, yo, these dudes about to set it off. He was like, yo, Gene, for real? I said, yeah. So then Wolf was down there and Puff was screaming at, well, yo, Wolf, because Wolf was at the bar. Cause we on the bleachers and they had a bar down there. He said, yo, Wolf, Gene said they about to set it off. He said, Wolf said, I'm good. There you go with that gangster shit again. Wolf was like, yo, I'm good. I said, yo, my man, listen to me. Let's make it to the door. And then Puff was like, Wolf said we good again. I said, yo, you can stay right here with Wolf. I'll be at the door waiting on y'all. Yo, when I got to the door, next thing you hear, pop, 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 pop. That nigga, yo, Puff was right on my head. He was so fucking, he said, yo, G, how you knew? I was like, my man, come on with all of those dumb shit. I knew. The music stopped, people arguing, fight break out, something's about to happen. It don't take a rocket scientist for it. You know what I'm saying? And that was the same night that we was in it was like 2 shootings went on that night. That's when it was crazy to be at those clubs, you know, doing How I Could Be Down or either Jack the Rapper. It was one of them.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. I mean, from what you telling me, you know, you saved Diddy from getting killed. Yeah, that's a wild story, man. But you was telling me before this interview, right, about how you knew someone that looked at, you know, Jimmy Hinchman proffer agreement. And they told you that Jimmy Hinchman, he could have walked away if he told on Diddy. Can you go into detail about that?
Well, what happened was that they had 9 different sessions with Jimmy Hinchman regarding his proffer agreement. So that means the feds went in there 9 different times to talk to him. And in those sessions, they asked him, what do you know about Sean Puffy Combs or Sean Diddy Combs? I don't think it was Puffy at that time. It wasn't Diddy at the time. But what do you know about Sean John Puffy Combs having sex with underage boys? And you got to realize, and people never think about this, that Jimmy and his brother, I think they had the same charges. But his brother walked away from that, and Jimmy gets life without the possibility of parole, I think. Which is crazy. For any drug charge. Nobody should spend their life in jail for drug charges. And just drug charges. But I think they try to tie him to some murders or something like that. I don't know that to be for sure. But he shouldn't spend his life in jail for no drug charges. Not at all. So, but they was gonna let him walk. If he'd have probably had to for that proffer agreement, they probably would have let him walk. If he had any information regarding Puff having sex with underage boys. that the feds asked him in 2011. In 2011, brother. So what did the feds know? Because the feds not coming there unless somebody made a report or somebody made some allegations against Puff in 2011 to ask a friend of his, Jimmy Henchman, what do you know about that? But for them to ask him about that, it had to be more than a rumor. Somebody made a complaint somewhere. And the feds got hold to that complaint. Now they're going to investigate that complaint when they get people under the barrel, like they had Jimmy Henchman. That's why they asked him.
If he did know information, right, why you think he didn't tell?
Then they would ask, how do you know? And then it comes into play, whereas that if you know of anybody that's in danger in the welfare of a child, and you see that, and you don't report it, you're just as guilty as the person who does it.
Yeah, I see. I mean, it makes sense. I mean, so, I get it. But I got to ask you this, right? I want to get your take on this. TMZ, they came out with a documentary, and Aubrey O'Day, she made a comment that, caught my attention that I want to get your take on. She said that Diddy, he only gave back Bad Boy artists back they publishing because he wanted to silence them. How you feel about that?
Well, you got to realize is that Cassie put her lawsuit in way back then, 6 months prior to all this stuff that we knew about. They went to sit down with their lawyers and everything like that. So now he used that as a ploy. Okay, I'm gonna give y'all publishing back, but y'all gotta sign this NDA, non-disclosure. Y'all can't talk about nothing about Bad Boy. Y'all can't talk about me. Y'all can't talk about nothing I did or Janice Combs Publishing, was it Justin Publishing or whatever he got his company's name in, or Sony, Universal, none of that. He did that for a reason. He did that to shut them up. But then he went on this whole hiatus that, okay, I'm doing this to give back because this is the right thing to do. No, you did that because you didn't want those people to come out on you. And now, if they do, you take that publishing back that you gave them, which was, okay, they say it's worth something. It's worth something, but it ain't worth what it used to be.
Yeah, she also said in this documentary that, some people are worried that, if Diddy, if he make it through this, he might retaliate and do something to him.
I don't care about that. I don't think about that. And I'm never afraid of no man. You understand? And if she said that that's her own opinion, what I do know is this, is that he will never be what he was back when Big was alive and when Mace and them, and they did that whole Bad Boy for Life tour. He would never be that individual known like that again. And that's fine with me. I don't care if he ever do a day in jail. You understand? That's not for me. But I know for a fact he will never, ever be what he once was based on what we know about him now. And I'm fine with that.
I mean, for you, you've been speaking on Diddy since the early 2000s. So, I mean, if he was going to do something to you, he would have been did it. So, I'm sure he ain't going to do nothing to you. So,
well, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that. But my head is always on the swivel. You understand? Every time I step my foot out of my house, I don't take nothing for granted. I don't judge a man by his size. I never have. I never will. I don't judge a man by the color of his skin. You understand? I judge a man by his character, how he come at me, no matter what size he is. So me is different because people look at me as being the catalyst of giving people the courage to come out and speak on it. And that's more dangerous than somebody speaking on it.
How you feel about the people that say that you should be going to prison for allowing Diddy to do the things that he was doing?
Let me just say this to you. It's not one victim in the complaint. And I've been on Order Dialogue. I got over 10 interviews on Order Dialogue probably. I probably got over 10 interviews with you, Mike.
More than that, actually.
All right. But it's not one individual that ever came and said, this guy I seen on YouTube was the one who held the door. This guy I seen on YouTube is the one who helped Puff do anything. Like Suge Knight said, and thank you for that, Suge. Suge Knight said, this was not the Puffy we know back then. All this came when he started moving out to California, when he moved out to California and started dealing with certain people, getting record deals, 10 million here. Yo, he got a record deal for $10 million and flopped and came back and got another record deal and then turned in an album for $10 million and it flopped. Why? Why? That's the nature of what he was doing because he was willing to go through those doors that people like Christopher Williams wasn't going through. Everybody heard the story. Everybody just ain't willing to talk about it. And if it ain't, that's their choice. But for these people who sit up there and run their mouth and talk about what I should do or I should go to jail, they just making that stuff up for content because they don't have no stories. They didn't live the life I didn't live. They wasn't there. They wasn't around. People didn't come to them and ask them to do certain things. You understand what I'm saying? So they mad. They upset that the Art of Dialogue didn't made Fox. The Art of Dialogue didn't made TMZ. The Art of Dialogue didn't made what was that? What was that other news program? Nightline. All these different things. They upset. No, get your content up. So it don't matter. I'm good. Name when I ever said I saw him do something. I told you I went to the hospital. Yeah, I see Kim faces bruised. You understand? She in the hospital with her man. He about to he bleeding profusely. Profusely. He bleeding crazy from his wrist. With a t-shirt wrapped around it. Because she took a corkscrew and said, yo, you hit me again. I wasn't there. I was told to go to the hospital to bodyguard him. You understand what I'm saying? I told people when him and Kim was in the room, he doing that play fight and shit like that, and she come out, I'm like, yo, you all right? She said, I'm good. And she'll stay out the room for a little while, then she'll go back in. But I'm never going to see him or nobody else. I ain't never been that type of dude. You're not going to abuse no kids around me. You're not going to abuse no women around me. And that's point blank. So they can say what they want to say, bro. You know what it is? It gives them content to talk about, to make up shit. Well, if this happened, if that happened. If ands and buts with candies and nuts, Christmas would be every day. But it's not, brother. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's real talk. Great response, too, by the way. Tell me about the time that you took 2 females to Mike Tyson.
You want to know that story? Uh, um, back in the day, I used to work for the Harlem Madam. The Harlem Madam was this young lady who would go to clubs and girls who was looking to make extra money for being escorts, uh, she would hire them to do work for them. You know what I mean? So this one particular time, I had actually when KG from Naughty by Nature brother had came home from college, and y'all know what college I'm talking about. I took a few girls to his party. You understand? So the same woman that I worked for, uh, she had to take two girls had to go to Mike Tyson on 57th Street. Mike Tyson had a condominium down, I think it was 57th Street. And I took the two girls down there. This was a long time. This was in the 90s, early part, the mid 90s or something like that, when Mike Tyson was the man. So I wanted them to, I had this Tyson shirt in my truck and I wanted them to sign it, but I was like, yo, that shit wouldn't be professional or nothing like that. But I was a fan of Mike Tyson. I had a situation in a club before when he was trying to talk to a girl named April, and April was my friend, and I was with her. So then, you know, I knew of Mike Tyson, but this is way before Zip had got involved with him. So I'm sitting there, and I take the two girls down there. So they go upstairs and everything. I wanted so bad to tell him, yo, give me his autograph. Give me Tyson's autograph. You understand? Because like I told you, this one Tyson was the man. Everybody, he represented New York to the fullest. So they go upstairs. So it was about 15, 20 minutes later. The one girl came back downstairs. And I said, what happened? She was like, nothing. I said, yo, I thought he wanted two girls. I said, I knew he couldn't handle two girls, but why he wanted two girls? He had other people up there. She said, no, it was just him. And I was like, yeah? I said, what happened? She said, he gave each one of us $1,500. And he said, yo, Gene, he just tore into that girl like crazy, like an animal. I was like, yeah? He said, yo. And I know this is a family program, and I know some children may be watching. He said, I wasn't going to let him do my pussy like she was doing. So I told him I wasn't feeling good, and I gave him his money back, and I was leaving. He said, nah, just keep $1,000 and thank you. You understand? He gave the other $500 to the girl. And so we stayed in the car waiting for the girl to come back down. She came down after an hour and a half was up. I was like, oh, that shit was crazy. She said, yo, Gene, he a beast. Yep.
Right. Yeah, that's crazy, man. Mike Tyson, man, he was putting in that work, man. He scared one of the females away, man. But speaking of, international madam, you said that she was sending dick to females, right? I remember, you saying something like that on one of your lives.
Well, see, the international madam, what happens is that you got to realize that I had said something on my program before that you have promoters who Puff won't give a party tonight. They'll call like 10, 15 promoters. Yo, I need 10 girls. I need 15 girls. I need 50 girls. I need 75 girls. And those guys get paid for those girls coming to the parties. Y'all didn't know that, did y'all? You know what I'm saying? They'll call those girls up and say, yo, I got free tickets for y'all to go to Puff party. You know what I'm saying? All you gotta do is dress up. You know you gotta get fly or you ain't gonna come in the party. They ain't gonna let you in the party. They have a guest list right there. But those guys get paid off that guest list. You understand? This is how they used to do it back in the day. So it was this girl, you understand, and she was Nieves. I'm not gonna say her full name. You understand? She was one of the girls who used to work, as a madam. But she also sold narcotics to her clients and to her girls. You understand? So now, if Puff needed some girls there who had girls that were working, you understand? Who, like, I got these guys here. You understand what I'm saying? I got these guys here, and I know they're going to want girls. They're going to go to the hotel with them afterwards. These girls are the type of girls that, as long as they paying or they getting paid, they're going to go with the guys because they know what the deal is anyway. You understand? And so Uncle Paulie might be, no, Uncle Paulie, Paul is probably one of the dudes that will get in touch with her and say, yo, have some of your girls come through. You understand what I'm saying? So at this one given time, Paul was also dealing with them BMF cats. You understand? He was dealing with the BMF cats. And everybody know what BMF was doing. You know what I mean? And it was a situation whereas that she was told by Paul to bring something and sell it to this undercover. You understand? Now, if I tell you to sell something to an undercover, if you get arrested, don't I supposed to get arrested too? So she knew, and everybody knew that was a setup by him, and her boyfriend got arrested. And another dude this Italian dude got arrested, and they told the same story. You understand? So it was somebody from Bad Boy Security, Paul, who they were dealing with on that level with before, that set them up with a undercover, and that's why they went to jail and did fair time and was deported out the country.
And that's where Diddy would get all his drugs and escorts from.
Well, her clients. And if they came through Bad Boy, they was her clients. So she was supplying them with her client. They were her clients. But if she's told to come to a Bad Boy party, because they got certain people that they want to get, you know what I'm saying, they want to have sex with them or make sure they're good and stuff like that, you know, that don't mean that they want drugs and nothing like that. They just want some company. So now, if her girls don't need that stuff, she supplies her own girls with it.
You've been on my platform a lot, and you never told this story before, and you did security when this situation happened. But tell me about the City College stampede that took place where 9 people died. Because I know you blame Diddy for that situation.
Well, we were scheduled to do the outside of the college, outside of the gym, Naismith, because that's what my team was good at. You understand? I had 18 guys prepared to be outside to make sure that we could get the crowd in order. You understand? Before there was any crowd, you got to set the things up before you even get the crowd like that, especially in those type of things. And back then in the days, we used to have dogs and everything. I would have a guy with 2 dogs walking the street, making sure people go down the lane, you know what I'm saying, and don't bum rush the doors. You know, people ain't bum rushing the doors when you got dogs out there. You know what I mean? So, and it's crazy that we have to do parties like that, but that was one of our security things that we did. So now, Puff called me and said, yo, Gene, we only need 8 guys. I said, 8 guys? Ain't no way you're going to do the City College with 8 guys. He said, no, Heavy D, because him and Heavy D was doing a party together. He was like, yo, Heavy D want the FOIs to do the outside. I said, the FOIs? He said, yeah. So I said, yo, fuck it, I ain't going to do it. You know, and then my man, who's my partner, Slick, said, yo, man, we're going to go ahead and do it, man. And we just going to get a couple of bottles, just going to chill. And, you know, we just go outside. We do the downstairs. So Puff told me that, you know, he just wanted us to do inside the gym to make sure that nobody, you know, be over the celebrities like that. That's what he wanted my team to do. But most of the celebrities gonna have their own security anyway. You know what I'm saying? That was just a way to cut our security off anyway. So he cut the security and he got the FOIs, and the FOIs left their post, and that's how the people bum rushed the door and 9 people died.
by going down those corridors.
And you blame Diddy for that?
Yeah, I do. It's his fault. But it's Jessica's fault for shutting the door. Because had she not shut the door, people would have just walked in the gym. And you'd had a gym full of people. You understand what I'm saying? Nobody would have probably died. It's her fault and it's his fault.
So you really think it's Diddy's fault? Why you believe that?
Because you don't cut security to save $1. You don't cut security when security is the most important thing that you gotta have at these places. And that's what he did. He didn't listen. He didn't listen. And I even told him, I said, yo, if the FOIs don't get a barricade away from this door, people gonna die tonight. I told that to him. And what happened? 9 people died that night.
What was his reaction to the 9 people dying?
I didn't talk to him for a while. He used to come around with us with the same gang, and he just say, yo, he just speak to Gene. He like, yo, what up, Gene? I'll be like, yo, what up? I didn't speak to him until after that Suge Knight stuff that they had with Jake in Atlanta. That's when I started back really speaking to him.
Wow, because you felt the type of way about what he did?
Nah, come on, bro. 9 kids died, bro. I was pumping the chest of one little boy when my man was crying, talking about, yo, this is my first time him being out. This is the first time him being out, bro. My mama gonna kill me. I'm pumping on the chest of a little 17-year-old boy. How would you feel?
Yeah, man, that's sad. I didn't know that, man. You was pumping the chest of one little... Yeah, that's heartbreaking, bro. I was checking out a live that you did, right? And someone made a comment to you telling you that, you know, Diddy hates you. And you replied back and said that how can Diddy hate someone that stopped him from getting killed on more than one occasion? Can you go more into detail about that?
How could he? How could he? How could he hate me when we've been in some situations that I cannot speak about? Some of them that made the public eye, especially the Biggie situation when I told I drove it around the light. The FBI and everybody know if we hadn't stopped at that light, it probably would have been Puff shot at. Because the people who came to kill Puff actually killed Big instead. So how could he be mad at me? The FBI told him that. For all these brainiacs and all these people want to act like they know what they talking about, act like they, all of a sudden, this is what kills me. They ain't went to school nowhere. They ain't worked nowhere. They ain't never did nothing in their life but come to YouTube and now they seem to know everything. People that went to school, study forensics, study behavior science, did police training, come and they say this, and through their investigations, this is what they got. They come and tell a man, yo, that hit was for you. We know Big, people was trying to kill Big too, but that particular hit was for you. They tell Puff that. You understand what I'm saying? So now, you got these guys that come on this internet, they make up all kinds of bull crap when people that are professionals that's been out there, that's done the work, that's there, talk about it and say it. And said this way back then when it happened, over 20-some years ago. And they tell him that, they sit down and tell him, well, yo, why did y'all run the light? Well, my security told us to run the next 3 lights. Well, your security saved your life, because that hit was for you. They got the paperwork. See, they trying to make it seem like they don't know what's going on. You understand what I'm saying? They try to make it seem like that They don't know who did the shooting, tried to kill Puff and the whole 9 yards. They know. And they got paperwork on it. The LAPD knows. All that is in closed file that none of us is going to be able to see because they closed it for 50 years. It's closed for 50 years. Sealed record.
Whoa, so the police personally told Diddy that you saved his life.
The FBI, Phil Carson, told him that, yo, that hit was for you. If Gene Deal told y'all to run that light, he saved your life. He said that's when Diddy stood up, because Diddy didn't want to talk to him at first. But when he said that, he said Diddy was responsive now.
I was checking out one of your lives, right? And you made a comment and you said that you rather be poor than be Diddy rich. Can you elaborate on that?
Bruh, I told this to this one guy the other day. I'd rather have a slow nickel than a fast dollar any day. My slow nickel put bread on my table. My slow nickel pays my mortgage. My slow nickel brings me home to my family. My slow nickel builds a community. We see what the fast dollar does. Being Diddy rich takes a guy that once name was Puffy, that after every tragedy he had in his life, he had to change his name. Puffy, Puff Daddy, Diddy, Brother Love, Love. Puffy, from the DC tragedy, went to when those kids was trampled over. I think 1 or 2 kids died at a function in DC that he gave. Puffy. City College. Puff Daddy. Biggie. He comes named to Diddy. And now the allegations with Cassie and everything, he went from brother love to love. Being Diddy rich have you thinking you something that you're not. That you greater than what you're supposed to be and the people around you. When I say I'd rather be my poor with my peace of mind, with my own thoughts, my own community, my own love, with my family, than to be so rich that I'm thinking I'm something that I'm not. That's what they do, bro. Look how many times, what was that? You ever go to a club, it's a big shootout, and it was the Mirage, and then you come back 2 weeks later, now it's the Zone. They changed their name after every shootout. That's what happens.
G-Dub, he did an interview with me, and it was a good interview. And he did another interview where he made a comment that went viral, and I know you felt the type of way about that. He made a comment saying that he want to link up with Diddy and make some music, and I know that had you feeling the type of way.
Well, when I looked at that, and it couldn't have been that he was institutionalized that long that he didn't know what had been going on. And maybe he just so caught up and so self-absorbed for being out that he don't realize that that wasn't a good statement for him to make, not knowing the situation. But I just think that either somebody didn't school him or let him know what was really the deal, what was really going on, or G-Dep really lost his motherfucking mind. Because there's no way that you gonna come out and do music with somebody that nobody wants to do music with, that nobody wants to be around. You got plenty other people that probably would have gave you a shot before you made that statement. Probably would have gave you a shot, at least a single deal, and see what you had to offer. Because G Dep probably had a lot to offer. But don't kill yourself before you get started, especially dealing with stuff that's poison like that. It's no way.
Gotta ask you, why do you think any of Diddy other bodyguards haven't came forward to speak on Diddy?
Well, the people that I know that was in law enforcement, they're not going to do it. They should have been retired by now. And then some people just still work. If if you still work and you gotta have it or you need it, you don't speak on to nobody until you don't need it or you don't want it. I can't say why they didn't. It's a choice.
Right. How you feel about Diddy being active on social media?
I started this conversation off with the Southern District of New York has a 98.2 conviction rate. If they bring Diddy into court, all on sex trafficking, all you need to land a conviction for sex trafficking is one witness. They have one witness that made complaints about him. Can she be broken down and a good lawyer? Maybe she can. Maybe she can. But Cassie is their eyewitness and they star witness, along with Jonathan Odie. All you need is one witness to prove sex trafficking.
Gene Deal, great interview, my guy.
Yo, it'll be better when that indictment come down. Yep. I'm gonna go through it with a fine-tooth comb.
The internet gonna be on fire when that shit happen, man.
No doubt. Yep. Just even the arrest for him to appear in court is gonna be a fight for them to read the charges. Because they gotta charge him, brother. They went in his house. They took all that shit out. They have to charge him. If not, that's a multi-million-dollar lawsuit against the federal government.
Gene Deal, happy to have you back on the platform, my man.
are rolling out in mega menu. They got everything but batteries. With the chip that has a oh, I know. Fantastic. I ain't seen that. Here you go, Racky. I know how much you like. My daughter, y'all remember when she was 6? Yeah, I'm out of here. I know. I'm sick. Man, the reason detail that I got when I was 18 March though, it's good because it doesn't like that sticky feeling. It just it kind of goes on like lotion. Some of these are mini razor. Let's start with the top. Try to keep it in that skin. I want to always remember to stretch the skin. Right now, I'm pulling down her eyelid and basically just stretching it so that the blade can glide easily. versus combat. Hey, what's up? You're frozen. It's not a shot. It smells illegal. It smells so bad. Fix me. He thinks that in a chest with that platform. We're gonna get pieces and then we're gonna go back to normal. Okay, Daddy, go get the here's why. That's strictly fucking time with the color. Guys, we see it right here. This is terrible. It's leading to the space room. You see those weird rings? Part of the space room. I think it's over here. I think that's what these rings are for. Yeah, check out big things. Shit. I don't know if they're gonna work. Alright, well, we test it. Oh, spaceships are toys. Oh my god. Oh, they're toys. What is it? Get a spaceship, Gooby. I'm flying through these rings. You wanna follow me and fly? One of these rings. Oh god. It's a little different. Controls. Yes, Go down just a little bit. I did, but I had no room to park this. Hey, Daddy, you just say I will I collect the pieces, okay? Sounds like a plan. Oh my God, I got the fourth for the toy soldier. Guys, see enemy ships. What? Please. Sweet. The enemy ship. Now, over pieces together. Everyone like my bed. Okay, I'm gonna land on your bed. Yeah. Sleep after. It's serious right now. Party job. Stupid shit. Okay. Like this. Shit. Oh, now I'm gonna go crash it right here at the table. That's messed up. It doesn't matter. Everyone, check it out. Oh, Mr. Older person. Have all your pieces. Is my beautiful pieces. Look at them. Your face. Thank you so much for saving me. You're welcome. Let's go, guys. The toy. Okay, I'm gonna shake your Bckdoejoe. Keeping this for later, but I think you should have it. What is this? What's a baby bottle? Oh, they tried the baby bottle. It's a natural baby bottle. Look, I know when babies drink that stuff, it's supposed to get bigger and grow up. Yeah. I think I'm big and strong. For fun. Oh, God. I think it's working. I think it's bigger. Let's check us out. We're so much bigger now. And the voices. Oh, yeah. Okay, Daddy, what was that voice? Shoulder. Okay. Guys, no one has to be in this daycare for me. Big boys and girls. So, I believe in boys. Yeah, I don't want this stupid baby bottle anymore. That's for babies. What? Oh, guys, where the heck are we now? I don't know. Should we be going to the... Trying to leave this stupid daycare. Oh, God. This is not the exit to the daycare. Guys, I think we made it to middle school. Oh, guys, I don't think there's any way to leave. Oh, God, and look, there's our teacher, Mr. Grumples. And it's you want to leave? Oh, yes. We want to graduate, like, right now. The only way to graduate is to complete the final exam. Oh, gosh, exam. This better be easy. I think it's gonna be hard. Well, I guess everyone take his team. I have to do an exam. What's next to me? Got a special exam set up for each one of you. What? It's gonna test your limits. Oh gosh, that's gonna be I thought. Let's see who wants to go first. Eeny meeny. Look at the fat ball guy. You see everyone. You're perfectly healthy. See if you don't change your you're gonna end up a big fat bald old man. Oh, just like you. That is I know. Let's go to the gym and do a little fitness test. Ooh. This is the worst nightmare, Daddy. Here we are. Gymnasium. Hardcore. Oh my God, it's doing it. Doing it.
How did I know you was gonna call me, Mighty? It didn't take a rocket scientist. I was figuring when I seen that this morning, that and I don't know if you know what I'm talking about yet, but when I seen that Diddy stuff hit the from CNN, I said, I know Art gonna call me. Art of Dialogue gonna give me a call.
Oh, you already know I was about to hit you, man.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. So with that being said, man, let's get right into it, man. What you think about the video that came out today of Diddy pitting his hands on Cassie?
Man, you know that was crazy. And I know people gonna think that, yo, this is all what Gene wanted to see. But now listen here, man. The devil got a purpose, God got a plan. Do you understand what I'm saying? The devil got his purpose, but God got a plan. You understand? And it's all in God's plan, man. You understand? To let people see, because a lot of people wasn't believing that this stuff even existed, brother. A lot of people didn't even think that this was that, Cassie was telling lies, Gene been telling lies, Lil Rob been telling lies, everybody lying on Diddy. But Diddy told the truth. Diddy's the only one told the truth. He said, y'all just keep watching. The truth will soon come out. And you see what came out? My man, he punching that little girl in the head. Yo, you don't even kick a dog, man. You don't even kick a dog, bro. He kicking that little girl like she's a dog, man. It was crazy, man. Any man that has a sister, any man that has a friend that's a girl, any man that has a child, you understand, who saw that, if they wasn't appalled, if they wasn't like, yo, I want to beat the. You know what I'm saying? We can't say that on television, man, or on the internet or YouTube. But any man who saw that wish they could put their hands on Diddy at that time, bro. That shit was appalling, bro. It was crazy, man. And when I saw it, I could imagine what Kim went through. I could imagine what Misa went through. You understand? It was just crazy, man, for that dude to do that to that girl like that, man.
I can't believe what I seen, man. I still can't believe what I seen in that video, man. Like the way he was kicking her was like he was kicking a field goal, man.
Bruh, when I saw him run down first of all, when I saw the white towel, I got flashbacks of him and Ja Rule running out the room. Of course, they had what's her name, Sarah and the other girl in there, but I had that flashback. And then when I seen him run down the hallway, I had flashbacks when the same gang was chasing him. I was like, what the hell? And then when he put his hands on it, no jokes aside, because I know it's not no laughing matter, man. The shit just was appalling, brother. And I don't even know how they could even play that on television, on YouTube like that, and without even putting up some sensitive, you know how they put the sensitive subject matter up? That was crazy, man. That's crazy.
Yeah, man, I can't believe it, man. I mean, because like I said, I mean, man, you've been doing interviews for years and you've been telling me stories about Diddy, but to actually see the visual.
You know, so like, bruh, I wouldn't have never allowed him to do no shit like that around me. That's why he probably never did nothing like that. You understand? When I got the aftermath, when they told me to go over to St. Luke's Hospital, because Puff was over there in the hospital, that was the aftermath. You understand? When Kim cut his wrist up with that corkscrew, his right wrist. They got pictures on the internet with his wrist banded up. Kim did that. You understand? The aftermath of them being in the Swiss hotel and he roughing her up and like he playing fight with her, and then she runs out the presidential suite and we got the big room in there at the Swiss hotel, and then I'll be like, yo, you all right? And she like, yeah, I'm all right. It ain't nothing. You know what I'm saying? You good? She like, yeah, good. And then she go back in the room with Puff, Diddy, Brother Love, whatever he call his name is. So, it's always the aftermath of something like that, bro. But in front of you. Only people who commit crimes around people who commit crimes. You know, Puff know who to do that stuff around. And that was crazy, man. When I looked at that thing, to be honest, I thought that the people who was watching it, because you know at those hotels, they have security personnel that watch that stuff. And if they didn't call the police, they should be in jail. I don't care what nobody say. You know, whoever watched that tape and didn't submit that to the authorities, they should be brought up on charges.
Why do you think the video is barely coming out right now? Because you got a lot of people, you know, that's wondering why it took so long.
First of all, they know that Puff probably paid the security personnel, like, because he knew it was on camera. When he made it to the hallway, when she made it to that phone, once that phone picked up, that's going straight to security. That's for emergency purposes only. So either the concierge or somebody that's handling emergency type situations when she picked up that phone. So now, Puff probably had somebody pay them off. 9 times out of 10, he had somebody pay them off, bruh. And then now Homeland Security is involved. I told you, everybody talking about, yo, they ain't got nothing on him. His dumbass son come out, make this whole tape, you understand, about what they ain't got or what they, man, listen to me. Homeland Security looked at Cassie information. They interviewed her. Yo, when was the time he hit you? He hit you before? Yeah, we was at the hotel. He blacked my eye. They went through a whole lawsuit. Oh, he blacked my eye. We at the hotel. It was on this day, about this time. They said, okay, we gonna contact and see if the footage. Now they got to keep that stuff in the archive. They have to have that security footage in the archive somewhere. So then what the Homeland Security say, yo, listen to me, on this day, this way, because just for accidents, like just say like you fell down the steps at the hotel. They got cameras in the hallway. They got cameras in the stairway. So they can see that. So now, you didn't fall down the steps, but you say you did at a certain time. They go through that whole footage. So they have to keep that in some kind of archive. Now, she told them what date and by what time it happened. They contact the security personnel and the people who have that stuff in archive and say, yo, listen to me. We're going to subpoena that. We want that information. And they sent it to them. Because they don't want to lose their insurance. They don't want to lose their insurance. The things that they insure the hotel, you know, so they don't want to lose that stuff. So listen, what they do, they hand it over to them. There's going to be a lot of stuff handed over. Why do you think they got all the tax returns and everything on all 18 of the companies that he was doing business with? I told y'all, the Southern District of New York, they not into losing nothing. A 98.2% in conviction rates. They not losing nothing. Go ahead, man. I'm sorry about that.
What was your reaction when you first seen that video, man?
I was sick as a stomach, man. I was sick in the stomach, man, because you know when you have daughters, you just hope somebody don't send you to jail like that. Because any real man know if somebody put their hands on their kids like that, you know, kicking them like a dog. My first reaction was, man, it's probably a lot of other women that had that same problem with old boy.
Tylenol Precise with maximum strength lidocaine provides long-lasting targeted relief for up to 8 hours.
You wash your whole body every day, so why don't you wash your whole mouth?
Listerine, wash your mouth.
Remember Gina that got on that show, Tasha K show? And she said that, yo, he kicked me. He was punching me in my head, on the side of my head. Do you imagine what she went through and she was pregnant, bruh? Come on, man. I had flashbacks of when they told me when he beat Misa so bad that he was kicking her, she had to go hide up under a car. It's crazy, bro.
Terrible, man. But with this footage being out, what you think is next?
Well, you know, he asked people, if you're on my side, come out. If you with me, let me know. He see what people feel about him now, right? Even the people that was going at me crazy has turned the, what they say, they turned the other cheek. They said, no Diddy. They start talking about him now. Now everybody is saying how wrong he is. Why we as a people have to see that, bruh? And I ain't talking about the Cassie situation. Why we just can't believe the fact if people came out and said this happened to them, you know, especially that young lady Gina, she came out and no YouTube movement, no nothing came out. Tell me somebody that came out and tried to say, okay, we gonna boycott Diddy when she told that story. Not one person, not one entertainer, not nobody, because he was strong then. This got all something to do still with that Bckdoejoe. I think that's Diego or Bckdoejoe, that liquor company. This still got something to do with them, bro. They wasn't finished with him, not at all.
Do you think Diddy can come back from this? Because a lot of people saying it's over for him.
Oh, it is over for him. Come back to where? To be in the entertainment business? Listen to me, man. And I don't want to bring this guy's story up because it's old. And I know he's trying to live past it, but I'm going to bring it up anyway. Ray Rice, his wife, spit in his face. And he did what he did on that elevator. He ain't played one football game after that. Nowhere that I know of. He may have went overseas and played or something like that. I don't know that to be true. But he didn't play in the NFL, a hell of a running back. He ain't played not one down in the NFL after that. No endorsements. Nobody's going to have anything to do with old boy. And when they come out with this other stuff, he going to come back to work. I wouldn't be surprised if he do the ultimate sin, is suicide. Because bruh, he's such a narcissistic that he couldn't stand not being somewhere and not being seen. His whole life, his whole career was about him being seen in the public. It was about him, you know, taking everybody else's dreams and making them his. And now, him nor his kids would profit from anything from Bad Boy or Sean Puffy Combs again. His kids is gonna suffer behind this.
Wow, man, that's crazy to hear, man. And you knowing Diddy, you think it's a good chance he might take his life?
He was talking about taking his life at the City College thing. Yo, D. Ferg, ASAP Ferg father, say, yo, man, we gotta watch him, man. This nigga talking about killing himself. I say, so let him. If you're that weak, I said, let him. And he said, Eugene, why you say that? I said, man, listen to me, man. He ain't no good to nobody if he talking about hurting himself. His life don't belong to him. His life belong to God. What he should be trying to do right now is work his way towards God now, for real, and not that devil he's been worshiping. That those people got him believing, you understand, that's the true God. Because everything from what I know, since I've been around him, you know, everything that's gone forward has been that of the devil. The drugs, the alcohol, the partying, everything has been of the devil. And he's been leading not only himself, our people, into some kind of damnation through his actions.
Yeah, I'm just in disbelief, man. I mean, to see his downfall. I mean, he's been on a long run, man. So, you know, to see this is crazy, man. I mean, how long has he been famous?
Nah, see, you got to realize he didn't get his fame until after he made that, you know, remember, you got to remember this, Mighty. I said he made the atmosphere for Pac to die. He made the atmosphere for Big to die. He created the atmosphere, you understand, for Suge Knight to go to jail, because that's what came out of his mouth. So that didn't happen. His fame he didn't really come famous until after the death of Tupac and the Notorious Big, brother. So that's like 97. He went on that whole Bad Boy tour with the #1 song in the world, Missing You, where he stole the thing from Sting and the music from Source Money, the lyrics from Source Money. Didn't even want to pay that man his money. Waited all those years to pay that man his money. He was stealing people's dreams, man. He's the cause of a lot of people's death, and people ain't gonna see it the way I see it. But when you steal somebody's dreams, Black Rob probably could have changed his life. Probably could have changed the way he thought. Probably could have changed the way he was doing business if he wouldn't have stole G-Dep from him. If he would have treated Craig Mack in the correct way and not try to steal his music, use him in the way that he used Craig Mack to catapult the Notorious Big, Craig Mack's life could have been changed. If he would have never set up the atmosphere and had Big out there in California and bringing Big to that party, the Notorious Big life may still be here. If he wasn't trying to put the Bloods against the Crips, well, they was already against each other anyway, but use the Crips, maybe Tupac would have never had that altercation. But if ands, and buts were candies and nuts, like I always say, Christmas would be every day. And I understand that. But he set up the atmosphere for a lot of people. Wolf set up the atmosphere between him and BMF. Come on, man. They say one day you got to pay the piper. That's why he getting that smoke.
Sauce Money, you brought his name up. He had an issue with Diddy?
For years, Sauce Money is the one who wrote that Missing You, bruh. The #1 song for a long, it was a #1 song on Billboard. I think he did more than Elvis or anybody. Probably Whitney Houston. But Whitney Houston's the only one did like Triple Diamond or something. But that Sauce Money was like the #1 song, and that's what catapulted him.
Start reading Hollywood Vampires, an explosive new book on the infamous trial Depp v. Heard. Hollywood Vampires paints a picture of what was really going on between Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, with intimate details from their inner circle. Available now wherever books are sold.
No warrant, no key. 556. You don't have to speak. 556. No lawyer inside. Don't say a thing. Yeah, we all got rights. No warrant, no key. My privacy. You don't have to speak. No lawyer inside. Don't say a thing. Yeah, we all got rights.
Hey, we all got rights.
Sidra El Mundet, the original apple soda from Mexico with love since 1902.
And to start him, he didn't pay Source money for years. For years. And Source Money wouldn't say this, but I know this to be true. He did a diss song on Puff. Sent it to Jay-Z. Jay-Z called Puff and said, yo, my man, you don't want that diss song to come out about you. This is true story. I think Puff sent him $100,000 or something like that. And that was, but that could have been about 8 to 10 years after that came out. You know how much money he made and show money and everything he did on that? It's crazy. But the only person who was getting paid off that was Sting.
Yeah, that's awful, man. Hearing that he not eating off of that, man. Yikes. But I still can't believe it, man. Seeing Diddy crash out like that. I still can't believe what I seen, man.
Yo, today is May 18th. 3 days from now would be the Notorious Big's birthday. I think one of the psychic, and I'm not into that because, you know, I got people that be listening to these people and be coming back telling me, you know, friend of mine, Keisha, out there in Colombia, Dr. DaCosta, a lot of people who listen to Sloan Bella and all like that. She said around the Notorious Big's birthday, something was going to come out on Sean Puffy Combs. And this is 3 days from Big's birthday, and Big is laughing and turning over in his grave. Behind this shit, bro. Trust and believe.
After the video came out of Diddy attacking Cassie, you got a lot of people that feel like Diddy, he probably has something to do with Kim Porter death, and they want the police to reopen her case. How you feel about that?
My man, I wish, for the sake of Kim's family, because, bruh, if you know what I know, he put Kim in a gold casket, then has security, 24-hour security at the funeral home, so nobody would go in there and touch the casket or take Kim out of there. I think that they should reopen our case and have an independent pathologist look at everything about her so she can rest in peace. So I know people, paperwork, and this other young lady on the internet, they are spearheading the reopening of Kim's case. And I hope they do.
How you feel about that personally? What do you think happened to Kim Porter?
Well, personally?
Yeah.
I just can't believe that somebody that had the normal flu, that had
doctors on speed dial, that they had enough money that they could get the half of the hospital to come to the house and take care of her. That she died of just ammonia like that. And if you get that point where you can't breathe, and if you know you ever had a cold so bad, I had COVID and I couldn't breathe, but I still made it to the hospital on my own. I can't believe that she stayed in that house, laid in that house, and died like they said she died. So my personal opinion is that somebody need to reopen that case, and there needs to be a person that can do an independent autopsy to tell us the truth about it. When
event came up on Thursday. Let's see what's
I first heard of Puff violence towards women, and like I told you, I was told this and I heard this. You understand? I used to live right across the street from Eddie F. in Mount Vernon. That was Heavy D and the Boys DJ. Me and Eddie used to have conversations. I don't know, it was Eddie or his brother that told me, but I heard in our conversations that when Misa, he thought Misa was dealing with Eric Sermon, and he beat her so bad, she was trying to get away from him. She had to crawl up under the car. And at the time, Misa was a little something. That's the first time I heard of his violence with women. The second time was when I went to the hospital and Kim had ripped his wrist up. I told people he would do that whenever I was working with him. You know, he would act like that play fight with the pillows and everything, roughing the girls up like that. So if I didn't see nothing like